Hi, everybody. Making sure I get the all of the current uploads for this today's critique. How are you? Celador. Get out of here. Feeling much better. I'm happy to hear that. Ooh, what kind of pasta? Let's go. Let's go. Welcome in, everybody. All right. Okay. All right. Hi, everyone. Welcome in. I'm just making sure that I have everybody's listings, all the submissions today. Welcome in, everybody. Hi. Hold on, I'm almost done downloading everybody's stuff. I hope you guys had a wonderful day, a wonderful weekend. I know it hasn't been that long since I've seen y'all. Let me put this on this screen. Welcome in, everybody. Oh my gosh. I'm taking a look at everybody's submissions. I got up late, and so my cats, well, I got up on time, but my cats kept me from actually being here. Cava toppy with basic red sauce, a splash of heavy cream. Let's go. Ooh, that sounds delicious. Oh man, I had some chicken alfredo. Chicken alfredo, which I don't think is Italian in the slightest. Oh my goodness gracious, but I hope everybody had a fabulous day yesterday. If you guys weren't in stream yesterday, I was hanging out with my pal Lorelai. We got the line art done for Fable. It's almost as if I've seen you here for the last 3 days. Yes, that's true. That is true. You have, and I am. Welcome in. Let me make sure that I'm naming everything right. I always name the files with people's handles. Actually, somebody had a really good question. When they were submitting, it said that it like took their like name and email, but I don't save that information. I always make sure that I just replace any of the file naming with your handle because it makes it easier for me. And if any data comes along, I get rid of it after the submissions are gone through. I clear it out and I don't keep any of your personal information. That's not my business. I also don't see much of it, so it's just whatever Google carries over. But I really do not. I don't keep any of your information. So if anybody's curious about that, somebody did ask about that disclaimer. I don't. I just save the files with your handle. But welcome in, everybody. If you haven't been to an art critique before, I will go through folks' designs or submissions. We have anything from photography to illustration. We've had people with character designs, VTubing and otherwise. And it's just it's a really fun time. Hi. Oh, no, you're right on time. I just started. I just started. Let me make sure. Man, there's some really cool stuff. Hi, everybody. You guys always like astound me with your work. Hello, welcome in. I'm just getting everybody's submissions. I usually, for those of you that submit multiple things, I usually only look at one. But sometimes I like to show it people all the stuff that you guys make. So I love that. I also love having the opportunity to share uh your stuff. Like, I don't know, talk about the things that you guys are making, and, I don't know, it's so exciting. Hi, Molly, how are you? Oh, we have the lore of fettuccine alfredo. Let's see. Standard Italian fettuccine di burro. Oh, with butter. I don't know if it's the same in Italian, but burro means donkey in Spanish. All right, hold on. Let me make sure I'm naming this right. There we go. And there's that one. And there's this one. Okay. I think I have all of the Alfredo. Yes. I also crayon. If you're in here for your submissions, is the handle on your art just an older handle that you use? I just wanted to make sure, uh, so I could use the correct handle. But hi, welcome in. I'm just making sure I have everything. Doot, 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 doot. But welcome in, everybody. I had a good day. I stretched before this, so wubba wubba. Yeah, I made sure that I stretch. I also have tea. I don't know how good it's gonna be. But we'll see. We'll see how it is. But welcome everybody. Hold on. There we go. Let's see. There we go. Okay, excellent. Yeah, it's an older handle. What kind of tea? Oh, I see. All right, hold on. There we go. Also, let me turn on the lights, guys. I gotta turn on those lights. Uh, there we go. It is, oh boy. Honey ginger, and I put more honey in it because I don't know how much of that sweetness is gonna carry over. And then I put a little splash of milk, and it has zinc in it, apparently. I don't know if that's good for me. Many stream on a Sunday morning, the first of the month. Did I pay for Twitch Premium? You get my service for free, unless you choose to sound scrumptious. Yeah. You get me all for free. I'm gonna choose, let's see, you have 3. I'm trying to choose which one. I'll go with this one. We have a lot of really cool illustrations today and some really cool character designs too. Ginger's good for nausea and tummy aches. I decided that I was gonna pregame with tea today simply because whenever I do these, I yap for so long. Oops. Ah, oh my god. There we go. Sorry, my computer's like, excuse me. You're trying to type, but that's what we want you to do. Anyway, sorry I'm all discombobulated. I like to save. Oh, hi. Hello. I like to save till the day of to make sure there weren't any last minute submissions. I'm your little butterfly. Hi. Also, we had a wonderful a wonderful time hanging out with Lorelai yesterday. We laughed so hard. We laughed so hard. If you guys were here last night, let's skip these files. Why is it treating me this way? Hey, file. We'll just replace the destination file. There we go. Hello, happy Pride, everybody. Always start streams with a big pot of tea. You're so smart. Your brain is so big. I actually have never like intentionally had tea to start off. Welcome in. Be who you are for your pride. Yeah. I saw that TikTok today. I got you a pride balloon. It's a rainbow. It's got all the colors because you're gay. Oh my gosh. I last night I was not expecting Lorelai to come and hang out, and so you guys, I laughed so hard, and after we got off, we were still on the call, and Lorelai's like, "My face hurts from smiling." So you guys made us absolutely laugh. Also, if you guys stayed in for the raid, we raided into Spatzla, and Spats was like Spats definitely was crashing out live in 4K. So funny. She's like thrashing around. I'm worried for the strength of her neck. It was a great time. I'm happy to see you guys. I'm really happy to be back in the mall. Let me turn this freaking music back up. Uh-huh. It's just a really quiet song, too. Very gay. Twitch, hello? Twitch, do you know who I am? Love for all my queer friends on this very gay month. Yes, happy birthday, queer people. Happy birthday to the gays days, you know? But yeah, I'm super excited to do another art critique. This is the first art critique in the new mall, so that's gonna be exciting. But yeah, if you guys haven't seen or participated in one before, it's a good time. Anybody that chooses to submit a for the art critique today, will have theirs done next month, which will actually it'll be here in June. This is actually May's art critique, but since this Sunday happened to fall on the first, I used to do it I usually do it at the end of the month. Happy birthday. Yeah. Yeah, no, you're right, you're right. Oh my gosh. This is the art mall equivalent of breaking a bottle of champagne over the bow of a boat. Yeah, and we're just all waving from the shore. "Oh my god, it's the maiden voyage." But except it's a bottle of mall water from the fountain in the middle. "Late, but I'm here." "Oh, you're just on time. Welcome in." You're just in time. Yeah, we have it's a bottle of bubbly carbonated mall fountain water. Yummy. If you guys haven't seen, there's the fountain. That's where it comes from, over there. Mall fountain water. Tastes like pennies. Mm, pennies. Somebody left their flip-flop in here once. Oh, is that a tooth? Is that a tooth? Where'd that come from? Is anybody missing a tooth? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I don't know, has anybody actively, like, seen something in a fountain, and what was it? Like, the worst thing you've seen in a fountain? I told my mom I hold my mom. That's so nice of you, so sweet. I told my mom she has to be nice to to me for the next 2 months because Pride and then my birthday, and she was like, "Yeah, okay, sure." Oh, this mom? This one? This mom that's blowing up my phone right now? Yeah, I'll tell her to be nice. Hi, oh my gosh.
Halda.
Aldo, oh my god, 12 months, thank you so much for 12 months. Holy moly. Welcome in. Missing my 8 gigabyte USB drive with only Family Guy funny moments. I'm sorry, you have a 8 gigs. 8 gigs, you say, of Family Guy funny moments. Oh, I see. Oh, okay, is it, are they good? I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry about it was for when we're invaded by aliens. Oh, I see, I see. You wanted them to get the epitome of our culture. I see, I see. Convince them to watch it before annihilating us. "Oh, I really love this plan you have." I'm sure that showing them one of the peak pieces of media that we could offer them is gonna spare us. It's really like when Mars attacks, when they try to, like, they try to show the aliens all this stuff, and they just immediately get phasered, blasted. Oh my gosh. I'll show them peak. If it is truly peak, we'll live. No, that's nice. I like the optimism. I love the optimism. I probably wouldn't have put, 8 gigs worth of Family Guy funny moments, because you only need the one. Welcome in, hi. You only need the one. It's where Peter falls on the sidewalk and holds his knee in pain, for a solid, like, 3 minutes with no cuts. The aliens probably keep us around. If they study our culture, see how easy it is to get weird tasting substance for green paper. Oh, money. Money, of course. Welcome in. I'm like, "Green paper?" Well, actually, fun fact. Guys, I have fun facts about a lot of random crap. Fun fact. American currency is actually fabric. It's actually not paper. But you guys don't need to care about that. It's actually a woven fabric, but it's just very paper-esque. It's like a composite material. Um, but it's still terrible. By terrible, I mean rippable. We should really take a page out of Canada's book and make those bills they're like a plasticky material, and they're waterproof. They have like a see-through section that's like really cool. The one with Peter man diving off because the sign said fat instead of his driving seat. Oh, driving. I said diving. I can't read, y'all. I need to take a drink of my sip of my tea. Actually, green construction paper does not taste weird. It's delicious. Yeah, you speak from experience, I see. Or Peter going, "I want it now." I'm gonna be honest with you. I haven't watched Family Guy consistently ever, but also haven't like watched it or seen any of it in ages. But sometimes I get TikToks of random Family Guy clips with like Maze Runner on the side, or not Maze Runner, Temple Run. Maze Runner's the young adult series. Or, it was a movie? 2 movies? Multiple movies? I don't know. Happy Pride, y'all, happy Pride. The weird tasting substance is the food, not the paper. I see, I see. It's okay not knowing how to read. Literacy is for the illiteracy. So the one word I absolutely messed up was the one about being able to read. Oh, man. I'm not a king or a queen. I'm a jester, so that makes sense. I don't need to know how to read or write. I just need to know how to make you guys laugh, and I think I can get pretty far with that. I think I can bank on that for my whole life, make it my personality. I think I can make it my personality. I think we're in a good spot. I'm gonna do great. I'm gonna do great. Multi-trillion dollar franchise Maze Runner. So sorry. Just clips of Maze Runner next to clips of Family Guy. What a combination. What a combination. You could also add marker to the paper to add flavor. Ooh, like those scented markers. Oh man, I remember those. They always smelled like the alcohol that they used to like, color the markers, like saturate the markers, but then also like whatever chemical scent that they put in there. Hi dragons, how are you? Oh, good. Mandy's Mandy is literate. Thank you. Hi. Hi, hi, hi. I know how to read. I do. I mean, I wouldn't have a little fancy phone if I didn't know how to read. What's funny, guys, is that I consider myself pretty decently spoken. Not the best, not the most well spoken, but thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I legit used to color paper with marker and eat it. Very yummy. Do recommend. Make sure that it's non-toxic, okay? Hope it's all right to post clips. Absolutely. Yes. I would love that you post your clips. That way I know that you clipped them. I love that you clipped them. Also in the Discord, we have a media chat. So if you have any Twitch, it's a Twitch clips chat. So if you want to put them there, I would love to see them. Welcome in. Hey, I'm still alive. It was 15 years ago I did that. I'm still here. Still kicking. You're stronger for it. Yeah, guys, just make sure that your crayons and markers that you're using to color and flavor your paper that you're going to be eating is completely non-toxic. I do have a Discord command. You can do exclamation point Discord and get on in there. We also have an art share chat, and a lot of people get spooked by it, but I promise it's like if you were making a thread. It's just in a gallery format. So instead of threads, they show up as little images, and it'll yell at you if you don't put a tag on the bottom. But the tags are pre-filled out. You just have to click at least one of them, and that just makes it so that if anybody wants to see different art that they can click through the tags and it'll filter it by tag. So that makes it super handy if you're interested in looking at people's art or finding some of your own art. So chat, I accidentally spawned the warden. Am I cooked? Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Of course. Of course. Ever go to the gallery store in a mall? The types of stores that have like frames and stuff? Not in a mall, but I've gone to a frame store before to get something custom framed. What is this? Oh, Crash Bandicoot. Okay. It sounded familiar, I just couldn't remember. Hashtag cooked. Yeah, 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 yeah. I saw a TikTok, and it was this person in a bar, and she was Shazamming a song, which is where it's like an app or like a website where you can, like, have it hear the song that's playing, like, around you in a space, and it'll tell you what that song is. And the caption just said, "Chat, are we cooked?" And it's because this person was Shazamming Mr. Brightside by The Killers. And I was like, "No, please." Shazamming Mr. Brightside is crazy. Like, I feel like a lot of people, from the born in the 90s and 2000s will have that song memorized, whether or not you've ever actually listened to it intentionally or not. It's like but yeah, I was like, "Oh, oh, the fall of society is now." But if that's the worst thing that happens, to me and to us, then I think we're getting off scot-free. Well, welcome in everybody. Today we're gonna be doing an art critique stream. Also, happy Pride, y'all! Happy Pride! He blasted my ass. The Warden, are you playing Minecraft right now? Dude, you got Mandy on one screen, Minecraft on the other, and I made a block. See, I made a little blocks. Hi, Zuchi, how are you? Yeah, I made all these little blocks. I'm on my way home from seeing Metallica. How was it? How was it? I know you popped in a little bit in the middle of your viewing experience. I'm modding Minecraft for a 2-week phase. Ooh, okay. Mandycraft survival multiplayer. I actually love every once in a while I watch a Forge Labs video. I like how he narrates things. He's very funny. The only my and also too, because I'm at work, I'll just have like a Minecraft video, like a Forge Lab video, because they're like 4 hours long. And he's just over here like doing zombie apocalypse shit. And I'm like, yeah. And I'm just over here drawing, doing my thing. Currently sitting at 198 mods. I have the better Minecraft mod pack and it's like 350 and I have also some nice shaders and every time I load it up I'm like I'm gonna launch into space. It was magic, guns and fun. Ooh, okay, guns and fun. Just what I want in my Minecraft. Hell yeah, hell yeah. It was gas. I'm happy to hear that. I hope you had a wonderful time. Well, welcome in. Aquatic ambiance, of course, of course. We're gonna get into it. Oh, hi, Starry. How are you? I gotta get my tea real quick. Hi, oh, I started a little too early. Hi, started too early. All right, everybody, get your drinks. I'm gonna sip my tea and not drop it all over my goddamn everything. Oh! It's very mild in flavor. The but it's like I don't know. I have to see if I like this one. We can throw shit? Yeah, you can throw shit. Yeah, you can. Also, sometimes the security sometimes the security, scan will throw things too. Alright, hold on. Let me try this tea again. It's almost it's not minty, because it's not mint at all, but it has a little bit of a I don't know if I like this. It's not bad. It's got the ginger. I taste the ginger. Guys, I would put if I could, I'd put this aquatic ambiance on loop for like 5 hours straight. I actually did that one time on a commute to work. I drove an hour and a half with this on loop. I think I needed to dissociate on my drive to work. Has ginger? Ask if it's okay. It's doing fine, I think. Okay. All right. I think I'm okay. Yeah, I would loop the shit out of this song. All right. I love this song goes right into my brain. Something about it just launches into my brain. It's so good. Okay, let me go in my drawing screen, huh? Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Da-da-do-da-da-do. All right, all right, all right. Reminds me of Polly Pockets this mall. Aw. I do look like a little Polly Pocket, don't I? I'm super inspired by Betty Spaghetti as well. All right, hold on. Photoshop opened in my other window. Come on. Come on, you. Oh my god, my brain's gonna melt. All right, let's open our first submission. Okay. I have a very special folder. Excuse me. Our first submission, I'll just go alphabetically, is from Anxious Optimistic, and it's a character design. Betty Spaghetti, don't know if they're reselling it because I heard that since the villains and trolls were based on the toy. Oh, that'd be kind of fun. Okay, all right. So let me change our. I miss Betty Spaghetti. She slay. She slay. I was a Betty Spaghetti kid. All right, let's do art critique. Let me do. Not my art. Oop. Art critique. 4. Think. Anxious optimistic. There we go. Why is it behaving so rudely to me? I thought I told this label to be, right aligned. Hello? I would like you to be right aligned, please. Okay. Why is it doing this to me? Let me fix that. Let me fix it. Rude. There. Perfect. I like to put that on screen so people know that the who the art belongs to and that we're doing an art critique. So this is a character design. Um, and let me double check the character's name as well. Um, it seemed like you'd be a blueberry scented Polly Pocket. Let's go. Yeah, kind of like a strawberry shortcake character. All right, let me make sure that I have the right. Also, if you guys are interested in putting your submission into the art critique for next month's art critique, you can fill out the form here. You can put multiple things in, and I'll just choose which one I would like to cover based on the stuff that we have submitted. I like to show a range of things if there is a range. Let's see. Let me make sure that I have the right name for this character. A lot of people put the name on there, but I want to make sure that I have this character's name. Let's see here. Where are you? And I'm so sorry. Cannot. Okay, there you are. There you are. Shane. This character's name is Shane. Let's go. Character from the art reminds me of Jolly or Yosuke from Persona 4. Aw, the smile is sweet. Okay, all right. So this is a character design. We have a front and back of this character. The character's name is Shane. And I don't have any context for the character. Maybe I don't know if I have a section in the critique form, but I should add one. I should add a critique section for you to like add some context if you want. But a lot of people will show up and chat about their characters. Holy smokes, Discord Mobile finally has mod view. Let's go. What the heck? No shame context, yes. So, for a character design, pretty straightforward. We can see a bit of this character's personality through their expression. They have a pretty modest outfit, and it looks like there's some cool details in the shoes and here on these like wrist wraps. I'm getting some interesting like story, but Shane feels like a pretty down to earth, like average Joe kind of character based on the clothing being pretty like, straightforward. Uh doesn't seem like there's like a super high element of fantasy. So maybe this character is a bit more grounded in reality. Welcome in. So yeah, so this character is pretty straightforward. I like the color palette. It's pretty neutral. There's a little bit of like a blue here. And it looks like Anxious Optimistic used this nice soft slate blue with like a little bit of a gradient to offset some of like the darker colors and warmer colors of this character. So the background isn't taking away from the character. Um, and so, for anybody that doesn't know, I worked in television animation for 4 years, and one of my responsibilities was character design and making models. So so one of the things that I would recommend is keeping the background pretty neutral. So if you're going for a character design, you want to make sure that the color palette of your background or the any kind of texturing isn't competing. Now, if you're doing something like a VTuber ref sheet or something, those are usually pretty playful. But if this is for like a reference turnaround for like an animated character or a comic book character, you want to make sure that you are putting as neutral a background as possible. So I would recommend using something like here in the workspaces for art programs. They use like a mid-tone, like a 50% gray. And a lot of character sheets that you see that are coming from professional studios will also have that. I recommend taking a look at Powerhouse, who is the studio that made Castlevania and a bunch of other things. Um, because they have a lot of their Castlevania sheets, their style sheets, their character design sheets online. Um, and they usually have a solid gray background. I'm personally a sucker for color vibrancy, even when the character is supposed to be down to earth or cold. Don't know if the values are something to consider when you make characters with analogous palette. It just stuff depends. I guess a good example of characters with a lot of analogous palette would be the characters from Avatar: The Last Airbender. The Fire Nation and the Earth Kingdom, especially, are very, very, very color strict. The Air Nation is actually breaks a lot from what you would expect, like blue, because the water tribe, I guess the water tribes as well, blue, white, navy. maybe like a cream tone. So Avatar is very good at showing like here's an analogous palette. But one of the things that they do, I one of the things that they do to make characters stand out is give them really identifiable features. I'm the little butterfly. Um, they give them very identifiable features, accessories, and they have a lot of contrast. So if a character has maybe darker clothing, maybe their hair or complexion is a little bit lighter, or maybe they have something that balances out all of that dark cloth. Accents, so like maybe a the collar is a little bit lighter to help balance off of a darker skin tone. But I would definitely look at color palettes from animated shows and try to think critically of why those characters stand out. Maybe it's a pop of color, part of their outfit. Maybe there's an accessory that is very symbolic of their personality or something that's important to them. And so for this character, the pose is pretty neutral. I recommend taking a look at silhouette. So first off, I'm gonna address the first thing. I'm gonna put a neutral background. This background is pretty neutral, but I'm gonna see if I can't do an even more neutral background. I was curious if you do character design critique. I made my own design, not for the art. It's just wasn't sure if it still fit. Oh, absolutely. I might do one of these days. I might do a critique that's specifically for design. But oh, hi there, Mavis. Welcome in, Raiders. Hi. Hello, everybody. Welcome in. Happy Pride Month, y'all. Hi, Raiders. Oh, my goodness gracious. Welcome in, everybody. We're just getting started in our art critique stream. How are you? What were you doing today? Welcome in, everybody. Oh, and thank you for the follow. Hi, everyone. Sorry to raid and run. Oh, go take care of yourself. Please do. Welcome in, everybody. I am Mandi Quin, mall mannequin, illustrator, animator, professional goober, and the cyber liaison to the digital mall. How are you? Guys, I hope you had a wonderful time with Mavis. I hope that they treated you right. I know they did. I don't even have to question that. Mavis was playing some very chaotic Overwatch. I understand why you need to rest. If you would be, is there a way to let me know? I would love to hear your thoughts. Absolutely, and welcome in, y'all. We're doing an art critique stream today. So these are art pieces that are submitted by my community for professional critique in a way that is calm, collected, and constructive and friendly. Too many mangas. Hello, welcome. Never too many. Okay, I see, I see. But welcome in, everybody. If you would like to check out my socials and see some of my art, take a look at my socials here. I have a blue sky. I have a coffee that has a whole gallery as well. Love art reviews and critiques. Let's go. I'm a professional illustrator when I'm not a mall mannequin. I currently work in games, but I have experience in television animation and product and packaging art. So, lots of good backbone for stuff like this. Also, I worked in management, so I'm very accustomed to giving people notes and redlining their work. But yeah, if you're interested in a specifically like a VTuber character design kind of day, I could make a critique specifically that. I love your lore. Thank you. Yeah, I'm a little guy. I'm in a digital mall. You can kind of see a little bit of it over here. But yeah, I am in a digital mall. I'm a little guy. I'm a little mannequin. And you can also see my joints a little bit here. There's my joints. That's me. I'm a little guy. Hi. And I got my little wrist, my wrist action. Whoa. So yeah, if you guys are interested in a special critique that's just for like VTuber branding or design, I would love to do that. That'd be fun. As somebody who designed my own, a lot of people tend to design their own, but character designs and character art are also welcome here. Um, and you'll be seeing a lot of that today. But welcome in, everybody. Welcome, Raiders. Also, if y'all want to see some of my art, hold on. I gotta show you guys some of my art. If I'm gonna be real with you, I'm gonna show you my art. Let me show you a little bit. I'm gonna give you one piece. One piece that I know people tend to really enjoy. This one. People seem to love this one. Love the new model. Oh, thank you. You're a dog. Got inspired to redesign my own character. Yeah, I'm a big mall mannequin. I'm a big old freaklet. One Piece? The One Piece is real? Yeah, it is. Yeah, that was I drew that Garfield inspired by the old Lisa Frank like folders and trapper keepers and stuff like that. All right, so the first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make a neutral background. Welcome in. I'm gonna make like a neutral 50% background. This one's pretty good. Biblically accurate Lisa Frank. Yes, absolutely. Thank you guys so much for the love. You guys are so sweet. Let me see if I can't do oink. Oh, perfect. And I can grab this here. There we go. All right, I'll put a neutral underneath, like a 50% gray. Maybe a little lighter so it's kind of different from our background here. There we go. Also, ignore the nasty text here. What is this music? I'm gonna go back to my lo-fi music or my vaporwave. Piece reminds me of another YouTuber who made an Undertale fight for Garfield called Bad Monday. Oh my gosh. Of course, every
Sip,
Monday is a
sip.
bad Monday. Thank you so much. I will hydrate. All right. I'll make sure that music's not too loud. Need to know the
Sit up
socials to see
straight,
the art. Here you
please.
go. I have a socials command. There you go. All right, let me take a sip of my water. So now for this character. Oh, we're stretching. Okay, hi, buddy. We're just starting. We're just starting. Ugh. All right. And welcome, Raiders. All right. I stretched this morning. You'll be proud of me. Thank you. Welcome in, y'all. I hope you guys had a wonderful time with Mavis. If you guys need to raid and run and take care of yourselves, make sure that you're doing that, okay? So the first thing that I was talking about this character is keeping the background neutral. Obviously, Optimistic had a pretty neutral background that was taking some of the blue from this character's shirt, but we want to make sure that if this is meant to be like for animation or comics, that we're keeping the background like pretty simple. And also, this neutral color will make it easier for us to identify the colors in our character and will give us the best contrast. Thanks for the follow, by the way. One other thing that I'm gonna do is I'm gonna give this character a little bit more room on our canvas, just giving them a little bit more room on the top and bottom. That will allow us to do other angles in a character turn. If we're trying to do a full turn, we would include like a profile view of this character. Um, and we'd also want to have enough space for our color information. Yeah, the hair is definitely a fun silhouette. Speaking of silhouette, in character design, the silhouette is something that'll help you identify your character without having to really have any detail. So what I like to do is I like to make a copy of the art and I turn the color in a hue slider all the way down to black. And so we can see here that the hair is one of our most identifying features. There's a pretty identifiable shape and there's nothing around the neck here that keeps this hair from reading properly. It's pretty straightforward. Let me make sure. So we have this shape here. Hold on. My There we go. We have this shape here. That's very recognizable, especially if other characters that interact with this character have very different shapes. But we have a clear identification of the shoulders. We can see here that there's like a hand on the hip or in the pocket. We happen to know that it's in the pocket. And there's also these very squared off shoes. Just from the silhouette, I think it reads like a suited character. This character is wearing something a little bit more formal, not so casual. The very square shoulder gives us a more masculine look, but that's not necessarily a commentary on this character's gender or how they identify. But we have a very structured shape here and these shoes especially, and this nice tailored pant that gives me the impression that this character is formal, um, without even having any of that detail. Things like tails and horns and things really stick out if you use them, and keeping an open pose like this one, will also help you be able to identify parts of your character design in a silhouette. So a lot of times, the posture not only keeps their silhouette clear, but it also gives some of their personality. So if this character's pretty relaxed, having the hand in the pocket here is a good signifier. But one of the things I would recommend is avoid having the arms just right down flat by the side. One thing is that arms are very rarely completely straight anyway. But also, there's so many other things that you could do with this character to add more personality and more about them from a first glance. Would you say the silhouette is suitable? Yes, yes, I would. So one of the things that could be interesting about this character is, let's say there's some sort of prop that they're interacting with. So perhaps, this arm here is holding a phone, or maybe the character has, you know, something in particular that they interact with. So is this person a police officer? Or are they, they're doing something, maybe they're an escort or they're an undercover, so maybe they have like a glass of wine or something like that. Kinda something that's kinda gives us a reason as to why this character's wearing an outfit like this. Um, I might scale this down just a little bit. Oops, I drew right on the art. Oopsies. Let me draw that again. Lining the silhouette made me think of Simon Petrikov from Adventure Time. Oh, yeah, yeah. I can definitely see the hair. Whoop, whoop. There we go. Ice King, yeah, yeah. They have something in their pocket, their hand, or their car keys. So yeah, I definitely would recommend, and let me try drawing. I like to try to draw in the style or close to it. Another thing here is we can see this that the shoulders, this I'll address this in this note, but the shoulders are slanted pretty severely without the posture necessarily needing that. It'd be different if this character's pose had the torso this direction, maybe this hip is up, they're leaning their weight on that leg, they have this other leg out, something like, like this. Then having these shoulders tilted, they would actually be tilted the opposite way of the hips most often. But this seems like this is meant to be a pretty neutral standing pose, so we wanna make sure that we're evening out those arms, or we have a reason for the shoulder being lifted. And we can also see that because this arm is so flat to the side, we're actually losing some of the bulk of this arm. So I'll address some of those in my sketch real quick. I can picture an old-timey watch with the pocket that leads to stop time. That'd be fun. Wine glass is very Vampire Dio brand. Okay. So let me just take a black outline. So the first thing I would do is I'd bring out this shoulder just a little bit more, and if it's tilted up, maybe our arm is more up here. Also making sure that we're not losing any bulk to this character. Let me get off of my sketch brush. I'm going to just erase some of this here with our background color, and I'm going to fill in with our wine colored, our burgundy jacket here. I'm also giving a little bit of a point to this jacket here because suits often have a pretty stiff fabric, um, and they tend to have a little bit more of a squared shoulder. And so whoops, keeping that will give us a little bit more indication that this is a suit. Maybe the cuffs are rolled. I have a pocket watch in real life. It's got Bill Cipher engraved on it. Ooh, big chunky chain watch would serve so much. Yeah, it would. We don't really have any context for this character, so I'm gonna make sure that I have my elbow here, and I'm gonna get their skin tone. I know that they have the wrappings on their arm, so I'll get to that in a second. So having the pose out to the side here, you can already see we've bulked out this shoulder. I'll do the same over here. I don't want this character to look super bulky. That's not my goal. But if this is a suit jacket, a blazer, maybe you can bring that out just a little bit more. Oops. Let me erase a little bit of this too. Just gives it a little bit more structure. Make sure that there we go. Make sure that my lapel kind of comes up a little bit here. And so now the shoulders look a little bit more even. And since this arm is raised a little bit, we have a bit more of a reason as to why that shoulder is lifted. And now I'm going to just make sure that I don't lose the character's detail. Looks like this wrapping kind of comes up to here. And I'll grab this color. I just tend to do pretty loose stuff, enough to get the point across. So let's say this character does have a pocket watch. Put the hand here. Maybe the pocket watch is open. Something like this. Tend to have your hand like kind of neutral position here. Something like that. Doesn't have to be perfect. We're just kind of given the vibe that there's something in this character's hand. And I'll use a nice gold color for this. A pretty gold pocket watch. Maybe there's a chain of some sort. But we'll leave it at that. I'll put a little bit of like a shine on it. Some sort of fun accessory, something that tells us a little bit more about this character. Um, you know, without having to add too much. So whether it's a pocket watch or not, who's to say? We've also addressed having our arms the same width. We've given the shoulders a bit more structure based on it being a suit. Suits also tend to have a pretty visible seam as well because the fabric is a bit stiffer. But that's just an extra detail that, is up to your personal preference. One of the things that I can see here also is that the character is pretty top heavy. It could also just be a style that this artist is going for. But if we wanted to balance out the anatomy a little bit more, I would make the head a bit smaller and the legs a little bit more proportionate to these arms. Let me let me fix this arm a little bit too. I know that a lot of people tend to avoid hands when they're starting out. It's easy to put them into pockets, or behind the back, or really flat to the side. And everybody goes through that. So it's not really a problem. I do recommend though, doing hand studies. And the more you draw them, the easier it gets. Um, it makes it a lot more approachable, when you're more comfortable drawing them. But again, it takes practice. Drawing hands might be scary, but hands are actually more afraid of you than you are of them. Yeah, absolutely. My goal is to make my characters look bulky, Mandy. That's why I'm always bringing salted caramel blondies to the protagonist meet and greets. Yes. You can also see here that I've added a little bit of the back of the torso here behind the arm. Your torso does not stop where your armpit meets. Oh, Grizz! Hello!
25 months.
Ah,
Thanks for continuing to be an amazing.
oh, I'll have to figure out how to get it to not go away before you guys finish your text. Oh, thank you so much, Grizz. Thanks for 25 months. That's so kind of you. Holy moly. Okay, hold on. Let me get in here. I'm also oops. Oh, okay. All right. All right. All right. I see what it's like. Grizz and I are having a nice moment and y'all are farting and shitting your pants. I see. Be a meh. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'll have to fix that. I'm also gonna see if I can't get the torso a little bit more proportionate as well. This character seems to be uh pretty pretty decently dapper. So I'm just gonna make sure that I fix some of those proportions. But before I do that, before I do too much, I'm gonna get the legs and everything in proportion, and then we can adjust and like tailor the outfit to fit that new proportion. Again, these are things that are style choices as well. It's totally understandable to make the proportions a little bit more exaggerated depending on the style of whatever you're making. But if you have a good grasp of anatomy beforehand, and maintaining certain proportions, you'll be able to stylize them in a way that feels more balanced. This character is very top heavy, and I think having a lighter colored pant and also having large shoes, the you really want to push contrast. One of the pieces of advice is that I would have, and that's something that I've heard in the past, is that if you're making design choices, you want to make sure that they look intentional and they don't seem like a mistake. So, if the character's head is meant to be very large, maybe the limbs are very slim and the hands and feet are very large to balance it out. If you look at a lot of children's media, you'll see a lot of big hands that make it really easy to see hand gestures. Eyes and mouths are often also very large because the expressions are easier to read, and the proportions are a bit more childlike. But this character seems to be an adult, and so one of the things that we can do to help this character read a bit more like an adult is to adjust their proportions. So I'm gonna make the head just a smudge smaller. And again, I don't want to take away any of this personal style either. I think one of the best things you can do is understand when something is a stylistic choice versus like completely getting rid of it because it would be, like, anatomically correct, you know what I mean? I don't my goal isn't to, like, take away people's personality that they put into their pieces. I've made the neck a little longer, let me fix that shadow there. And so just that one little bit, let me copy what I have here, and let me close this, hold on, I wanna make sure that I have a before and after. Open recent. Okay, so here's what we had before, and this is our after so far. Let me group this. Before, after. Just that small change in proportion. Hi, welcome in. Is very helpful. It just makes this feel a little bit more balanced, especially because the hair is so large. Before, after. And we've also opened up this pose, so our silhouette is much more interesting too. Let me see if I actually can't get the character in the back about the same size so that I can it looks a little bit nicer when we do the transition. Let me see. Let me see here. That's good enough. All right. 100%. 100% this. And let me get like this neutral blue color here. Just put this in the background. Nope. There we go. All right. So far, before, after. See how much more balanced our character looks just from uh making their head a bit smaller and making the shoulders more even. And lifting this elbow up made the arm feel more proportionate too. So now I'm going to address the legs. Very small changes. A lot of people that are starting out are very easily frustrated that something like just doesn't look right. And um, sometimes when you're starting, it's very difficult to identify what doesn't look right. But really, small changes like making the head a little bit smaller has immediately brought more balance to this character. And that's such a small tweak. It really does come down to proportions most of the time. And it's not that you're a bad artist, it really just takes practice. A lot of people bring themselves down about not being able to see what it is, but I mean, that's really just practice. So, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to take this character's legs. Actually, I'm going to separate the shoes so that we don't have to worry about those right now. Oops. I'm going to turn those off and I'm going to get these legs proportionate. They just need to be a little bit longer and a little bit more consistent in their shape. So I'm gonna get this character a bit longer, and I think we could thicken these legs as well. Already, we have a bit better of a proportion here. Oops. And let me just do some small changes. We make sure that this character's legs are thick enough here, especially because this near leg is quite a bit thicker than this far leg. There we go. Also want to give if these pants are more tailored, more straight leg, we'd like to know rather than like a skinny tapered leg. So maybe I thicken out this area down here as well. Give it a nice hem, maybe a little indication of the knee. Um, and let me get this shadow color here. Just very subtle shapes. A lot of times in animation, you're keeping your design very intentionally simple in color and shape because you have to animate it or rig it. So just making sure that I'm maintaining the simplicity of this character. And already this leg is a lot more balanced, looks a lot more proportionate. And I'm going to do the same thing to this near leg as well. Just making sure. And if this character I'm gonna give this character also a more intentional, pose as well. Just really small stuff. Again, I'm gonna indicate where my knee is, and I'm gonna maybe have my foot here, so I'm gonna make sure that the cuff of the pant, the hem of the pants is actually pointed up a little. And I'm actually gonna take instead of doing, the line art color, I'm gonna take this, like, shaded color, use this for the knee. Hi, welcome in. Sorry, a little early. Okay. One of the other things too is I'm gonna bring some of this shadow color to this pant leg as well, just because there's one pant leg that has it and one that doesn't. I think the shading could actually be a bit lighter and warmer for these pants. So let me oh god, make them look a bit more like a khaki color, and also make it a little bit more legible as well. There we go. Something simple, nothing too crazy. Really warms up the color palette a little bit without going too crazy, and makes the shadows look a little bit less conflicting with our line art here. And then I'm going to take the shoes again. And one of the things that I'm going to try real quick, I'm going to get rid of this shoe. I'm going to make sure that this foot is planted properly. And I'm also going to make sure that part of the shoe is obscured under the pant leg. And so now this foot should actually be pointed more toward us than in towards the side. And then you can see that they have that here in this over the shoulder version. But it was more pointed inward before. So I'm going to keep this pose pretty open and pretty casual. So I'm just going to do a very quick approximation of where that foot would be. Something like this. There's the box of the shoe's toe right here. It's a very boxy shape. Got a nice tasteful heel as well. Not perfect, just trying to get it to a place where it looks approximately right. Oh my gosh. And I know that we're in the ads, so I might have to turn those off or snooze them. All right, just gonna quickly fill this in while we're doing that. Have the toe pointed out toward us a little bit more. I might even bring it in even more than this. Get this here, the heel, base. There we go. Looks like we have some detail here that I'll kind of mimic. Yeah, I think this could definitely come in a bit more. Point that toe a little bit more toward us. Gonna grab my background color. Actually, I'm just gonna erase a little. Okay. This actually might be too thick. So I'm gonna zoom it in a little. And I might do a little bit of like a distort here. Something kind of like that. Actually, I think too, this knee could be a little bit higher. Oh, merge. And I'm gonna just kind of something like that. Okay. There. So now you can see here we have our before, after. Our character's much more proportionate. I'll go over this again because I know we're in the ads. I may turn the ads off, but I like to keep the pre-rolls from going, so it's kind of like a double-edged sword. So let me, in the meantime, let me clean up some of the stuff that I already have so people aren't missing stuff. Nothing too crazy. There we go. Some sort of prop of some sort. All right. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. Welcome back. So while we were gone, I got these legs looking more proportionate. I put this shoe here with the toe facing us. Art style reminds me of Arthur. Oh yeah, a bit. Yeah, the simplified features. I think the eye shape especially and the noses. Um, so yeah, here you can see my Mandy's in the way. Hold on. Let me make her sit down. There. Sit down. Okay. So you can see here already that the character looks a lot more proportionate. I'll show you the before and the after. Immediately, the proportions have made this character look a little bit older, a little less childlike. We've also opened up the pose and we've added some sort of prop to give us a little bit more of this character's vibe um, without having to do too much more work. Um, Need to have more of an angry fist, yeah. Also too, if you are going to use the route of having a hand in a pocket, we'll, show you how to make the pocket look right. One of the things here is that we have the seams of the pockets, but this is not actually like the shape of the pocket. These lines that you see are the opening to the pocket. Pockets are, unless they are on the back of your pants, pockets in the front are actually built into the seam along the side of the pants. So you will not usually see a pocket sewn onto the front unless it's something like a cargo pant. But even then, the ones that are up here at the hip are usually incorporated into the seam on the side, whereas pockets that are lower down on the thigh or on the back of the pants are added on later. That's why you see the shape of a pocket that looks like this. So here you're actually seeing the opening, which means our wrist needs to continue into this shape. Also, these are a little bit too low and could be brought up higher. So I'm gonna just quickly uh, fix our pockets so that our character, the hand looks a little bit more like it's going into the pockets, which honestly, keeping it kind of close to the side here is a good idea. Um, so let me just bring it out right here. Something like this. Have our wrist continue into the back here. I'm going to trim this up a little bit. A very small change. We want the pocket to bow outward to show that our hand is pushing out that fabric. And then maybe if you wanted to, having a little bit of a shadow here to show that there's some force, you know, something in this pant leg, or rather the hand is in the pocket. But that's not really necessary. And could be distracting if it doesn't match the rest of your art style, but I'm just going to keep that there. And the other side, really, I mean, we could just have it could be left like this, or you could show a little bit of the pocket there on the side. So now our pants look a little bit more proportionate. The fly as well. I would recommend using your shadow color or like a variant of it, so there's just much less competing imagery. So I'm gonna take the fly here and just redraw it in that like a beigey brown color, and now there's a lot less happening here where because there's a lot of information, right? We have 2 different jackets, or rather a jacket, a shirt, and the pants all converging in the same place. So, and also if you had like a belt buckle or something, there's a lot of information there. So using colored line art there for necessary detail will help give us a little bit more priority. And aside from that, the rest will be just making sure that the jacket, the torso is proportionate. Shorter blazers do exist, but blazers tend to come a little bit lower. So I'm gonna kind of meet a little bit of a happy medium. So I'm gonna bring, yeah, even after all that, I talked about the pockets. I'm just gonna cover it up anyway. I think they did a great job with the shape of the bottom of this blazer here. But the blazer is typically going to be longer than your shirt. I'm also going to make sure that the blazer is pushed up a little bit where the hand is pushing it up. So, very quick fix. A lot of these fixes are super, super easy fixes. Um, Really a good foundation to work off of. I think that Anxious Optimistic did a really good job of setting the foundation for a really fun character, and I wish I knew more about them. I'm also gonna open this up a little bit more here and also show a bit more of that shirt underneath. Let's see. I'm gonna erase some of my, there we go. Maybe have this pulled back just a smudge because the hand is in the pocket, and we'll even out that lapel. Sometimes even there are pockets on the blazer, so we can do that. Usually there's like a breast pocket as well. Now we have a nice band of this light contrast color, um, and some of the detail on the shirt isn't conflicting with that. There we go. So yeah, we've opened up their pose. We've opened up this blazer a little bit to get that color through. We've adjusted the proportions. And we've added a little bit more mystique with some sort of accessory. So let me show you the before and the after. Before, after. And then for the back, I won't focus too much on the back. There's some more detail that could be added. Um, One of the things I will say about the back is some of the construction of the jacket. Never realized that the pen was hopping around. Oh yeah, that's Penny. I did not know that I have so many characters that have to adjust the pockets on. Oh yeah, yeah. So if they're at the hip, they're usually built into the side seam. So what I'll do for this character now, I'll show you a trick of how I do like a turnaround, like the back. I'll take the front view, copy, paste, reflect, and I'll put it here. And I'll start changing details to make it look like they're facing away from us. Obviously, that's a bit more work. So I'm just going to show what the fixes would be for the back if I were making them myself. Aside from the shoulders, the lapel would not be swooping down like this. In fact, the shoulders would go this way. Let me choose red instead. Our shoulders are here, the back of the neck, the shoulders, our arms, and our lapel actually comes up and arches around the back of our neck. Neck is here, something like this. Might not be as severe. In fact, oops, there might even be a little bit more of a shape upward like this. But our lapel would be shaped like that from behind, not swooping down. Um, Also adding additional details to the legs and pants that make it a little bit more interesting. Taking this color, adding some pockets, on the back of the pants just to give it a little bit more personality. Maybe a seam down the back as well. Pockets. Just kind of throwing those in there. Uh, and also, making sure that the length of our jacket it matches our front. Obviously I haven't done all of the changes to the back that I did to the front. Um, but those are just some of them. Obviously, too, we have the legs and such. But for now, those are some of the most obvious things to the back that wouldn't translate from the front. Other stuff is really just small detail things, but I think the biggest thing that we solved with this character is giving them a readable pose and just cleaning up some of the detail. Most of it was proportion, before, after, before, after. And I haven't changed anything about this character's face or expression. I didn't really change anything about their design. It really was just these small proportional fixes that made a huge difference. So yeah, that's the first one. That's the first one. So I hope this gives you guys a bit of confidence about the stuff that you're working on. If you've had issues where something just isn't reading right, some of it really could just be the proportions. And small details like maybe coloring your line art might help something be way more legible because maybe you have a line art heavy art style. So maybe making colored line art helps take away some of the busyness. Maybe tweaking the shape of an arm really is that simple. And it's all part of the process. The show that I worked on, I had a lot of formal wear involved. So I'm actually very, very, very uncomfortably knowledgeable about drawing stylized suits. So, suits are something that I wish I didn't know as much as I do about suits. But I do, and so we're here. So yeah, and also too, now our character looks really confident. Even with the hand in the pocket, we avoided the hand. We avoided drawing the hand, sure, but now we've made this character own it. This character looks confident, really friendly. He's got a very soft expression and very soft features, so he looks really confident. And now adding some proportion gave us just a little bit more balance to this character, and we didn't compromise any of the style, and any of the flavor that anxious optimist has put into their character. So thank you so much. Sorry, I can't fucking speak. So thank you so much for submitting your design. And I always send these to people after the streams. So if you're curious, I'll be sending at least a PNG. And if you have a request for the Photoshop file, I can give that to you as well. But yeah, we'll move on to the next one. Let me open another. The next one I will choose, if we're going in alphabetical order, is Ender Queen. Let me update the text. Let me make this a bright color so it's easier for me to see in OBS. There we go. Okay, so this is a submission by Ender Queen, a really awesome piece of art. I really like the expression of this character. I really like the vibe. One of the things that I would take away if you're an artist that's learning is that this character has what is called a complementary color scheme. And every time we do an art critique, I always go over a color wheel just in case people don't know. I'll have to do a color wheel demo, but I'll just make a very basic color wheel to show you. Complementary means that colors are opposite each other on the color wheel. So I'm going to start with our primaries. Why does it look like that? Oh, because it's okay. So our primaries are red, yellow, and blue. This is called a triad scheme because it's a triangle. There are three of them. Primaries are called primaries because they're the base from which other colors are mixed, but actually, CMYK ends up giving you cyan, magenta, yellow, and black end up giving you a much nicer range of color than these would. But for color theory's sake, these are called the primaries. And of course, just like you've all learned in school, the secondaries are the colors that you get from mixing those. So we'd have our orange, our green, and our purple, which is also known as red violet. If you've ever heard people referring to colors, actually, red violet would be actually here, but it's violet. Violet's the term. So if you heard something like red violet or yellow orange, know that the primary color should be the first word in labeling the color. But also, if people know what you're talking about, it doesn't matter. That's just a color theory thing. So red orange, it'd be red first, then orange. Yellow orange, yellow, then orange, just because those are the primaries that have been mixed. So now we're going to make our tertiary colors. So primary, 1, secondary, 2, tertiary, 3, and those will give you a full color wheel. So this would be yellow orange. So this is just an in-between color between yellow and orange. We have red orange, also sometimes known as scarlet. I could go a little bit more red with that. Something like that. Then we'd have our yellow green, which ends up sometimes looking a little bit tennis ball-y to me. Maybe a little bit more yellow than that. Then we have our blue green, which can get into like the teal territory or turquoise, depending. We'll have our blue violet, which is sometimes called indigo. And then we have our red violet, which could be something like a magenta. So now you have your full color wheel, just like this. Our primaries, which I will do our primaries, bop, bop, bop. Our secondaries, bop, bop, bop. And our tertiaries made between all of those. And you get a fun Star of David. So yeah, so this color palette, as you can see, and my own color palette is blue-orange complementary. So we see here, we have shades of orange, shades of blue, and then they're using the colors on either side of those to add more. So for example, we have a little bit of a yellow orange in here. We have some peachy tones, and then we have some red violet. They're basically playing off of warm and cool. We have some red here. So it's not exclusive, but we are kind of living in this, this upper portion. We're not really including greens, really are just kind of staying in this neighborhood and this neighborhood, with some inclusion in small spaces of these three colors up here. Using the blue for the highlight affects the orange is so nice. Absolutely. If you are looking for an interesting addition to a warm color, and maybe the white highlights just aren't doing it for you, having blue highlights, of course, this is also meant to reflect a light source here, which is this blue fire. You can see here that we have a lot of that same color, kind of on the same side of the character as the flame. But if you're making, let's say I'm drawing an orange, I'm going to, this is especially effective um, if you're painting, if you have a bit of a painterly style. So I'm just going to, draw an orange, just very basic orange. I'm gonna use a little bit of red in my, a bit more of a red orange for my shadow. And I'm gonna do a nice, like a bit of warmth, maybe include a little bit of yellow here. Ew, not that. A little bit of yellow here in my highlight. And if you really want your highlight to stand out, you can, of course, use white, depending on what colors you use. White might be the best, for your, whatever painting. But if you take a really pale, like really light blue, you can kind of see here, that's where my blue is, and just smack that around. Look at how much more impactful that little bit of blue is. We still have our white highlight right here in the middle, but that little bit of blue is so nice. Let me make a comparison. Let me use like yellow instead. And again, this is really just all about how you want it to feel. Hi. So we could do something like a yellow instead. Have our white highlight here. And of course, this isn't there's not just one way to paint something or to color something. But you can see that blue ends up adding just a little punch to this. Just a little punch. Let me kinda taper that out a little bit better. See the difference here? Our warm versus our cool lighting. But yeah, like if you have a red object, putting maybe like a really pale minty green color because the red and green are opposites on the color wheel. Same thing with purple, putting a little bit of yellow in the highlights. A lot of people love like a lavender and a pastel yellow. Those look really nice together and they're complementary on the color scheme. If you want to think about characters, if you want to see really easy color comparison, Mario and Luigi, red and green, they're complementary on the color wheel. Um, and Waluigi and Wario are also complementary scheme. Purple and yellow are opposites. Yeah, and also Princess Peach, Princess Toadstool, she stands out against green, a lot of green in the Mushroom Kingdom. Her pink stands out against a lot of the scenery. Daisy's yellow and orange stands out against the sky. So those characters are still very visible in the areas that they would be. Mario and Luigi are very vibrant as well. But yeah, I mean, also too, the primary color scheme is used a lot for hero characters and protagonists, where secondary color schemes might be used for villains. Disney villains are notoriously purple and green, and those are secondary colors. So it's not exclusive. You can have a protagonist that has purple and green and orange as their color schemes, but also I know in a North American context, Halloween uses a lot of those colors as well. Uh, Things that are present in everyday life that we really don't even realize. But yeah, see that blue just adds a little bit more of a pop. So I recommend introducing complementary colors in small doses in some of your highlights, and see what works for you. Also, too, having a warm object with cool highlights, or vice versa, a cool toned object with warm highlights gives you really interesting effects. So I recommend trying it. The one thing I wanted to share about this piece is lighting. Um, this is very stylized, very angular. So a lot of the lighting here is also very angular. But I think one of the things that's really cool about this piece is that we have a really strong light source here. And I really just wanted to show you how you can take a finished piece of art and make your light source stick out with a finished piece. I'm not gonna try to remake or change their art too much. I'm really just focused um, on showing you how you can push it right at the last moment, and also where we can pull some details because there's a lot of darkness here, and they have this really pretty rim light here. But I think we could do a little bit more to get this character off of the background, unless we're wanting them to fade into the background. I feel like I'm taking an art class. Positive. Oh, thank you. That's what I like to hear. So we can see here that that Ender has put this very intentional blue rim light where our light is coming from. We can also see that the rim light is a slightly different color than our flame. So one of the things that I would want to do is put our rim light color into our fire. So it's just hammering home that this fire is where this light is coming from. Also, the middle, I'm gonna make this bright white. If there's no other white in my piece, I want the fire to be the only place where the white is happening. And that will even further emphasize here's the before and the after, just of that small change. One of the things I'm also going to do, this is very cell shaded, so there aren't any gradients. There's absolutely no gradients, absolutely none. There's some texture. Oop, excuse me, little jumping spider. Hello. Okay, goodbye. Sorry, there was a little jumping spider. Sorry. I don't want to add too many gradients, but I might do that just for ease of lighting, and ease of sketching. But one thing I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna take this bright cyan color and a soft brush, and I'm gonna add a little bit of bloom. You can see here that they have a little bit of bloom right around the fire here. Let the spider learn. I'm gonna take this bright color and even further emphasize this brightness. And I really like the color that Ender put around this like deep indigo color. So I'm gonna just make sure that I'm maintaining that. And underneath, I'm gonna have this emanate out even more right here. So now we have a pretty obvious glow. Pretty obvious glow. Hold on. Let me get that. Okay. So here is the before and the after. And all I've done was just a little bit of tweaking of the color. I put that really bright cyan color right here. I made the center of our flame white, which I think should be, aside from very small instances, should be the only place that we see white in our piece, if we want this fire to be our light source. And we put this little emanating glow on the outside that kind of plays into the glow that Ender already had here. And now I'm gonna go in some soft passes to push and pull certain things from the background, and emphasize this light even more. So one of the things I want to do is I want to separate the character from their hair a bit more, and I want to separate their hair from the background. Obviously, these areas where the orange and the cyan are standing up off of the hair are the most obvious places of contrast, which means it's pretty easy to see our silhouette. I'm just going to do a very basic right here. But I think there are areas that we could make a little bit more clear. Stuff like temperature as well. So, for example, we have this warm magenta-y color here, this dusty color, and then we have a deep, cool like navy in the back. Those are also very easy. They have enough contrast. We have enough color here, but I'm gonna take a bit more of this color, and I'm just gonna bring that here. If we wanted a secondary light source, we can kind of see that Ender has included that, um, in this rim light. It's implying a secondary light source. You can also see a little bit of that light color here. That's where the light is showing from the fire behind the character. So I'm gonna kind of pull that more, make it even more obvious. I'm just using a soft brush to make it easier. So now we have immediately brought out this side just a bit more. Again, that light is coming here. It's all coming out from our light source. I might even take some of this other blue and put that around the edge so that it's, matching a bit more with the colors that we used on our fire. And of course, there is a brilliant rim light that was used. I'm just going to push that right back there. And now that arm is super separated from the rest of the background. Over here, I'm gonna do something secondary. Ender has used this really beautiful blue. I'm just gonna put that just a bit more. I'm just gonna heighten that just a smudge more. Oops, I want this color. Just to further push this arm off of the background, off of the hair that we're seeing. And I'm also gonna get rid of the cyan color where this light would not have hit. This shoulder over here, the light would not have reached, so I'm going to get rid of it there. Um, Same thing here. I'm gonna continue this color here, just give it a little bit more bounce. Um, we have some really beautiful blue and like mauve shadows as well. So that's really nice. Let me get rid of that. There we go. And I'm gonna, the closer that we are to this light source, the more I'm going to get that color right up on this character, right on the hand here. Obviously, too, Ender has done this with a rim light, and the rim light is more of Ender's style, but we're using Ender's art piece as an example of how you can add really cool lighting to your piece. So we are just going to make this super intense. For this blade, this is one of the instances where I would add white because the blade is a metallic object. So having a bit of a white highlight on that, like a white hot highlight here, um, will make it stand out against the hand because the hand would not have that intense highlight on it. Just gonna clean up a little bit of this. Again, we're keeping in mind where our light is coming from. Our light is coming from this fire. Maybe right up towards the fire, we'll put a little bit, just a smidge of that white. But that's just because the fire is right here. And the fire's right by this fingertip. Again, this wood might be a little bit shiny, so maybe we incorporate it in the wood. But again, it's just because it is right there. Blue fire is hotter than red. Yeah, that's true. All right, I'm going to continue with my cyan color. And this shoulder is actually going to be getting a lot of this light. Not only is this hand getting a lot of this light, but this shoulder. So this shoulder should get much more of that color. And for, for Ender, it would be in these very, jagged like shapes here, these triangular, angular shapes. Um, but this is going to be receiving a lot of that light. I'm going to take this nice deeper blue color, run that along the edges, maybe, in like that. And now you can see the hair is off, like extreme contrast. There's no question that the shape of the shoulder here is separate from what's happening in the back. Um, and it's giving us a really cool effect as well. Yeah, this is a really cool art style. I like this a lot. So now with just these few changes, if I go to before, after, we have much more intentional, directional light. One of the things I'm also going to do is change the light from hitting this piece of the dress to hitting further behind because the arm is actually going to be hiding a lot of this here. So let me take this lovely peachy color, put this back. I really like this staggered, like stacked effect that Ender has put onto the rendering. It's a like a cell shading, but with extra levels. I really like that. It's really creative. So my notes aren't in that really nice angular style, but I really like that Ender has this really intense cell shaded like stagnant, staggered color scheme. I think that's really fun. I'm gonna put this back here. So now I'm getting the hip here from under the arm. The light is coming up under this arm, hitting the back of the hip here, and maybe we have a little bit of this here. And again, I'm gonna take this like blue here. Actually, it's a little too dark. So now I'm gonna take something like maybe this pinkish color here. Try to get that on the edge to try to make the change between that blue and this purple shadow to not be so severe. Put maybe a little bit of that darker color down here too. And I'm gonna make sure that I'm maintaining like that rim light there too. Hi there, how are you? All right, let me make sure that I've got a pretty sharp edge. I'm using a soft brush, so that's what it is. Okay, so now here is our before and our after. This arm is standing out more off of the hair. This shoulder is catching a lot of this light. And we have the side of the hip and the torso also catching that light. We'll want to do the same with the hair. And this is a really good opportunity. You can see that Ender has done this, catching a bit of the texture of the hair as well by lighting it. Also, too, we want to get the side of the face more. So I'm going to make sure that the side of my face is getting as much of that light as possible because this light is right here, right here. So Ender already has provided with a lot of this lighting already. We're just going off of what Ender has. Put a little bit on the tooth here. The bridge of the nose here, I might keep in this same purple color. Maybe a little bit of, let's see, this purple, this cooler purple, and then we'll take that intense blue and we'll just highlight that side maybe a little bit here as well because that light is going to be hitting the side of our nose more than it will be this side. Um, Super simple changes, and again, I'm not, like, adhering to their style. A little bit here on the neck, just a little bit, maybe not as intense. You can see that they've put some on the edge of this collar, which is really nice, and this strap. We'd also have a little bit more here on the hair. And now we're just going through and making sure that we are touching on where this light is falling. And again, Ender's already done a lot of that work. We are just emphasizing what is in front of the hair in the back and what's not. And I'm going to use more of that really pretty blue color. So if I do a before and an after, we're really hammering home that the light is coming from this fire and almost exclusively from it. This is not my art. This art actually belongs to Ender Queen. This is an art critique. So this is Ender's art. I don't know what this character's name is. I believe it was in the submission, but I just named these the handle of the person that submitted them. Okay, let me go real quick. Oops. Ah, okay. Wonderful. Yeah, this character does look like their mischief maker. Ignore the knife. Ignore the knife. It's a small change, but it is a lot for the flame. Yeah, we this fire is so cool, and clearly it's coming from the character's fingertips. So having the fire take more importance in our scene via, giving it it being the primary light source uh will do us a lot of good. Also kind of bringing it closer to the fingertip so it feels a bit more like it's coming out of the fingertip. Still looks a fun, yeah, still looks like a fun troublemaker. I'm gonna take some of this blue and, now I'm gonna focus on getting the hair away from the background. We got the character's, base away from the hair. Now we want the hair to stand off of the background. And we can use a lot of the same colors. It's just about, making sure that we are still making the hair we're making sure that our hair and our character aren't blending together too much. And Ender has already done a lot of that work. We're just going to play off of what Ender has by going in here, lightening this area up a bit more, keeping it really nice and dark where the sleeves are meeting, but lightening it up where it meets the background. A lot of art is just making a series of contrasts, making sure that for every dark there's a light, and it makes it much easier to tell what goes where and what things are. So I'm gonna keep the hair relatively soft, not so much super shiny, but it also help us separate it from the sleeves. There we go. Something like this. And again, it just depends on the hair texture, depends on your style. But now we have defined this edge just a little bit better. Sorry, I'm gonna take a sip of my water. Love how vibrant the eyes are. Yeah, absolutely. So having those orange eyes in the middle of a mostly blue canvas is using the complementary colors to their strength. Um, One thing I would do is probably avoid using the same color in the cheek right here. So let me do the hair first. I'm gonna take these same colors and I'm going to use them to imply a secondary light source, which again, Ender has the beginnings of that. We're just hammering it home by giving it a little bit more. Giving it just a little bit more. take this deep blue color, and right along the edges where it meets the background, we are just making sure it meets a little bit better. Welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Okay. So now this character stands off of the background, but also their silhouette isn't being compromised. And the last change I would make would be just to avoid some of these super warm colors so that those eyes just really stand out. Ender has used this beautiful like mauve color here to insinuate like blushing around the cheeks, and I think that's perfectly good for this purpose. I don't think we need to have any of that even here as well. Get rid of that here. We just want that blue to stand out. We have a little bit of this color here, which might we can use here, um, but I don't think we need too much of that. We don't want to take away from the eyes at all. So now those eyes stand out a whole lot. I might even bring a little bit of this yellowy color into the teeth so the teeth also stand out. You can see here also Ender has done a bit of that in the shadow, but I'm just gonna get the teeth, a little bit more of that color. Oh, you're throwing things at me. So instead of white, we're gonna use this yellow color, and I'm gonna use maybe something a little bit closer to this color. Oh, whoops. Something like this for the majority. It still stands out, but having that warmth there will do enough for us to set it off of the background, and keeping a little bit more of this like cool tone right here, maybe to insinuate our secondary lighting. So yeah, so now that stands out. The tongue here, I think we can kind of go into some of these this purple instead. The blue, this deep indigo blends a little bit with the color of our line art. So I'm gonna just push this away from the skin like that. There we go. Just something like that. Maybe take this a little bit to push it back into the mouth. 'Twas only one. True. And maybe if we wanted to give the tongue a little bit of a highlight, we have like a purple, so we might take a little bit of like a more yellowy color, give that a little bit of a highlight. So there we go. This is mostly an exercise in light. Oh, hi. Ba-ba-da-da. Ba-ba-da. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Happy gay! Happy gay to you! How are you? Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-da-da. I'm gonna take a sip of my drink. La 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 la. Bow, bow, bow. I hope you're doing well. Welcome in. I'm good. I'm doing great. Thank you. Taking a sip of my cold tea. Yum. Cold and oversteeped. Mm-mm-mm. Okay. So, just with these small changes in lighting, we have made some of the darker areas a little bit easier to see without compromising the really unique vibe of this character. And we've also really hammered home that this fire is our light source. I might do one more thing. Hello, I'm doing well. How are you? Welcome in. We're doing an art critique stream. One thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take blue and I'm gonna do like a multiply layer. Oh, hi, Fable. No,
Initiating security
no,
scan.
please. I'm too young to fry. Oh gosh. Oh jeez. Oh, oh. Yeah.
Scan complete. No suspicious files detected. For
Oh,
now.
oh, for now. Okay, okay. All right. Hi, Fable. How are you? I'm gonna take my soft brush And I'm just going to do a little bit of like a multiply layer. Hi. Damn, I was hoping it would scan the babies. No, no, it's just for that's a VTube Studio thing. Not the pixel scan, yeah. Hi. I love you too. I hope you're doing well. All right. I'm going to go in here and I'm going to set this to like multiply or overlay or something. Let's see what it looks like. Overlay is pretty promising. Soft light. Multiply is a little intense. Let me knock it down to 60. Um, and I'm going to change the color maybe to be a little bit more purple. Yeah. So this is I've done a big soft so before, after I did a big soft brush right here with a like a kind of a purple. It's multiply at 60%. And now I'm gonna go again with a soft eraser and I am now gonna pull out the areas that I don't want affected by that overlay. Things like our bright rim light, I don't want to be affected. Those eyes, I'm gonna keep those intentionally maybe the little bit of the teeth here. This is also giving us another area of lighting that we can do. Making sure that my hi there. Also down here we have these eyes, so I've intentionally darkened down here a little bit more. Um Also kind of giving us a bit more depth where that light is falling off, but now I can come back in here and erase from these eyes and these eyes are going to stand out a lot more. Welcome in, y'all. We're doing an art critique today. How are you? I'm gonna grab this light here. Actually, that I'm gonna keep this brighter. There we go. And maybe the rim of this. Thanks for the follow. I'm gonna take this color here. Oops, my brush is so big. Yeah, so see, we have some details that got lost just because they're butting up against the skirt here. But now if we want that to look a little bit more intentional, we have we've erased the dark color from those eyes. Obviously, too, I'm using a lot of gradients which aren't part of the existing style. So, this lighting scheme, like this method of adding lighting wouldn't necessarily be right for the vibe that Ender is going for, but this is an example of how you can go into a finished piece and add a little bit of lighting, a little bit more dynamic lighting to your piece. So here, I might go in with a little bit of this color as a very final and just further, oops, wrong layer, just a final bit to this hair here. I'm trying not to make it as bright as the areas of our outfit and our skin and hair. Oops, there we go. Also drags out of the attention from the face with the eyes standing out so much. Yeah. So we still have this very bright expression here. We have a lot of light on the face. Areas of high contrast will also bring your attention uh, much more than areas of low contrast. So if you're trying to bring attention to something, using high contrast will do that for you. So making sure that our face has a lot of areas of contrast will just automatically bring our eye to them. And having this yellow right in the middle of this purple is going to really stand out. So, if we look at our changes, we have the before and the after. Before, after. So the light is definitely given more of a direction, and the fire is what we're playing off of. Let me go in real quick and make sure that this crown isn't missing any of its lighting. I'll probably, because it's something shiny, I'll probably bring in that white. Also the this color. There we go. There we go. All right. So this was Ender's piece. Again, I'm going to put them side by side actually. Let me do that. Let me do that. something like this. Okay, we're gonna copy Ender's piece, and I'm gonna paste, and I'm gonna drag it over here. There we go. There we go. And I'm gonna put a little cheeky divider in between. So, all right, let me get rid of this. Ah, there. So you can see the one on the left is the original, and the one on the right is the new one. Um, yeah, really just gave some more directionality to that light source. Our light is definitely coming from here, hitting parts of the character, and making sure that we're not losing some of the parts that are against that dark background. I'll do a little before, just for the sake of sending this off to Ender later. And we'll do our little after over here. A lot of stuff, if it's not so clear, adding contrast through lighting or color, and even shape, something that's harder or has a harsher edge versus something that's softer. Really, just adding contrasts to your art will make things much more legible, make things easier to see. So yeah, that's just a little bit of our changes. Both are great, but the additions and changes made everything pop so much. Yeah, absolutely. And I didn't change any of the art really, aside from the bits of lighting. And yeah, putting that white right in the center of the flame really makes it punchy, makes it bright, and we're not using harsh white anywhere else. And we're also not using this intense cyan anywhere that isn't meant to be a direct hit from that light. So being very intentional, but obviously too, like Cinder has a lot of really, sorry, Ender has a lot of really sharp and smart uses of these colors and a fun rim light. We have just emphasized what Ender already had. So thank you so much, Ender, for submitting your piece. That's really exciting. Thank you so much. I really like this art. We're gonna go to the next one. Let me see who we have. Ooh, the next one. Well, let's see. Hold on. Let me see. Oh yeah. All right, hold on. Can I keep both? I don't want to. All right, hold on. I want to make sure. I try not to get rid of stuff so that I don't end up accidentally not being able to give somebody their stuff. This next piece is by Ever Fluctuating, aka Flux. So let me open their piece. This is a character illustration of this really cool dragon fire character. Another character with flame at the figure. That's actually kind of fun. I didn't realize that. And the fact that they're back to back is also kind of funny. Okay. A lot of fire, I know. Lots of fire. Let me change our text here. Oops, I don't want to screenshot source. What is that? What does that mean? Did I just screenshot the what does that mean? Hold on. I didn't even know that there was a screenshot source option. I really like the aesthetic of the sports vibe. Yeah, very sporty. I feel like this character would have like a ball. They're playing some sort of ball game and they're about to hit us in the head with it. I don't know what screenshot source did. It's not in my screenshot queue. Wonderful stream to build my dream house in Minecraft. Hi, Crayon. How are you? Okay. So we have another character that has fire, which is really exciting. Very similarly to the last one. I think emphasizing color and lighting and getting into that will probably be what I focus on for this character. But I think to make it a little bit different, because there isn't a lot of dramatic lighting on this character. This to me feels like a more of a character exploration sketch more than like an illustrated piece. So this is an illustration, but to me this feels like Flux is investigating the character's vibe, a bit of their outfit. I see a lot of stuff like this with like D&D characters. So, oh, I'm making something that I might use as a portrait. This is just to give you my character's vibe. So, with that said, I'm not going to do a ton of crazy lighting. like we just saw. And instead, I'm going to show you guys how we can investigate adding some oomph through materials and texture. So, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to do what we did with Ender's Fire, and I'm gonna make sure that the middle of the flame is super intense and bright. There is a pretty muted color scheme here, so again, I don't want to take away from. Oh, let me use a different brush. I don't want to take away from Flux's intention, but I am gonna make this just the brightest. Maybe even instead of like pure white, like an unnatural like yellowy here, just to hammer home that this is the brightest thing. The one thing about fire is that it tends to be pretty saturated, but again, this illustration style is a pretty desaturated, so I don't really want to go too much into changing that because this is an intentional style choice. So I'm just bringing a bright highlight into that, and maybe bringing the lighter colors down further instead of having this red down here. Maybe bringing some of this color further down to hammer home that this is emanating from our fingertip here. Trying to just keep it a little bit on style. Imagine this white core as the hot part, the really, really hot part, and everything else is flowing out away from it. So now we have a really bright fire. Here's our before and our after, just a really small trick. Another thing that I mentioned is that I'm going to experiment with materials. So, what I mean by material and texture is by adding a bit of shine to certain things to get them to stand out versus other things. So, this character has a lot of fabric. Their outfit doesn't seem to have very many metal accessories or anything. And they have these lovely horns. You can see here that Flux put a lovely shine on the hair, and we have this really cool silver streak. I love that Flux used like these soft pinks instead, almost like a purpley lilac color. I love that streak. It's just a really interesting way to show uh, some personality to this character, and also to break up this braid makes it more interesting that the that silver goes all the way, which means the silver's been in their hair for a long time. Magic's just unexplained science, Princess Bubblegum. So what I want to do is I want to see if we can't set some things further apart. The hair is already pretty defined because it has a bit of a different material, a bit of a different texture with that shine. So I want to see what other areas we might be able to add interest by contributing like shine. One of the areas that I am drawn to first are these horns. And we can see here that Flux has included a really pale yellow right on the side. But what I'm gonna do is I wanna make it look a bit more like how the light would be playing off of a shiny horn. So I'm gonna put that highlight here. And I'm gonna play to these segments here. And I'm gonna take this shadow and I'm actually gonna put it here instead, right up against. If you are looking to make something look metallic, having your darkest dark against your lightest lights will really help emphasize the metallic quality. And I'm gonna come back in with this color, a little bit of like a warm color here. If anybody is curious, we have done a drawing metal demo on this channel before. So if you're interested in that, let me get the link to that. Let me get the link to that for you. Link from me to you. How to draw metal. If you want to know, copy the link to the post. Let's go. Okay. So that is a post on how to draw metal. If you're curious, this is utilizing gradient maps specifically in the demo, but the rendering underneath, the grayscale rendering and how to make something look metallic is works with other other things. So you can see here the I'm gonna actually take a little bit of this warm mustardy color and put that right up actually right here. So you can see here the before and the after. We've gotten a lot more shape out of this horn, and we've gotten a much more, like, shiny kind of effect out of it. I might even take a little bit of white and pull out just, like, right here. So, the difference between these horns, we now have a lot more, interest because we have, a pretty fun metallic effect. Let me bring a little bit more of this. I don't want it to look so chrome colored, so I'm kind of bringing in a bit more of like a secondary like lighting there. So look at that. That bit of a shine has just added so much interest to these horns. And down here at the bottom, I'm going to take a little bit of the color from the hair, maybe lighten it up a little bit, to show that the hair's color is actually bouncing off of this horn. Very subtle. Very subtle. I'm gonna do the same to the far horn, um, just using the, what I've done here as my guide. Gonna just bring almost to, like, the center where the most round front part of this horn would be. Gonna throw this out here. I'm proud of everyone in chat, and Strimmer, keep doing what you do best. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. I hope you're doing well. I'll take this bright color, put this here. I'm also kind of catching some of the edge of where these like striations are in the horn. And we're going to do a little bit of this white highlight just on some of them and take some of the secondary color here. This will also help push it off of the hair as well. Some of the color could begin to look a bit similar. So we're just making sure. And there we go. We have this really cool metallic effect happening here. Before, after, before, after. And if we wanted a little bit more contrast, we would just take this color and make like a little bit of a darker, like a darker middle. If we wanted a bit, like if you wanted to look a bit more metallic, just that little bit of darker color. Our darkest darks against our lightest lights. If we wanted to even make it look even more metallic, we would take something from the background, like a sky color, or in our case, this purple, and I'm going to add a little bit of this purple right to the edge. And that just immediately makes it look so much more metallic. It gives us some really fun interest. Look at that. So here's the before and the after. We've given this horn a really interesting shape, and we've taken some of our background, and doing little things like that will also make your character look like they're more integrated into the space that they're in. I think a lot of people struggle with like backgrounds, but really it is as simple as taking some of the color from your environment and adding it onto your character, and it immediately makes them feel like they're part of the scene rather than being separated. I like her style, a finished sketch. Yeah. This just goes to show too that you don't have to make every piece super polished with super clean line art. It doesn't have to be, maybe you consider a finished piece to be something that's super polished and super clean, but in reality, this drawing feels like it was meant to show us what this character's about, and this drawing does that. Maybe, because sometimes we don't always have the bandwidth. We don't always have the energy or the spoons to like put 100 hours into something. We just want to get a cool piece of this character. We want to explore how we put the like where the scales are. Maybe they have scars. Maybe we're making a token for a D&D campaign, something like that. And this piece is a success. We've done all those things. We get a cool idea of this character's outfit. The dragon characteristics are clear, and we get a really fun energy, and we can get this character's personality, and that's what this piece is for. That's what it feels like this piece is for. Um, Background and me are not friends. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, it really just goes to show that just adding a little bit of that background color into especially a metallic thing will make it stand out. So yeah, so here we've added interest before, after by adding some metallic. I love the detail of the stitching. Like this shirt was either cut from them or like cut in battle, which is really neat. So that a very subtle detail that just is super fun. One of the things that I think could be fun is if we incorporate this metallic gold into other places. So while the ads are happening, I'm going to add this metallic texture material to some other things on the piece. And when we get back, you'll be able to see what I added. Yeah, it does give off sorcerer monk vibes. Okay, so I'm going to take a couple of these colors. I'm just going to add some of this metallic vibe into parts of the outfit. So maybe let me grab the lighter color here and the darker. And I think it could be fun if some of this trim were metallic. So we're just kind of getting some of the shape. I don't want to go that hard that fast. Something like this color. So maybe we're adding a little bit more of this color here. Let me use my soft sketchy brush here. So we have a little bit of that. And I want to grab another, like this warm brown mustardy color. There we go. So now we have a little bit of that highlight there. I'm going to grab a bit of white, really just for the one bit. I don't want to lose any of this really nice gold color. I think having like the edge here be um metallic is fun. It doesn't have to be like all of this detail, but I think it could be kind of fun to incorporate that. Also help us to set some pieces apart from each other. Let me make the edge light. And I'm just gonna go and do more of this elsewhere. So maybe here. Gonna do it a little bit here. Just trying to follow the flow of the fabric and where some of this might be. Grab this color. It's a little bit more muted. And I'm just going through really quickly and just trying to add a little bit of that metallic vibe back into these pieces without spending too much time and going crazy with it. Really just finding the high points of these pieces and putting our highlights there and making sure that our darkest dark kind of butts up against our lightest lights there. And now we're adding a bit more material, a bit more texture to our character and adding interest by doing so. So yeah, really quick. I'm not spending too much time. I'm just going with the same, trying to identify different areas of the, like, the fabric and where it hits on the body. We'll do a little bit of that color. We'll take this base here. Don't want to go too crazy. I'm kind of keeping in mind a light source, but I'm not going crazy. My goal is mostly just to get our materials. Getting our material. You know what I say? I'm a material girl. I am a material. Okay. Super easy to just add a little bit of interest there. Just a bit of that fun metallic vibe here. I love the detail that the inside of the pocket is darker than this outer piece, whether they're two different pieces or they're part of the same garment. I think that's really fun. Um yeah. I'm going to also add a bit of this gold to the top. I don't think having all of the flames be metallic. We could do like the edge of the flame. Welcome back, everybody. So you can see here what I've done at the bottom. We have before, after. Let me get a better view of just the shorts. Here is our before and our after. Adding this little bit of metallic flavor is just gonna push a simple design an effective design over the edge. It's just another area of interest, and it ties in these metallic horns. Um, I mean, again, take the Fire Nation as an example. And for these flames, I'll treat you know what? I'll for shits and giggles, I will grab the flames and I will make the flames all metallic so that we're matching it to the pants and we're just going balls to the wall. The more you can integrate a material, something kind of tactile into your art, the easier it'll be for you to make it look a little bit more dynamic. It'll be a little bit less monotonous. But depending on your art style, depending on what you want, that might be what you're asking for. That might be what you're aiming for. So we're just doing this as a possibility. This isn't the only way you can make a piece dynamic, and it's certainly not the only right way, quote quote. This is just me riffing off of the really cool art that's been sent in. So if any of you guys are curious about, why I'm making these suggestions, this is all just a suggestion. None of this is going to this isn't to fix a piece. This is us expanding on the piece and one artist interpreting another artist's work. I'm gonna go back in with my dark color, and I'm now trying to emphasize the metallic on this, but this is a bit more complex, this shape, than these pieces of trim. We have the bust to take into consider, and we have the whole torso to take into consideration. So I'm gonna start with our torso, treating it like a cylinder here, where the metal would show the shine. We're kind of keeping it in consideration. Chat, the submission is 20% of your final grade. No, no. No, no. Okay. So I'm just taking into consideration where the majority of my light would come in. And then now I'm going to kind of pull out part of the bust here. We're going to grab a bit of the original color, have a little bit of reflectivity here on the bottom. And we're going to grab this darker shadow color and we are going to put this back where we found it, maybe even give it a little bit more, maybe introduce a little bit of a darker color just because we are really needing that contrast. There we go. Probably a little bit here. And because there would be some reflectivity on the underside, I'm going to just take something like a slightly lighter and I'm going to kind of hit the underside with a bounce light. And now I'm going to take our really vibrant yellow, hit the top here like this. Da-da-da-da. Also, if you have an edge, might be nice to bring out the edge of this piece, capture the edge with that light color just to kind of make it feel like it's like an applique or something different than the rest of the fabric. So here I'm going to just bring out that light. I'm going to kind of cut the bottom here and then I'll take the white as our final, and our white is going to be like right here. Right here and a little bit up top too. Making sure that I'm keeping the same like direction where the highlights are falling. And look at that. Look at how fun that is. Our before, our after. One thing I don't want to lose is the stitch that this character has through their shirt. So I'm going to put another layer real quick. I'm going to make sure that I'm keeping the stitch pretty visible. I don't want to lose that because that's a pretty important part of their character. So I'm going to very intentionally call it out. There we go. Don't want to lose it. There we go. But yeah, just that little bit of a metallic flavor has made this outfit gone from something simple to just just a little bit of elevation. We can do the same thing to these fingertips here. If those are meant to be metallic, I tend to try to use a color as an indicator that that is the same material. It's not always the same case, but since there is so little information here, both because of the style and also it's a pretty simple design, we can kind of assume that any place with this like mustard yellow would be metallic if we're going to treat it that way. Obviously this bandana might not be, but it's fun. Keeping the direction of the arm. Here is about where our light would fall. Just really simple. I'm using the same formula to render all of these things using the same colors, maintaining our areas of light and dark, making sure that it's, not going overboard with it. And if I wanted to reintroduce some of this purple, I definitely could, just to kind of bring the character into the scene that they're in. But that's not necessary. Not always necessary. Let me put some of that back. There we go. There we go. Yeah, just that little bit of shininess really does set this apart from the rest. The skin looks softer now in comparison to this shiny metal, and it just gives us another little bit of interest. I'll do that, to these gloves here. Just again, following my same, doing my same kind of thing here, keeping it simple. I'm not trying to do too much here. Bump, bump. Highlight, highlight, highlight. Keeping kind of like a band down the center. And a little bit of white, or maybe it touches the knuckle instead. And a little bit on that fingertip. This is also going to help us set it off from the hair a little better. There we go. All right. So yeah, so that's just us adding a little bit of flavor before, after, and just adds interest. Of course, this metal might be something instead. Maybe there's a different texture. So instead of a metallic texture, maybe the fire has like glitter or sequins, but having a different reflectivity to the fabric has added interest, had a little bit more of a focal point now, and we have a lot of contrast happening that sets it off from this very soft fabric. One other thing that I think could be fun, we have some scaling here on the tail, and I don't want to overwhelm it because the scales are meant to be special and to draw your eye. But maybe if this is giving almost like Chinese or East Asian feel. So if we wanted to incorporate maybe a subtle pattern, but because our scales are such a fine pattern, we don't want to compete with it. So maybe a bigger pattern. So let me set this to 60%, multiply, and maybe I do something like a really exaggerated scale pattern here. Something like just really big exaggerated scale. In Japan, the scale, this scalloping is pretty popular of a fabric for like haori, or like overcoats and like fishing and kimono. It tends to be a pretty masculine pattern, just depending on, but maybe doing something like this just further hammer home that this is a dragon or dragon adjacent character. Just a big chunky pattern. Obviously, too, it's pretty intense here, so maybe I make it even more subtle. We don't want to compete with the tail at all, but I'm just trying to add interest because we have a lot of a solid area here. Um, you know, this pattern might not be the best example. Uh, it's pretty thick. But that's just something else that we could investigate, or maybe, this character has some stitching here. So if this character has other areas, maybe we could add some interest again, by having like some patches. Maybe if this character is known to repair their garments, or if this gives to me more of like a battle kind of thing. This happened more in like a scuttle. or scuffle rather. Hello. Have some gay juice? Welcome. Well, I'm happy that you have some gay juice. I hope you're enjoying it. So I might take a slightly different color on this patch as if, maybe they're just repairing it, trying to keep their clothes up to snuff. Also kinda hints at this same situation. They're accustomed to, patching up their clothing. I'm also gonna make sure that my oops, I don't want that. I'm gonna color this so it's not so there we go. So yeah, that could be a fun way to add some interest, though I like it better without, so I'm just gonna get rid of that. So yeah, the metallic, adding a little bit more flavor in that regard is really the only thing I would do. I think it's really interesting. Uh, I like this design a lot. I think this character is really cool. It's giving me very D&D vibes. I'm just adding some line art back. Another area that we could add some more of that metallic nature is to the scales. There is the same gold on the scales, so if I wanted to, I could do that there as well, or just add a little bit of shine. It might not be as shiny, so maybe it's a little bit more subtle. So something more like this rather than a super super bright, and we can already see that, that Flux has done that to this character. There's little hints of that color here and there. Just add a little bit of that back in here. A little bit of shine. Also, too, we can probably hit these scales with a little bit of a little bit of a light color here. Hold on. I was using the eraser. So something like this. Welcome back. Something like this right here. Obviously, too, I don't want to get rid of some of that scaling, so I'm going to just erase a little bit of my gonna erase a little bit of my highlight there. So yeah, just a little bit, a little bit. I'm actually gonna catch a couple of these scales with a really pale, just kind of further making it feel like it's a these scales are kind of glittering. And we can see too that they've done a bit of that with this sparkle here. I'm gonna add a little bit of this and catch the edge with that. Same here. Maybe there's a couple scales over here. Just bring in a little bit more to the table here. Playing with materials. We're going to erase some of this. Try to, you know, capture just where the lightest scales and have it kind of fade out from there. And now we have just a little bit more interest. Just a little bit in those areas that are, a different texture than the rest. So yeah, so here is our before and our after. I'll do another side by side. I think that might just make it easier for us to just see what was done. I'm going to copy this and we're going to move them. Done. Let me crop that back. And we're going to do a little separator magoo. We'll make it white. There we go. Group. Do the ye old before. Got the before in the corner here. And the after. Put this back. Make sure you guys can see. So yeah, this was more of an exercise of incorporating material into a design, not necessarily lighting, but yeah, adding some metallic to those horns and to this outfit has just given us a little bit more interest and some more contrast without trying to remove uh, Flux's style. I really like this character design. I think it's really fun, and I'm really excited that I got to work with this. Thank you so much for your submission. On to the next one where I spend so much time and I talk so much during these. So I'm trying to, like, keep the feedback, like, on point, ready to go, and make it easier, to follow along as well. I've been known to ramble. But if any of you ever have any questions while I'm talking about something, feel free to ask. I'm always open to answering questions. But yeah, this was really fun. I really like drawing metal too, so this was really fun to do. I didn't think I would like it as much, but I really like the blaze, the fire right here on the chest. So we're on to the next one. Next one. We're going, going, going. The next one is from Kuromi's. So let me get that moved along. And I'm going to rename. There we go. Kuromi's. Boop. Another character illustration. This one is in a pose. Let me go to the label arch. Choop. There we go. Okay. So here we have a character illustration by Kuromi's. Let me go here. And this is also a really fun outfit. We're showing off this ruffly skirt. There's a really fun open pose, so we're getting a lot of personality. This character is posing probably for like a selfie or a picture. I think the like pretty girl fashion as well. Kind of like Harajuku, kind of, kind of trendy. And so we're getting this kind of innocent, like meek expression too from this character, and I like the vibe. So one of the things that I'll do here is I'll probably go into how the clothes could be shaped a little bit differently, and things that are working really well for this piece. One thing, this big open pose is really fun. The arms are doing a lot of work, and I think the torso especially and the shape of the face and the head are really strong. I think the lower body is really where the work could be done. So I'm going to show you how we can make the lower body match all of the love and attention that's been put into the upper body. One of the things that I think is really fun, we can see here that there's glitter, there's a lot of texture, not only from their brushes that they've used, but just from, integrating some of this. Here we have different materials here as well. We have a fishnet, we have some ruffling in the skirt. I love the details in the bodice. It definitely feels like they had inspiration from real life fashion items. And one of the things here is that the tank top isn't cut straight across this character. We have a little bit of a curve up here, and like I mentioned in the first submission, this shoulder is lifted because the arm is risen. So we have a reason as to why these shoulders are slanted. So one thing that I think we could do that would benefit us would be to pose the lower body just as much as we've posed the upper body. So what I'm going to do real quick is I'm going to try to separate this from the background. Hold on. Let me see if I can't get this a little bit better. There we go. Okay, you get some of these little bits. Doesn't need to be perfect. We're going to copy this. Perfect. Yeah, now we separated the character from the background. And I'm going to try to just clone stamp this background. It's not going to be super pretty, but it is going to do what we got to do. Why is that? No, I don't want a pattern. What? Why is it a pattern? Hello? Oh, it's because it's pattern stamp. Clone stamp, please. There we go. Alt. Okay. Clone stamp is just using whatever area you assign to like fill in with that. Hel- Hello? There we go. I have to keep like nudging it over. This way I can do edits to the character without worrying about the background being uh scuzzy, messed up. There we go. We're having a little bit easier of a time over here. Thanks for logging in. There we go. I'm also going to get rid of the text just so it's easier for us to move our character around. Okay, so now our character is separated from our background. Doink, doink. Helps that the background was pretty simple. Even if it had a texture, that's why I use clone stamp. Okay, easy peasy lemon squeezy. So the first things first, I don't really wanna do anything to the upper body, I think the upper body is just fine. I think we can play off of the character. I'm gonna save an original of this. I think we can play off of this character's, like, position here. Let me show you. So we have this really nice angle to the shoulders, we have our head here, our torso is pretty straight. Um, I think it could be fun. There's a huge brush, sorry. I think it could be kind of fun is if we angle the head, so we have our head here. If we have our neck angled, have our torso angled as well, our shoulders, create a bit of a triangle here. And then if we have our hips angled the opposite direction, opposite triangle here, kind of this tilt, have this hip up higher. And maybe the knee is in this way, kind of like in this little trendy pose. Think of like a skeleton. So we're trying to figure out, where the joints are of this character. Everything looks pretty proportionate. So in terms of anatomy, Kuromi's has a pretty strong grasp. I definitely feel like they use reference. And now if we kind of bend let me make this a more visible color for you guys. There we go. So you can see here the knees are a bit closer together. This little hip is out, and we kind of have this fun little flirty pose that will make this whole thing feel a little bit more like our character is posing for the camera. So let me just really quickly take that idea. Oops, I don't want that. I am just going to pivot from the hip, bend the character this way. I'm going to keep their head and neck bent in. Actually, let me grab this. I don't want to do too much. I'm not trying to reinvent the wheel, but I'm just trying to add a little bit. I'm going to fix that hand, don't worry. I'll fix that hand. Oh, hello. Okay. There we go. I'll backfill so there's not these like really big odd gaps either. Okay. There we go. Something like that. I'll also fix some of the shoulder that I messed up. If anything looks super odd, it's probably my fault. Also, for those of you that are interested in participating in art critiques, but maybe you're a little bit nervous, one of the things that I say when I do these art critiques is that if you leave feeling worse than you did before you came in, that is my fault. That is the fault of the critiquer, not the artist. Because the point of this is to make you feel empowered, like you have options, that the work that you've made already is already strong the way that you've made it. I'm just making suggestions on how you can strengthen it based on my experience, but you don't have to make those changes. It's really just giving you more perspective on different art techniques, different ways. I'm just putting my own perspective in it too. And so, yeah, so I want you to feel good after you leave the critique, not discouraged. And if anybody has made you feel discouraged while giving you art critique, it wasn't a critique, it was a shoot down, and they did a bad job. So not to mean that they're a bad person or anything. I think another thing that I like to say is that critiques are um are part of the learning process. And it is a skill to be able to talk about not only your own art, but to talk about other people's art in a way that is constructive, that feels good and feels appropriate. Okay, so now we have the torso kind of bent like this. We have the head a bit straight like it was before. Now our torso's bent. Now we're going to kind of get this hip looking right. And I think we can make the hem of this skirt look a little bit more interesting. So that's what I'm going to do next. The skirt is my next goal. I really like the idea that the character is holding on to the skirt. It makes it feel a little bit more dynamic. They're interacting with the clothing. That's really fun. Finally made it home, let's go. Okay, so I have the skirt separated, and what I'm gonna do for the skirt is I'm gonna warp, I'm gonna get this hip up a little bit, and, because we're gonna have a knee that's posed up, I'm gonna make the fabric go down here and up here as if the knee is pushing on it a little bit more. This is me just manipulating the existing art. I'm probably gonna go over a little bit after, and just add some extra stuff. But aside from that, now I'm gonna separate this leg from the other one, and I'm gonna take this leg and I'm gonna bend it in. Again, keeping in mind that our hip is about here. We don't want to mess with where our legs actually are. I'm gonna try to do a little something like this. I'm not trying to change anything about this character. I don't wanna alter too much of their design. We're really just playing around with this character's pose. Let me get their knee here. Oops. Kinda show a little bit of leg here. We have a little bit more of that knee. Also, I think it could be fun to incorporate maybe a bit more of this, like, wrist warmer into, like, a leg warmer kind of vibe. Oops. I want this pink. There we go. Ah, too light, too light. This pink. Close enough. There we go. Bop, 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 bop. There we go. It ain't perfect, but it's good enough. So we have this leg here. I like the color scheme. It's pretty simple. It just goes to show you don't have to have a super complicated color palette. And this also feels like a very like grounded, realistic character. This character looks like somebody that I would know. So yeah, we're really not doing too much. Oops, with that. And then let me see. Yeah, so we have this hip here, and we want this leg to be more grounded. So instead of having it be bent out this way, we're gonna bend it in. And I'm gonna stretch it up just to make it easier. Bend it in, down. There we go. So now we have this fun pose. Here is our sketch beforehand. You can see here that I've followed this near hip is angled up a little bit. We have a little bit of the knee here. Might, bend it a little bit more to like match my sketch better. Gonna just chop it. It really helps if you struggle with posing. I recommend find photos of a really fun pose and draw a skeleton over top of it. That'll give you a good idea of proportion. It'll boil down the pose in a way that feels more easy to digest. It'll just make it a little bit easier for you to gravitate and identify what parts look like what. So we have a knee, if it looks like a skeleton, think about like Xbox connects. It really is just finding where your head is, where your shoulders, arms, legs, hips. And a lot of 3D tracking will also kind of look like this. So if you've had a hard time with posing, I recommend doing that, drawing over photos with like a skeleton shape. Fairly certain I saw dozens of girls wearing the exact outfit when I was in high school in the 2000s. Yes. Yeah. It just needs the little poodle on the skirt. Another thing I'm gonna do just to make sure that these legs don't blend together is I'm gonna take this shadow color for the skin, and I'm just gonna go over this. Gonna probably set it to multiply. That's a little intense. But now we are setting this leg apart from the other one. I'm gonna erase a little bit here. Just gives us a little bit more definition on this leg, pushes it back away from the other leg. Yeah, a Gur button or a Gur sweatshirt. And I'm gonna come in and I'm gonna fix some of the areas that I made a little bit messy. Nothing too crazy. We're gonna show a little bit of this hip here, fill in some of these odd gaps. Not too worried about making it look perfect. There we go. Something like the skirt might come back up here a little bit instead. A phone. Oh yeah, a little pink flip phone. Cute. And then I'll also do the same here with the skirt. It needs to be in front of this elbow. So I'll just fix what I messed up here and here. So now we have a bit more interest. Let me show you really quickly the before and the, oops, the before and the after. Let me group this together, copy. Okay, and I'll paste. Okay, so here is our before, the before of our character and the after. Before, after. And we've added so much personality to this character. This character already had a lot of personality, very like kind of shy but really playful. This character seems pretty cozy. And we've just before, after, before, after. We just added some interest to the piece. And so the last thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make the skirt look a bit more interesting. Hi, Jeannie. Candy Skull. Yeah, the Skull Candy headphones. Let's go. Welcome in. Thanks for the follow. So one thing I'm going to do is I am going to play off of this skirt being kind of wobbly, having like a ruffled trim, and I am going to ruffle, and I'm going to keep the ruffles a little flatter where there's some tension from the fingers. And I'm just going to go back in with like an eraser. I'm just making the hem of this skirt look a little less straight because it is a ruffly texture. I just made a wobble, pretty straightforward. I think ruffles scare a lot of people, which rightly so. Um, but yeah, just a little bit more interest here. You know, I might take Hi, how are you? Welcome in. Hi, I'm the little butterfly. Hello. So you can see how much that ruffle did for the edge here. And I'm gonna come back in with a darker color here. Maybe darken that just a smidge more. Just show the underside of some of these ruffles where necessary. I'm gonna grab the line art color. There we go. So now the before and the after of just the skirt. And I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna show a bit of the skirt in the back. So now that skirt feels like it's wrapping around the character. There's more we could do with the skirt, but this is just a really rough, like I've just warped this skirt. Uh, I might be able to like push this down a little more, I think. I don't want to actually what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do a puppet warp instead. Let me do edit, puppet warp, because I want to keep some of these things in place and this will just give me a little bit more flexibility. So, oops. I'm gonna bump out this hip a little bit. I don't want to change this either. Puppet warp is just it's actually pretty similar to live 2D. It's using a mesh to push and pull things around. Just gives you a little bit more control over where things are. Gives me a little bit more freedom to pose this how I want it. Puppet warp isn't super recommended for things that you don't want to lose quality on. So I recommend doing this to your sketch first if you're doing a sketch. So that just gave me here's the before, the after. I just got a little bit more interest in that bottom by just uh just using puppet warp to give me some control. I'm going to just take the skirt here, copy paste, I'm going to reflect and I'll move it behind our character. And I'm just attempting to I'm going to use distort. I'm just attempting to make it feel like this skirt has a back to it. Welcome back. Okay. So, I'm going to try to make it feel a little bit more like that like the skirt has a back to it, a bottom. Nothing too fancy, and just like with this leg, I'm gonna go back in with a clipping mask, and I'm gonna take, this dark pink color, and I'm just gonna go over top to push it back behind our character. Maybe a little bit deeper of a color, just to make sure that it feels like it is back there. Yeah, this artist is named Kuromi's. Very fun piece. Just a little bit of that ruffle again. Okay, see, now it looks like this is wrapped around our character's leg. It feels less like the skirt is flat over the body, and it gives it a little bit more shape. It feels a little bit more like it's wrapped around the character. Um, and yeah, if you have a front of a skirt and your pieces are separate, copy paste, put it in the back. Warp it around. Yeah, so the anatomy of this piece was pretty solid. We honestly, it was really just the lower body that needed some extra love. So here is the before of this character and the after. Before, after, and so, yeah, we've given this person a bit more personality. We've given them some love, and we really didn't change the vibe. We've just given them a little bit more of a fun, like flirty attitude. I'm gonna fix this knee though, real quick. Hello? Oh, here. Oops. There we go. So it's a little bit less like there's a big old gap in the leg. Let me merge these together real quick. And one last thing I'm going to do is I'm going to add a little bit more shape to the skirt's rendering. So I'm just going over top with a very soft brush. I'm going to take some of this pink back here and I'm just going to add a little bit of shape to the sides. Push it back. I'm going to set this to multiply and I'm going to lighten it up to like 70%. So here is the before, the after. We're just making sure that the center is a little bit lighter, gives it a little bit more shape. We can also, add a little bit of that to the arm too. Uh but I'm not gonna do too much. Let me flatten that. So yeah, so we have emphasized the ruffliness of this skirt. We've given it a bit more volume and also depth, so it's like wrapping around the body. It fits this character's, maybe the knee is pushing this up a little bit. We could do a little bit more to this, but for all intents and purposes, you know, this is about where it would need to be. Obviously, we could have a bit more directionality with like, with the folds, but for us going over a piece that already existed. Oh, the OG
Initiating
piece is pretty. The
security
way you move the
scan.
legs brings the pose out. Yeah. Oh, oh, jeez. Oh, cheese. Yeah.
Scan complete. You call this folder organization?
Yeah. I need to make more of these. I have randomized things that happen when the scan goes, and I don't understand why it only chooses like 5 of them ever. Needs more. Okay, let me fill in this gap here. Makes it a little less ugly. The gap that I put here. There we go. Yeah. All right. So yeah, just a little bit of change can make your piece go from a really good piece to just have a little bit extra oomph. Before, after. And this top, again, the upper body was posed so nicely. There's so much personality up here. We have the character interacting with their face. They're touching a part of their face. It really goes for this really cute pose. They're interacting with their clothes. If you have a pose that feels really stiff, some of it might be that your character needs to interact with parts of their clothes, or maybe they're touching their hair, or maybe they're touching a prop. So maybe they have a drink, or they have maybe they're holding a sweatshirt over their arm. Anything you can do to add a little bit more to your character will help them look less stiff. But if you're going for something like a character turnaround, that's where you would want your character to be a little bit more static so you can draw them in a turn meant to be a reference for people to animate off of, so you want them to be in a default pose. But if you're doing something like this that's like a character pose, putting all that personality in through gesture, having them touch things, having them hold things, will really do a lot to make your character look more dynamic and more real. Unrelated, but the new Live 2D model really gives a nice extra bit of character to your critiques. I'm glad. I'm happy to hear that. It's our first critique with this model. I know the mouth, when I'm in my drawing setup, the mouth is a little bit iffy if I'm like looking in a certain direction, but I try to look up while I'm talking if I can. So yeah. Um, Aside from this, if we wanted to add a one last oomph, I think we could add a little bit more shine to the character's skin just to push it away from all of these really soft textures. Again, I'm gonna take this really pretty skin and I'm just gonna go with like something that's a little bit warmer, maybe a little bit of a bit more yellow introduced into it. The style here, you can see the lips are very glossy, so I don't want to make this look shiny. Hello?
Hello.
My wife is here. What can I do for you?
You want Starbucks?
Sure. Wife says you want a silly little drink? I say sure.
Yeah, when do you want?
Where? Hi, Marsman. Also, my kitty's here. Hello, kitty. All right. First thing I see. What size are you getting?
Probably venti.
I'm gonna get a
I haven't decided what I want yet, but whatever it is, it's probably gonna be a venti.
yeah. Add to
I might
chart.
just do like a mocha or something. Oh, what are you doing?
I got chai latte. Let's go. They say hi, wife and kitty.
Hello. Also, happy Pride.
Happy Pride.
It is extremely homophobic that I got my period
Aw.
so.
Oh, welcome, Raiders.
Happy June.
Happy Pride, Raiders. Welcome me in. Hi, everybody. Welcome. Hold on. We are currently doing an art critique stream today. So this is not my art. I'm currently going over art from members of our community. How are you? Welcome in. Mar, how are you? Happy Pride, y'all. I'm quoting Brittany Broski if you're wondering. Happy Pride, y'all. And then she makes this deadpan face like Love your aesthetic. Thank you so much. How are you? What were you doing today? Welcome in, Raiders. I'm Mandi. Aria, not in front of the Raiders. Finish some art. Oh. I'm sorry. I can't. Sorry. I can't see. It is. I promise it's not always like this. Please stay. Please stay. I am Mandi Quin, mall mannequin, an illustrator, animator, professional goober, and your cyber liaison to the digital mall. We're currently doing an art critique
Here's
day.
your mall
Oh,
fact. Muddy Masquerade. The
okay.
penny donation funnels have been in place since the mall's construction in 1996. No one has ever seen them be emptied, nor do they ever fill up completely.
Yep. All right. Yeah. I don't know if you guys remember in malls, they had those big funnels that you would put a penny down and it would like spiral. Welcome in, everybody.
Yeah, there's a museum.
If you have any art that you'd like to share, any art tags, or if you'd like to put a link to your socials in the chat, please feel free. Also, if you need to raid and run and take care of yourself, I totally understand. We're currently doing an art critique stream for our community. So members of my community have submitted their art. Hell yeah, I can't wait to see the art tags. And welcome in, everybody. If you guys want to see some of the art that I've made, let me, oops, my VTube studio, or nor, let me show you what I've made. I want to show you guys some of my art. This is art by Kuromi's. We actually just yes, you can put a link right in the chat. This is what Kuromi sent to me, and this is the a bit of editing that I did to hammer home the pose of their character. Ooh. Oh, okay, hold on. Your art's so cute. What the heck? All right, all right. Let me do new from clipboard. Oh, this is so cute. What the heck? Oh my gosh. I love this. I love the color palette. This character looks so mischievous. Your character has a little pink phone too. Welcome in, everybody. Oh my gosh. So pretty. What the heck? Thank you so much for sharing. Oh my gosh, here. Follow. Hee hee. Oh, it's your friend's OC. I love this cherry blossom here. I got a little phone too. A little pink
Do
phone.
you want a snack or
Ooh.
anything?
Hold on. My wife's asked me if I want a little snack. A little snacky? Ooh. I'm gonna get one of these guys. Yes, please. Thank you.
You're welcome, baby.
Oh, welcome, Raiders. Of course. Also, if you need to raid and run and take care of yourself, please do. Look at this art. Slay! Slay! The little pink phone. Pink phone gang. Also, look at this. This is you sending me the art on my little phone. I gotta pull it up. Welcome, Raiders. This is so cute. What the heck? I'll leave you with alert. Go rest. Take care of yourself. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, raiders. If you guys would like to see some of my stuff, you can check me out on my socials. I have a blue sky. I also have a coffee.
Did you want this hot?
Yes.
Okay, because usually you get it ice.
I'm getting it hot.
Okay.
Heck yeah. Thank you. Vibes. Let's go. Let's go. I was curious about how your model artist did the purple shadow. Oh, around the outside here. Here. The light around the edge. This is actually, let me turn it off. That's in VTube Studio. So that is something that's in their lighting and effects area. It is an outline and a drop shadow. So the outline is this blue, this cyan that you see, and the drop shadow is the magenta. I just set it to have no transparency, so it looks like I have like a almost like a chromatic aberration kind of thing going on. It just helps me stand off of my background a little bit, but I have actually made a hotkey so I can turn it off and I can turn it back on. And yeah, so that's a VTube Studio thing that if you have a Live 2D model in VTube Studio, you can do that too. And I also have my positions set. So even though I can drag myself around, uh, and do what I gotta do by dragging myself, I have a couple positions that I can automatically snap to, which is also a VTube Studio thing. I just set a position and made a hotkey for it. Also, this one, the Vine Boom is in the program that I use to program my buttons, which is called Touch Portal, and it's free. So I have it whenever I press that button. I not only move closer to the screen, but I also have a sound effect. And yeah, it just makes it way easier for me to navigate, do my thing. Oops. Yes.
Can she stay in here? Do you want me to take her?
As soon as you close the door, she's gonna say meow meow meow,
All right,
mommy.
I'm gonna close the door and then go.
Okay.
Oh no, I'm leaving for some
There's
time.
delays that you can add to stuff too. Yeah, absolutely. All right, Marzipan, you're in here with me? Guys, she's looking at the door devastated. Did mommy leave you in here? Hi, baby. Did mama leave you? Oh, other mommy left a kitty in here. Hello. Hi, sweetheart. Oh, oh, little kitty. Are you going? Yeah, yeah. What? Oh my gosh. My little tiny kitty. Y'all, let me show you some of my art real quick. My cat's name is Marzipan. Little baby. All right, mom got her out of here. All right, let me show you guys some of what I do. Welcome, raiders. Let me show you some of my art. Y'all want to see some of my art? Doink. I always grab the same pieces because they're the ones that stand out the most to people. My Miku, my Hashune Miku. Wow. I can't wait to draw another Miku piece. And my Xenomami. If you guys are from here, if you guys have been around for a while, you've seen these things a billion times, but I just like to show them off for the raiders. Also my Gorfield and fortune teller. I can't wait to do another piece like this. I'm really excited. I love this one, and I actually want to order. I want to get like some samples of this. I want a little print of it. So yeah, so this critique, I'm gonna do the before and after, like I've done with the others. Let me extend the canvas. Yoink. And we're gonna take this, and we're gonna move it over. Oops. Nope. I want the whole thing, please. No, give me the whole thing. Okay. Is it not gonna? All right, then I'm just gonna merge it together and then I'm gonna move it. Okay. Trim off some of that edge. I wish I could bite my screen and absorb the info like my little mammal brain. I do keep the VODs up, so if you are interested in watching it later, oops. But also I have plans to um I have a VOD backlog. I try to keep the art critiques in their own playlist on my VOD channel. Let me just shoop. So I do want to spend some time, maybe next week, getting all of my backlog of VODs up. So if you're curious, I believe there are a couple art critiques up already. If you're interested, And if you ever have submitted something, I like to make sure. Oh, oh my goodness! Oh my gosh! Thank you so much. Oh, all right, everybody. There's a giveaway for one of our keychains. You just have to type exclamation point enter. It's not cap sensitive, but there is a giveaway for one of our keychains. Let me open up our keychain art. If you guys are curious, we are currently trying to reach 50 pre-orders so that our keychain can become a reality. Let me show you guys what it looks like in case you don't know. This is our keychain. Actually, the hardware is almost like a carabiner shape, so it's actually much nicer than one of these key rings. So if you're interested, just do exclamation point enter. Alamin, thank you so much for gifting a keychain to the chat. Oh, that's so nice of you. What the heck? Lurkers, piss, 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 lurkers. Enter into that. And this is a 2.5-inch acrylic keychain. It is printed on both sides. Congratulations, Aria! Oh my gosh. You come and you shit in my chat and you get a keychain as a reward. Thank you so much, Aria. Make sure that you hit that link. And Alaman, thank you so much for gifting to the chat. Now my wife has one. That's so sweet. Hell yeah. Let me make sure that we have it marked down. We have 31. Actually, let me double check our orders. Let's see. Let me make sure. Hell yeah. Thank you so much. We'll have 31 out of 50 confirmed shitting and pissing in chat gets you stuff. And if you guys are interested in helping us get to our 50 keychain goal, here is the link to the listing. We need 50. We're currently at 31. Thank you guys so much. Thank you, Aria. I hope you enjoy your keychain. Um, and yeah, also too, this link also takes you to my website for all my other merch. So if you're interested in stickers and prints and shirts, I've got some of those as well. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. Yeah, guys, please, we need now just 19 more in order to get, and we have 5 days. You can see the up here. I've got the thingamabob, the little it shows us we have 31 out of 50. So we just have 5 more days to get to the final stretch. I'm planning on doing another giveaway as well. Let me see where I am Wednesday. Payday. Oh, you don't have to buy 20 of them. That's like $200. Oh my gosh. But thank you so much for gifting that to the chat. That's so sweet of you. So here is our changes. Let me do our cheeky little before and after. I keep using cheeky today. I don't know. I'm pretty stoked about the word cheeky. I don't know why. There. I love them so much. Ah, thank you. Okay, so here is Kuromi's piece. Aria, didn't you give X one of these? Gifts for the year. You can also, if you don't want a billion keychains in your arms, you can also gift them to the chat. That way, people you can share it with the chat too. But also, whatever works for you. How do I get my art critique? That's a good question. We have a form here. Any submissions that are done today will be for our next critique next month. We do one every single month. This one is for May. It just happens that this Sunday fell on June 1st. It's the last Sunday of the month. So if you're interested, make sure you fill out that form. Yeah, there are some rules in the form, but if you're live, then I just may. Okay. Thank you. I really appreciate the support. It means a lot to me. So yeah, you can see here that just changing this character's pose has just added so much personality. We also haven't thrown off like the weight too much. I at least plan to gift a few. Oh, thank you. Welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Welcome, guys. So yeah, so this art, we again, there was a really strong anatomy already. The upper body was super well posed. I really like this little, gentle expression on the face. And now we've posed the lower body to match. Let me get our next one, and our ads are popping up. So I'm gonna run those ads while I get the next one up. There we go. Poses the extra touch of dynamic. Yeah, and also too, a little bit of depth with that back of the skirt there. Thank you, Kuromis, for your submission. Da, 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 ba, 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 da. Okay, let me get our oops, I don't want to save the web page. Save. And I get a little more, I get a chai latte later. Yum, 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 yum. Guys, at the end of the I'll say it again. I know the subscribers are the only ones that hear me now, but and the little ad blocker folks. But we're gonna be participating in a raid train towards the end of the month for a LGBTQI plus charity. So that's really fun. I don't have a date currently. I'll have to recheck my email to see if Celeste sent me a date. I did request, I believe, either a Friday or a Saturday, but I'll be drawing some badges for your panel, like pride badges, and pronoun badges, so I thought that would be fun. I've been meaning to do something like that for my on my coffee, and on Blue Sky, just, like, make them available for people. Did you hear back on the Sega thing? Oh, I haven't reached out. My representative that I worked with the American Heart Association, his name is Max, and I didn't send a message to him, but I should. I should. I did get a message from Gamers Outreach, which does the VTuber SummerSlam, which is I think also at the end of this month. Um, we'll see if I'm able. I'm not able to participate the week of, but I could probably do the week after, which is also really nice. Gamers Outreach is a benefit for children's hospitals, getting video games and video game merch to children in hospitals. Um, and so that's really fun. We did that last year, and yeah, it was great. My cat just sneezed on me. Oop! Don't worry about it. Don't worry about that. All right, work. Let's go get the next piece. The next one is by Mary Berry. And Mary sent a couple pieces, but I chose one that I really like the character art. But also I mentioned this before, but if people send multiple options, I like to choose some that add a little bit of a different vibe to what we've been working on already. So I am going to go with this one. Let's see here. I believe this character's name is Morgana. Trying to remember the Okay, so let me make sure that I am there we go. Let me get Mary's name. Couldn't find this item. Okay. Cancel. All right. Let me get Mary's name. Mary Berry. Soup. There we go. Welcome back from the ads, y'all. This next piece is by Mary Berry. Mary Berry, 1994. The ancient times. Me, my bones. Gamers Outreach is the one that provides the mobile gaming stations, right? Yes, yes. And I believe last time we raised, I want to say like $750. I can't remember how much we raised for Gamers Outreach. That was our Sonic event last year. Morrigan, yeah, yeah, yeah. So for those of you that are just popping back in, I was talking about some charity events. Towards the end of the month, we're gonna be participating in a raid train for an LGBTQI plus charity. So that's gonna be fun. I'm gonna be drawing some pride and pronoun badges so that if you wanted to use them in your panels, you can, or on your social media. Have those available on my coffee for free. And we're I'm thinking I might have to plan it a little bit more. But Gamers Outreach for the VTuber SummerSlam, I might be participating that the week after the campaign is officially out. Just because the rep that I've worked with before mentioned that they actually have the donations available the week before and after the announced dates. So that's also fun. So I might do another like Sonic event if I, you know. But yeah, so this is a piece by Mary Berry. I've been choosing pieces. If people sent multiple, I try to choose pieces that uh give us a bit of variety. And I really liked this piece. Not only the colors are really pretty, obviously, Mary is following the character's design. Um, so the color, but the colors that Mary used here are really, really pretty. I also really like the pose and I really like the makeup. There's a lot of really sweet art to look at here. Very, very beautiful. And I really wanted to talk about this one because I want to show you guys how you can take something that's already super pretty and punch it up a little bit. I think this will be a little bit similar to Ender Queen's submission. But here we have a lot of areas that could use a bit more contrast and rendering to push them forward and back off of each other. So if you are making art that's kind of at this stage and you're wondering what can I do to get this just a little bit more dynamic, get a little bit more definition, I'm going to just talk about some really easy ways to do that. So what I'll do first is I'm going to start with addressing some small anatomy things, but I'm not going to focus on the anatomy of this piece. And like before, I'm keeping the original for later. So this arm, I love this hip pose. It's super sassy. I think we're just missing a little bit of the forearm. So let me go in and make some small corrections. Some mall corrections. Hello, there we go. Thanks for the follow. Welcome in. So I'm gonna make sure that this forearm doesn't get lost. We need a little bit more weight up here where the forearm meets the upper arm. If you're ever confused about terminology or you have any questions, actually let me do this on another layer. Yeah, mall corrections. If you're ever confused about words that I might be using or terms I might be using, just let me know and I can explain. So we have this very soft curve. There's a lot of like extra like flesh right here where the arm connects. We're also going to just bring a little bit more of this upper arm. And here, the connection that we have between the torso and this upper arm, the armpit area, is a little too abrupt. You can kind of see here that Mary has shown us where the side of the breast meets the body, but we can do a little bit of a better job showing where the back of this character is. When you actually move your arm out to the side, it's a little bit more obvious in people that have a lot of muscle, but there's a muscle that connects your shoulder blade around the side of your ribs. And so we actually see that a little bit back here. The connection between arm and chest is a little less abrupt. Mandy, you know what time it is? No, Crow, please. Anything but that. I promise I've been good. No! 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 Oh, God. Is it over? Is it over? I promise I've been good. Is it shitsing time? Shitsing? How could you do this to me? I noticed that I use the cry face a lot more than I use any other face. I've been so gassy, you're welcome. Are you all right? Have you been drinking milk? Eating cheese, perhaps? Listen, take care of your guts. Guys, take care of your guts and butts. Oh my god, the songs of my people. Oh, my Bob. There we go. My guts just hate me. Oh, well, take care of yourself. I worry about you guys. I do. Yeah, you've caused me concern. Mildly and, scently? Because wait, okay, so there's audible, which is like you can hear it, visible, which you can see it. Is there something for smell? Is there a word for audible equivalent to smell? I don't know. What? Let me tell me, Google. Oh, okay. Smellable or olfactable. No wonder no one says it. No matter. Olfactibl. I guess that makes sense because I believe your sinuses are called your olfactory cavities or something. Hold on. Olfactory olfactory definition. Relating to your sense of smell. Okay, yeah, yeah. Olfactory organs. Nerdy ass word. Yeah, no wonder nobody uses it. Okay. So yeah, so aside from adjusting some small, so here is before, after. We're just adding a little bit more bulk. This far arm looks proportionate to me. So, and I don't want to have too much of a pinch, but I'm just making sure that I'm getting a little bit more definition here. And I'm gonna leave this because I know that this top, if I remember Morgan's outfit correctly, this top has a little, it's very deep cut in the back, like almost nothing in the back. Oh, my little cancel. Hold on. Whoops. Not 70. 78. Save. Let me get out of here. There we go. Excuse me. Let me get a sip of my water. Water. Yes. Oh, hello. No.
Okay, cool. Let's see. Came right.
I got some hot ass tea and some croissant, baby. Thank you.
You're welcome. I looked at my tarot card for this month.
Uh-huh.
This is the month I'm going to be a total bitch.
Oh, okay. Good luck.
Did I tell you about that?
Yeah,
How
you
there
did.
was one card that I was like, oh my gosh,
Yeah.
somewhere in the year I'm going to be a total bitch. It's going to be this, which
Damn.
is also very homophobic.
Oh,
of me,
very.
But maybe it's in my right to be.
Yeah, yeah.
To be mean as a treat.
Mean as a treat. Oh, I don't know if you guys heard Uli, my wife, but she said that Aunt Flo came today, and that because it's the first day of Pride, that it was very homophobic of Aunt Flo to visit today. If you know, you know. And then apparently, she got a tarot reading from her friend last year that said that she was going to be a bitch sometime this year, which is very out of character. And she's like, I checked my tarot card for the month, and it says this is the month I'm a bitch. And I was like, what do you mean? So, good luck. I find the shadows on the upper bottom. Yeah, so that's what I'm going to be talking about in this in this piece. Don't worry, don't worry. I'm addressing the anatomy first, and then I'm going to go to some rendering. Don't you worry. I chose this piece because I felt that we could push some of the rendering and definition a little bit more, and that's what I'm going to be going over. So now that we've addressed this piece of the anatomy, that's really the only part that I wanted to address. So now we're going to go into our rendering. And what I mean by rendering, rendering depending on what you're doing means different things. So it's really a refinement process. Rendering means bringing something uh, to a more finished product. So, for example, rendering fat. If you are cooking, to render fat is cooking it so that the fat kind of melts down and can homogenize with like a sauce, or maybe usually with like meat. Rendering in something like a 3D program is where the program is processing the data and transforming it into a more finalized piece. Usually with animation, rendering is an intensive process that takes some time, where it's just processing and finalizing the animation and converting it to its final form. And rendering in illustration is where you are shading. You might hear the word shading used interchangeably. You're shading and kind of adding definition. So that's what I mean by rendering, if you're curious. Auntie Flo, she hasn't visited me, but I've been unlucky in that sense. That's okay. Keep that bitch away. So yeah, so the rendering is what I'm going to be focusing on. I just wanted to address this little arm so we could work on top of it. So now, I'm gonna start with the skin. I think the colors that were chosen, like you can see here, that Mary was very intentional with the rendering of the lips. I think the lips are done really well. They're really pretty, very soft, and very airy. So I'm gonna try to carry that through with the way that I am handling the rest of the rendering, because what I don't want is to do like realistic rendering on this art. Like that's not the artist's intention, and it doesn't fit with what the artist is currently working on. So I'm not going to make this like photorealistic, craziness. I'm going to go for something that still feels appropriate for this art. So I'm going to select as much of the skin tone as I can. Oops. Just enough of it. There we go. I can't forget this little heart shape here. And I am going to mask this so I know where I'm at. So I'm gonna take this nice, like, peachy, undertone color, and I'm gonna add a little bit more value to it. Now I'm just gonna take a soft brush, and I'm gonna start by if you're intimidated by, rendering and trying to figure out, like, "Oh, how do I, like, push and pull my shapes?" Stay with broad shapes first. You just want to get the overall shape of a form first. You want to define where one part of the body starts and one part of the body ends. And you also want to make sure you have enough contrast, again, establishing where maybe the jawline ends and the neck begins. And then you can go with detail with like the chest and the clavicles, the ears, but keep it general first and then move in from there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start defining where different parts of the body. So I'm going to go here around the edge. Something like this is also called like pillow rendering where you're just sticking to the edges, but I'm doing really soft. It's really subtle right now. I'm just using like a mid-tone shade and I'm trying to define where what parts of the body are rounded. I'm trying to establish where some of my shadows are falling. Yeah, just a little bit, and then we can go in and make our more detailed, shading, rendering, if you will. A lot of people will say shading, and also this is something that comes with experience. If you are struggling with identifying form on the body, I recommend looking at reference photos. Um, if you've ever felt, that your art, is lacking and needs a little bit more support, I recommend using reference. People in art school, I had to draw from a live model that was standing right in front of me in a variety of poses and forms. So I definitely recommend doing so yourself. There's a ton of resources online, a ton of resources online. There's no excuse not to use references. But honestly, it's something where sometimes people get it in their head that like references is a form of like cheating. It's not. In some cases, tracing is also a tool to help you learn. Not if you're passing it off as your own art. That's not right. But, back in the day, so to speak, and still now, there's something called a master copy. I had to do master copies when I was in school, so you don't have to, but a master copy is basically where you are meticulously, like, one for one, recreating the work that you're referencing. You're not claiming it as your own. The purpose is for you to meticulously, to the best of your ability, recreate the work of an experienced artist so that you are going through every motion of what they did and you're learning by trying to recreate it yourself. I did a pencil portrait master copy when I was in school, and the artist had a very intentional way of moving his pencil. So he had a lot of directionality to the way that he had his pencil strokes. And so I had to pay close attention at to like what direction he drew with his pencil, where he put white highlights, where he didn't. And sometimes if you're, for example, a lot of people start off by drawing anime. It's something you're passionate about. It's everywhere. And it has a character that you're interested in and has really cool art. So if anime is a style that you're trying to learn, simple styles like an anime kind of style is very difficult because it's so simple. But I recommend getting a strong foundation first with anatomy studies off of like real models. Models meaning a person that is, you know, a live person that is gesturing. And this could be a photograph. But I recommend getting as much experience with like actual anatomy first before trying to go in to something a little bit more intense. I'm darkening the neck here, so where the chin meets the neck. And you can already see if I get rid of that, you can already see now we have so much more definition before, after. We've pushed that chin forward. Hi, how are you, dark shade? So we've pushed the chin forward. I'm not going too hard with the like these the definition of the throat here. I am just trying to also too you can kind of see there's like a bit of an odd shade, like a shadow here. I believe this might be part of Mary's watermark. This could be a watermark or it's Mary's attempt of putting some lighting in here. So if my color looks a little off, that's probably why. First steps on Mars were taken not by astronauts, but by a barefoot children on lush biosynthetic grass. What are we watching? Trigun? Hello. Whatever happened to hello? Let me get a little bit of this color back in here. Yeah, I think this was for lighting purposes, so let me just try to get a little bit of that off there. Doing all right. Happy Men's Mental Health Awareness Month. Oh, wasn't aware. I wasn't aware. And happy Pride. I like being aware. Right here, I'm gonna bring a little bit of the collarbone. So if you it's a quote from a book. Oh, search all tomorrows. Ooh. Is it a sci-fi number? That's fun. That's exciting. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, had this conversation earlier. It's Men's Mental Health Awareness Month in the US. I see, I see. I see. November in the UK, eh? Okay. Okay, so one of the details here is one of the best tools, aside from reference, one of the best tools is to look at yourself. Look at yourself in the mirror. Welcome in, thanks for the follow. Look at yourself in the mirror. I'm gonna take a little bit of time to define the clavicles. Before, the clavicles were really low. Those are your collarbones. If you feel your collarbones, they're actually pretty high up on your throat. Thanks for the follow. Welcome in. So, and they also attach your collarbone attaches to the top of your shoulder right up here. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a very gentle touch and I'm just bringing that shadow in from the top of the shoulder and it's going to meet right here. I'm going to redefine that a little bit here. Doesn't have to be perfect, but they're going to meet in the center. Thanks for lurking. And so now we have this. I might even grab that real quick. And I might move it over just a smudge. Same with this. Let me grab this. I'm going to do another puppet warp just so I can lock in areas that I don't want to change too much. I just want to grab this. I know this looks like nothing. I think Mary has a pretty good grasp on the direction of this torso. I definitely think Mary used reference. So yeah, I brought this in a little bit more. It's following the center line of the chest. I'm not going into too much detail. Again, I don't want to get too lost in the details right now. I'm just trying to get basic form. Gonna do the same down here with this. I'm also gonna darken this arm just a smudge back down here because it is behind. I'm also gonna darken the wrist right here. And as I'm rendering, I'm starting with really broad a brush first, really broad in color, really broad in texture, keeping it super super simple at first, and then I'll get more and more specific uh, as time goes on. Okay, I'm gonna bring a little bit of that light back to the forearm here, kind of like the light is coming from here. Just a little bit, nothing crazy. We're not gonna do too much crazy. We are just taking the base color, this mid-tone color, and then I'll start defining with a little bit of a darker. I recommend starting with your like mid-tone or like a slightly like lighter color. So here we have Morrigan's like peachy colored base tone, and I'm taking this slightly darker color, going in here and blocking out my shapes, and then I'll go in with lighter and darker to add detail. One of the things here, we have this chest, and I am going to isolate the far chest. Morrigan is a very busty character, so I'm just going to, oops, I'm gonna take this and again, use references. I'm just doing really basic rendering. I'm trying to make sure that I'm isolating the chest here. And we're gonna have some shadow on this side. And we might have, I'm gonna take a soft eraser. There we go. So we're keeping this side because our light is kind of coming from up here. So we're giving a little bit of definition here. I'm going to uh, deselect. I love doing the thing where you add the shadow to the top of the boba. Oh yeah, here, let me do a little bit of that. A little bit of that right there. Oops, JK. Oops, JK. I had my inverted selection. There we go. And I'm not doing any highlights right now. I'm not trying to go crazy with it. I'm gonna take my soft eraser and I'm just gonna erase it. Oops. Actually, I'm gonna need the base color because I forgot that we got rid of some of the there was like a dark shadow color here. So it's a little bit softer up here, and now we have a harsher line where the bottom of this or the side of this one breast is overlapping. So we keep that as a harder line, and then we soften it up here where it's connected to the rest of the body. I'm gonna select this side as well, and I'm gonna do a little bit up above. And I know the color, there's a little bit of shift in the color tone. Don't worry about that. We'll fix that in a second. How do you stream nonstop? I swear to God, you were streaming when I went to bed and you're still here. Oh, this is a new stream. We had a too long of a stream last night. But this is a totally different stream. We've only been going for 3.5 hours. So I'm also going to darken the side here. This is where the armpit is meeting the arm. Also, hi, good morning. Happy Pride Month. Happy Pride. And I'm going to just do a little bit of a curve up here, keeping the light in the same direction. Be a little bit of something right here, but nothing too crazy. Yeah, it's art critique day. So now I'm going to go in with my light color again, and I'm going to just start redefining some of this area. The light is actually hitting the center of the chest. It's really, really easy to overdo this, so just be careful. Just be careful not to make it super dark. And if you see me looking up over here, it's because I'm looking at my OBS. Oops. I'm looking at my OBS to make sure the contrast is a little bit different over there. And the chest is like kind of getting into a similar shade. Don't worry about that. We are just focused on getting our base shapes first, and then I'll go into getting some more detail. But again, this is just a combination of contrast. We want dark versus light, harsh versus soft. We are just trying to create a sense of form here. So now we have a little bit more form. I enjoy the way you enunciated breast. Hey, I'm just trying. I'm keeping it anatomical. I'm keeping it purely anatomical. So now that we have there's a little bit of gray down here. So let me grab this. And I'm going to use the same dark color here, but I'm going to grab a little bit of the darker color that I have here. And I'm going to just, there we go. So it still looks a little light, but we were just focusing on our basic shapes. Brain tickles are peak. Now we have the face. Again, I'm just focusing on our rendering. And I'm not trying to make it super photorealistic. I'm just trying to use what Mary has provided to us here. It's not going to be super perfect. So let me isolate the face, and I'm just trying to get a little bit more structure. So the chin kind of comes down. We're going to darken the outer edges, especially where it falls under the hair and the side of the face here. Did I not? Hold on. I think this part got lost. There we go. Okay. Hello? Is that not? Hello? All right. Is that gonna work or... my mask is misbehaving. Okay. Making sure that that's there. Okay, there we go. My mask, like, wasn't working. There we go. All right, so where the hair is overlapping the forehead, we're gonna add a little bit of that darkness just to push it. And of course, we still need to add some darkness to the hair itself. So we're gonna darken this ear a little bit. We're just focusing on our basic values here. There, now we have a little bit more roundness to the face. Why is it always Morgan showing QB and Lilith symbol of... Hey, you know what? I haven't played these games before. I'm going to do the same thing here to the side of the face. I'm going to make the other side behind the nose a little bit darker. There is some anatomy with this far eye here, but I'm just focusing on rendering. We're going to bring a little bit, I'm going to sharpen it in my brush a little bit more. And there's some other stuff that we could do, but for now, I think that's a really good start. I might add a little bit to the base of the nose here and to this far cheek. So already, let me zoom out and show you a little bit of what we've done. Here is the before and the after. Before, after. Again, it's also warmed up the skin quite a bit. We could probably knock down that color a little bit more if we wanted to. So now that we have a basic form with this mid-tone, I'm going to come back in with this slightly darker tone here, and I'm just going to add a little bit more definition in the areas that are in close contact with each other. So here we have where the elbow is folding. So I'm going to take my lasso tool to make a nice hard edge, and I can soften it later. And I am just going to put a little bit more shadow where I'm actually going to do this on another layer just so I have a little bit more control. For anybody that's curious, in my file, I created a mask that just masks in the skin tone. So I'm coming in here just in the dark area just to give it a little bit more definition. Hello? Why is it, hello? Oh, because the mask also incorporated the... Hold on. Let me erase that from the mask. Okay. I was like, why does it look like that? Why does it look like poo-poo? All right. And I'm gonna come in with a soft eraser, and I'm just gonna erase that out. Same thing with the armpit here. We have a couple... Now, the armpit's super tricky, understandably so. We have a connection of not only the side of the body, but the side of the chest. So I'm going to start by isolating where the chest, where the side of the breast meets this shoulder area here. And I'm going to just start darkening underneath, pushing that back. And then we have a little bit of the underside of the arm here. This doesn't have to be perfect. We're just making sure that we're getting enough contrast here. And I'm going to make a slightly darker color just where the skin is meeting. I'm not trying to create like a hard line, but we might need it. Avatar is so cute. I have a silly question. What is a layer mask and how do you use them? Oh, that's a good question. Okay. So in art programs, a layer mask is the same as if you used like a mask or a stencil. Imagine you're spray painting something and you cut a hole in the middle of a piece of paper and you put the paper down on your surface and you spray paint. When you lift up that paper, you'll have a circle left behind. So making a mask over top of a layer is you doing the same thing. You're cutting out of a shape and you're only drawing in that area that's left open. I have selected the skin tone from the original art. A lot of artists will purposefully separate colors in their layers so they are already apart from each other. They are not one solid art piece. But since I've just been given the PNG or the JPEG from the original artist, I have to select different tones and mask them in myself so I can just draw over top of them without having to erase a bunch of stuff. Here is the before and the after. So far, this piece we're working on rendering notes. So I'm just coming in here with a slightly darker shade, and I've really made my soft brush. I'm still using the same just plain soft circle brush. And I'm just going in one shade at a time. I try to stick to trying to do the same shade at a time for like really general stuff. But here we go. Just softening it up. I'm going to take this slightly darker color and I'm going to go back again under the arm. Again, I'm not trying to do super photorealism, but I am just trying to add some contrast. So now we can see where the very, very darkest part is the underarm there. And we'll take some of that same color and we'll put it under the chin, which is another very dark area, and under the bust, which is another dark area, and like between the fingers, stuff like that. So I'm going to go here. I'm going to select this area and I'm just going to start adding a little bit of that darkness there. Again, it doesn't have to be perfect. We're just trying to get a little bit of this separation here. And there are very few instances where you'll have like a hard line underneath of something, but it is mostly where there are two pieces that are connecting to each other. That's uh, going to give you the darkest and a little bit of like a harsh line. But I'm not trying to do too much of that because it can flatten stuff out. But I am just trying to get a little bit of definition. And again, I have this on another layer so that I don't mess it up too much. I'm actually going to go back here, soften this up, and I'm going to invert my mask so I have the other side of the chest. And I'm going to just do a little bit of this. I don't want to darken it up too much. I'm not trying to make it super, super dark, but I am trying to get a little bit of a shine. You can already see how much I'm going to invert my selection again. You can already see how much more definition we have just because we have been um, taking our time with like going in steps. And I'm going to just soften that up a little bit. There we go. So here is our, oops, here is our before and our after. Before, after. So we already have a lot more definition. I'm going to go in real quick, add some of this darker tone in some other areas, kind of here where the wrist, there we go, kind of where that wrist meets the hand. And of course, the fingers. I'm going to just kind of do a very general. There was actually already some definition here, so I'm just going to make sure that I don't miss any of it. I remember we mentioned that you're going to do very general shading first, and now we're getting into our details where we're pulling out a little bit of roundness on the fingers, maybe around the side of the hand here too. If we wanted to add nails to this character, we could do that as well. Something super simple, like actually, I'll make this really small, my brush really small. And I'm just going to very gently do something like this. And I'm also going to take the opportunity to pick out just a little bit. Again, avoiding super harsh edges. I'm just putting this where the pieces are meeting with each other. Very simple. So now we have a little bit more. You can see this hand has a little bit more form, a little bit more shape. Another thing that I recommend doing as well is adding your blushing to your figure as well. But I like to keep try to get the form first before I go too crazy with adding like a bunch of blush and stuff. But I do blush first, but whatever works best for you. Meaning adding some warmth to the skin. I'm gonna go back here with my really dark color, just where they're pinching together. Actually, it's a bit too much. If you fold your arm, you'll see that where the skin is pressing really tight together has a little bit of that crease, but the rest doesn't have very much of that. And again, I'm not trying to make it photorealistic. I am just trying to follow a little bit of what Mary had here. Let me select the jawline here. And we'll take the same dark color, push this chin back, maybe a little bit definition. I don't want to go too harsh with that. I don't, because one of the things that people end up encountering is they end up getting a little bit too detailed too quickly, and they make some really harsh lines. And when that happens, you end up getting the feeling that the character's older than they are because they've got a little bit too much detail on the face. Um, Not everything needs to have line art. Not everything needs to be super duper rendered either. Softening that, so now we have a lot of definition. I might have put a little too much on the jaw there. Maybe just a little bit here. The bottom of the nose. Maybe we want to put a nostril here. Maybe a little bit of this. Darken the side here. Just a little bit. Let me go back up here. And under the hair. Trying to follow the shape of this cheek here, the brow. Where the hair is falling over our face. This is just something that comes with a lot of practice. Again, I can't recommend enough using reference, reference, reference. Reference, reference, reference. Okay. And now I'm just going to very, very simply just add in some of our ear anatomy here. The darkest part of the ear I'll have in shadow. And this I'm just kind of keeping basic because we don't need to spend a lot of time on there. Same with over here. Darken this far ear. There. So now we have a little bit more of a gentle look to our character, a little bit more definition. Let me just do this far arm here, and then I'll follow up with highlights and some blushing. And then I'll just do a really quick pass on the hair, and we'll be done with this one. 77% cringe. Let's go. All right, so we're darkening up this far side here, casting the shadow from the chest on the arm back here. Also making sure that we're keeping everything kind of. There we go. So here we have our before and our and our after. Okay, so I am going to now do a blushing pass. So I'm going to take like a pinky color. I don't want to get too crazy. It just depends on what people do and don't like. I actually can show you a bit of a trick to make your skin tone look a little bit richer. So let me just take a bit of a blush. Oops, I'm gonna go to the cheeks, add a little bit of color to the cheek. I'm gonna set this to multiply at 60%. And you can do as much blushing as you like. I like to do like the tips of the ears, the earlobe. Hi, Celador, what's up? I'm gonna go over the mouth and add a little bit of that color. Actually, oh, it's because I just selected the skin tone. Okay, I'm gonna go to the tip of the nose. And I'm actually gonna erase a little bit out of that to imply a shine. And that's just me making blushing and erasing it. Do you put the blushing pass and the shading pass on different layers? I have. It just gives me more control. But it depends on your own preference. But yes, I did. If you notice some of this odd situation here, that's just because the mask is keeping some of this stuff from blending together. There we go. Let me also get the mouth. There we go. I'm going to add some of that same warmth into the mouth here. So here is the before the blushing and after the blushing, just a little bit extra. Do you just adjust the hardness or do you adjust the translucency and layer properties? I am just using one singular brush. It is a soft round brush. Every program, it's almost like the airbrush tool. Every program has a soft round edge brush. And if I want it to be harsher, I make the brush smaller. So just change the size to be small. And if I want it to be softer, just make the brush larger. So again, here is the before and the after with just the blushing. It adds a lot more softness and a little bit more um, warmth. And I'm going to add a little bit of that under the neck. Before, after. Gives them a little bit more life. If you notice that the skin tones that you're using, no matter how light or dark the skin tones are, adding variety to the skin tone um, will will end up helping you a lot. I tend to go for like the elbows, the fingertips, um, a little bit of the neck, and of course the face and ears, and of course the chest. I don't want to go too overboard with it on the chest. It also helps to warm up some of the shadows as well, get a little bit of variety. And I'm going to take a soft brush and I'm just going to erase a little bit out of the blush. And by erasing out of the blush, you can get a little bit of a highlight effect too. So that's really nice. I try not to go overboard. So if you notice that it's getting a little bit out of hand, I would just lighten the transparency of the layer. So, and go in with a soft edged eraser and just make the transition a little bit less abrupt. We don't wanna make her look like she's super cold, like, physically cold. We just wanna add a little bit of warmth. I know that in makeup, adding freckles, liver spots, stippling, and other types of noise is great for adding depth. Absolutely, yeah, so if you wanted to add freckles and stuff too, that would be a really easy, way to give this character a little bit more, personality, a little bit more interest. So we have added some warmth, and now I'm gonna make another layer, and I'm gonna use a highlight and I'm gonna do like a kind of lighter, like very pale yellow. See how that works for us. Something like this. Highlight on the chest. We're gonna highlight the edges of the collarbones a little bit, maybe the edge of the shoulder. Or let me set, I'm gonna kind of do a little bit here. Just where the light would be touching. And this is looking a little extreme. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just do my highlights and then I'm gonna soften them out by, putting a Gaussian blur on it. So it looks a little extreme right now. Don't worry about that. We'll fix that. Again, trying to capture the high spots of some places. So yeah, that looks a little too intense. I'm gonna go in, I'll erase a little bit, and then I'll also Gaussian blur it just to get rid of some of that. Actually, let me do that first. I'm gonna go to Filter, Blur, Gaussian blur, and I'm just gonna soften that out a little so it's not so intense. And I'm also gonna change the opacity. I'm gonna knock it down a little bit. So here is the before and then the after. Really don't want to do too much. It's super, super easy to make this look a little bit too intense. So we're just trying to make sure that we don't do too much. And for stuff that's glossy, you'll have a more extreme highlight. So maybe her lips have um, something like this because they're high gloss. The tip of the nose has a little bit of that. Oops, I might actually soften that a little bit. How do you select color for shading and highlights? Do you pick a core color and eyeball it, or is there a percentage variation? I do not do any kind of percentage. You really don't need to be that technical with it, especially if you're a casual artist and you're just trying to draw. I recommend making sure that you're not desaturating it too much because it makes your shadows look gray. I end up using whatever I draw flat colors first. So let's say that this basic skin tone is our flat color. Then I go in with something that's a little bit darker and a little bit warmer for like a skin tone. And it'll depend on what color you're trying. So if you have a darker skin tone, you're going to use different undertones than you would with somebody with a lighter complexion. But I took this slightly darker, slightly peachier color, and then I made a new layer and I have this slightly darker, a little bit more brown. I'm really just trying to capture undertones I recommend doing skin tone studies. So if you're interested in learning about what colors to use in skin tones, it really is just you looking at references and color picking those. There's a lot of skin tone references online as well where people have made palettes for different skin tones. But this is me using my experience and color knowledge more than anything else. The blushing is more red. It's like a pink, a warm pink. It'll be different depending on the skin tone. Sometimes it might be more orange. Sometimes it might be more of like a purple or a burgundy color. I have these highlights, and I kept just the darker areas. Your skin tone will have less contrast than things like hair. So you're not going to have a really, really dark shadow unless the lighting, kind of calls for it. But it's going to be pretty soft for skin, and then a little bit harsher for hair and clothes, depending on the material. So, like, if something like this is very softly rendered, it might look more like a velvet or like a fabric versus leather, which would have very harsh highlights, really intense highlights. Hi, how are you? Welcome in. All right, I don't want to linger too much on this, but I will do the hair next. One thing I'm missing is I feel like the hair should be a bit longer. So let me really quickly go in and add a little bit of extra hair into here. Welcome in, y'all. Let me, hello? Let me add a little bit of hair. I feel like should be longer. It kind of stops at it stops behind the head, and I think we could probably add a little bit more to that. I'm keeping it kind of general. There we go. But welcome in, y'all. We're currently doing art critiques. This is a piece submitted by Mary Berry. All right, there is our basic bit of hair that we've added on, and maybe a little bit down here as well, just to make sure that we are accounting for the hair's length back here. Really simple. Hello, thanks for lurking. Howdy, how are you? Okay, there we go. Okay. So we have added, for those of you that are just coming in, this is a piece submitted by Mary Berry. This is the before. This is how the piece was sent in and submitted to me. And this is what we've done after. We're doing some rendering practice on this. The next thing I'm going to be doing is the hair. So just like the skin, I'm going to go in and I'm going to select all of my areas of my hair, which this magic select tool has done a pretty good job. And I am going to make a group and I'm going to mask it in. So there's some really pretty colors that have been used already. So I'm going to take this darker color, and just like we did with the skin, I am going to go for form. So it's going to be much darker down here and behind the head. So once I do this, you're going to notice an immediate difference. We can be a little bit less specific here. You're going to notice an immediate difference between the front, the before and the after. Done. See how much this has made the character's head stand out away from the rest? We're going to carry that up here with where the bangs meet the back of the head. Obviously, it's going to be a little bit less. We're tucking it back behind the ear. Look at how much more definition we have. Here's just before, after. It really brings this face forward. Happy Pride! So now I'm going to do the same thing. I'm sticking with uh, this idea, and I'm going to go a little bit darker. And I'm just going to take the areas that I've already done, and I'm going to push them darker where it's necessary. I'm going to add a little bit of general shape to it, but I'm really just focused on keeping the form. It's going to be a little bit darker right here where it meets the back of the body here. Couple strands, nothing crazy. And I'm going to get a really intense, I'm probably going to make it actually a little bit more blue. So instead of keeping with this turquoise, as it goes into the shadows, I'm going to do a little bit more blue just to offer a bit more interest, a little bit of differentiation, and that color also kind of ties in with the blue that Mary used here. I'm gonna thin out my brush and just a little bit of this. Not going for anything crazy, but we're really just pushing what needs to be pushed back, and bringing forward other things like the face. The face is really what we want to bring importance to. Again, here's our before and our after. We've brought the whole of the torso forward with really simple changes. Really simple changes. I'm going to go in here with a little bit better definition here. I'm going to go here to the crown of the head, and I am going to just add a little bit of this darker color to the crown where the bangs, or where the where the pieces of the head are, the pieces of hair are overlapping. I'm going to try to give it a little bit more interest like this, keeping it dark right up here. I'm also going to focus on now the brows. I think the brows could be much darker. So we're just going to select those. Is that Morgan? It is. This is a submission by Mary Berry, and we are focusing today on contrast. So I'm going to darken these brows pretty severely. We need that contrast in the face. I'm going to lighten them where they meet the inner corners. And I'm actually going to take a little bit of our skin tone and put that right on the inner edge, because it almost insinuates that the brows are kind of thinning, like there's a little bit less definition there. You can also go in and like draw if you want to. But it really softens that harsh color against the face. And now we have some much needed contrast here. Before, after, really helps us. And the last thing I'll do is, Morgan has these pretty defined chunks here. So I'm just going to go in uh, based on where this hair is falling. And I'm going to take the same color that we've been using as our shadow, and I'm just going to make sure that I am defining these chunks a little bit better. I'm going to go around here. Oops. Just kind of shading where it needs to be shaded, pulling out what needs to be pulled out. And I'm going to take this nice highlight color, and now I'm going to go in with some of a lighter color, kind of like Mary already has. If you look at like anime style, they tend to keep that highlight pretty harsh on the top, and pretty soft on the bottom. I also like to do kind of like a rendering style like that. But like we mentioned in a prior piece, the harsh highlight here makes it look a little bit shinier. So it's like a different material. We're just gonna do something like this, kind of catch where that light would be hitting the hair, somewhere around here. I'm not doing anything too crazy. We're gonna actually, this might need to be brought up more, like here. Just kind of a, there we go. Gonna erase, oops, gonna erase some of this. There we go. Oh, I erased some of my brow. Whoops, we'll fix that. Yeah, there we go. Nothing crazy. And I might take a lighter shade here and really just go for like a shiny look right across here. Kind of like this ring of highlight here. If you have different hair textures, I recommend looking up how different hair textures are rendered. They'll not always be so shiny. And now I'm coming in and I'm erasing out of that highlight, so it makes it look like there's a bit more definition. So I'm erasing now some of the stuff that I did earlier, getting some of the strands of hair just where the light would be hitting. There we go. Some a little bit over here. And there's some more that could be done. Like we could kind of catch this dark, these areas again, where things are directly touching or overlapping, that's where that darkness is gonna be. And this again is just gonna further help us um, push contrast and give a little bit more interest. And I'm also gonna put a little bit here. But yeah, so just with this short amount of time, we have taken the piece from this to this. And it really was just pushing our contrast and adding a bit more definition. But I think the pose is really really cute. I think the art is really nice. It looks very sweet, and we're just adding on to it. We're bumping it up. All right. So thank you to Mary Berry for your submission. Thank you so much. Let me go back to my a little contrast and values and color goes a long way. Absolutely. I'll do a before and after, just like we have with the other ones, just because it helps. All right, let me expand canvas. And I will take this and we'll move it over. And I'll draw a little line between in white. Oops. No, I need my harsh edge. There we go. There we go. I wasn't trying to get too ah I wasn't trying to get too realistic, but I could see that some of the rendering that Mary was doing had a lot of it was more grounded in realism than something like cell shading or super stylized shading. So I was trying to keep it somewhat realistic, but not like super super realism. So yeah, here's our before and after. Uh, and I'll show this again after the ads, but we've really brought more attention. This isn't we haven't done any more to like the clothing. There's definitely more we could do to separate her from the background, but for all intents and purposes for the hair and the body, the skin and hair, we've definitely added a lot more contrast and a bit more warmth so she looks a bit less washed out. And it's a little bit easier to see her features now. But yeah, the original's super, super cute. And I'm really happy that Mary sent this our way. While we're here, while we're in the ads, I'm gonna chill with all you guys, all you subscribers. Ah, the music is nice and chill. I have had my chai latte here, so I'm gonna drink this. I also have a croissant. You all want, can we take a snack break? A little snacky break? Yeah. All right. Ow! Oh, guys, I spilled my chai all over me. Oh my gosh. Hey, you know what? Ah, it's all over my pants. No. Oh, I got it all the way up on my neck. Thankfully, it's not on my keyboard. It's not on anything important because okay. It's all over my Garfield shirt. Okay, all right, hold on. Wait, hold on. Hold on. I bonked it. I bonked it. Okay, hold on. I'm not gonna hold on. Me also me. Spill it. Hold on. Yeah, my Garfield t-shirt. Okay, hold on, hold on. Let me put a little thing on the screen. Let me put a little BRB. I spilled shit on myself. Okay. Oh my gosh. At least the Garfield. Yeah. Hi. Oh my gosh. Hi, Mary. I just I okay. We're in the ads. I just finished the piece. I'm gonna go over it real quick. I was gonna take a sip of my latte and I spilled it all over myself. So be right back, y'all. I'm gonna fix my shit. Hold on. Oh god. Oh jeez. Oh jeepers. Text, please. Where's the text source? Oh, I'm thankful that it didn't get anywhere on my keyboard. Thank God. BRB spilled my drinky. LOL. It's huge. Oh, Jesus. BRB, I spilled my drink all over myself. Oh, welcome back, Raiders. Okay, hold on. BRB, I spilled my drink. Hold on. I gotta change my shirt. I think my pants will be okay. I have to change my shirt. Hold on, guys. Hold on. I got it all over me. My drink. Hold on. My little drink. My shirt's covered in chai latte, guys. Hold on. Oh, all over me. Hey, I'm back. I'm coming back. Oh my god. Y'all, my pants are wet. My pants are a little bit damp. That's okay. I promise I didn't pee myself. Is it on my headphones? Oh god. Get all the way up there. Okay, alright, hold on. Okay. Hold on, sorry. My pants are a little damp, but they'll be okay. I changed my shirt because my shirt okay. My drink went like fell forward. Um and thankfully the lid didn't pop off, but out of the little drinky hole, it like launched forward, hit my neck, and like down the front of my chest. I am keeping this drink at arm's length. Hold on. Oh, you're on thin ice, chai latte. Holy cow. Holy moly. Go again. Okay, it's good. It's still warm. Ah, I just wanted to drink my latte. I just wanted to drink my drink. I spilled my fucking drink all over myself. All right. Let me keep this text source in here. Golly whiz. I wanted to, while the ads were playing, I wanted to drink my drink and I wanted to eat my little chocolate croissant. But hi, Mary, how are you? Ugh. Oh boy, let me go back here. Okay. So as you can see, it'll be all right. I know. As you can see, hi Mary. So the original piece super cute. I love the pose that she's in. I love the this really soft makeup that you've put. I really like the attention that you placed on the mouth and the eyes. Really soft. Almost like Japanese like minimal makeup is what the vibe is. I think it's so pretty. I love how delicate this character looks. Uh do you know how I put one hand off the screen because I didn't have to draw it? Yeah, I tell you. Hey, I do the same thing. Uh I get you. I get you. Here is what we ended up doing to the piece. In terms of anatomy, I really wasn't aiming for anatomy. This one I was using mostly on how you can get a little bit more contrast in your piece because the base is super strong. Yeah, hands are hard. The base is super strong. The only changes that I made to the anatomy was I gave a little bit more thickness to the forearm here and a little bit more of her like the side of her back where her the muscle would curl around the ribs. So good. I love the renderings. Only my third try with lineless art. Yeah, lineless art is tough. I think one of my biggest pieces of advice is with lineless art, it tends to be most successful if you're using gradients to keep things from blending together. So, for example, if you wanted to keep it really simple, having the hair in the back have a gradient from dark to light so it stands out from the face and from the hair in the front, these bangs. So instead of having rendering, it could just be that you have like a gradient. I recommend actually if you're looking into lineless styles, looking at children's book art, background art from a lot of media, from like Cartoon Network days, um, using pen work as well as an accent. The 50s and 60s atomic art style, and like pop art styles are really, really good at using bold, colorful shapes and then doing like an inky like pen on top. But yeah, so you either for a lineless look, you either want to render it like a little bit more realistic to make sure like something like this, or you want to make it really simple. But you still want to make sure that your shapes are standing off of each other. So for this one, I ended up rendering it a little bit more realistically, and I'll put them together. And so some of the things that we did is we added a bit more contrast with a little bit deeper tones. We put like a mid tone to kind of block out the shapes, and then you work from like a general to a little bit more detailed. So start broad and then taper it in and do a little bit more. But most of what we did. Oh, welcome in! Thanks for the follow. Pushing the chin off of the rest of the face, and that could be something where if you want it to be a little bit more simple, maybe it is, oh, let me put my glove back on. Yeah, honestly, for being in a few hours, you got the pose down, you got the style of the character, you got a lot of personality in it. So if you do want it to be a little bit more of like a cut paper look, I recommend looking at like cut paper stuff. Um because they'll use colored pencils and gouache and stuff to shade the pieces of paper. Hi, welcome in. So something like this, let me just take a, like a general color here. So if you wanted to, you could just take a really soft, oops, the hardest edge brush, you could do really soft and just put a little gradient right here, right here. And immediately with just that, let's say you're like, I really want it to be simple. I really want to keep it stylized. Just right there. That's it. Where 2 areas meet, so I'm gonna choose the side of the chest and this arm over here. This is really general, so pardon if it's messy. I had things a little bit more separated and careful. So here we have this far arm. I'm taking the same color. Welcome in. I'm just pushing this arm back, and I'm gonna bring it a little bit to the side of the chest here, and I'm gonna erase so it's not like so super harsh. But now the side of the chest and this far arm are separated from each other. Did you already go over my PG Tuber design? No, I'm doing one entry per person. And if we end up having a little bit of time at the end, I can always go back over it if you have something you want to talk about. Also, too, somebody did recommend or request doing a VTuber design um specific critique. So I'm thinking that maybe if we're interested, maybe next month's critique can be for PNG or VTuber designs specifically. Which in that case, we could always submit for that. Because I think that deserves its own, you know what I mean? It kind of deserves its own attention. So yeah, it's really just taking areas. So imagine that you're cutting out of paper, and Nobi Lou, I know you said something. What'd you say? Yeah, Paper Kirby, Paper Mario, yeah, just basically imagine that you've cut this out of paper, and now you're going through and you're adding your own shadows that are kinda stylized. So right where they meet the other thing. So now your jaw and your ear are separate, your head and your neck are separate, the arm and the side of your torso are separate, and this you could really just keep this as, like, as simple as you like. We're just gonna, we're gonna do a little bit of this, oops, a little bit of this. Maybe darken it down here instead, you know, something like that. Something like that. Yeah, my PNG tuber I like to design, but I don't have anyone to really show it to who knows what it needs. Yeah, I feel that. So yeah, if you really wanted to go with like a cut paper aesthetic, really just shading only where things connect to one another, joints or big connection points might be the way to go to keep it kind of flat and graphic. And if you like that style, I recommend looking at editorial art. Editorial is stuff that's made for,
Bagel.
um Bagel, that's the name of one of my cats. Hi, Bellin. So I recommend looking at editorial art. That is art that's for like publications, book covers, magazines, and those tend to be made in Adobe Illustrator, which is a vector program. Um, Vector is using math to create shape. This is raster. So if you know the term rasterized, raster is using pixel. So Photoshop, for example, this is raster art here. A lot of your drawing programs, you're primarily working in raster. But vector is where you're taking points called vertices and paths, which are lines, and the lines connect the vertices and make shape. My let's see. Yeah, Procreate, you're also using raster. I know Clip Studio has vector that you can use. There are vector shapes in Photoshop, but I prefer using something like Illustrator. And there are, I believe, let's see, Figma, I believe, is another one that might be a vector program. Hi, everybody. Thanks for logging in. But let me open a recent. So our chatter guide keychain was done entirely in Adobe Illustrator. And this is a rasterized image, but if I opened this in Adobe Illustrator, everything um would be like mathematical, which means you can scale it and it won't lose quality. Um all that to say, if you're interested in exploring a look like this, maybe checking out a vector program. There are free vector programs. I believe Figma is one of them. Let me take a look at that real quick. Real quick. Figma program. What is that? It's an interface design tool. Oh, okay, okay. Hold on. Free vector programs. Free vector program. Inkscape. Okay, so Inkscape Vector, which is spelled VECTR. That's the name of the program. There's a lot of free vector programs, but if you're interested in lineless style and you kind of want to explore and kind of test the waters, maybe trying something like that. Or Clip Studio also has vector. When you said mathematical, I thought of the guy on the skateboard with a backwards hat trying to teach me math in a cool way. We love a good math. I hate math. I hate math, so I can't even pretend. But yeah, it uses numbers and it's used a lot for graphic design and graphics. See that ugly little box right there? I'm about to show you Illustrator. If she would load. Okay, wrong screen. Oink. Okay. You can see here all my graphics, my overlays, like all these frames made in Adobe Illustrator, baby. Let's open my chatter guide keychains. By the way, guys, we have 31 out of 50 orders. I'm gonna do a giveaway at the end of stream today, but please help us get to 50 orders. So this is done in Adobe Illustrator. This is a vector art piece. So if I do the wireframe view, these are my edges here. See that? Those black lines, oops, those black lines are the paths. And if I selected something, you can see those orange dots are my points. So the math is connecting the distance between those points. It sounds way more complicated. In reality, the way I like to explain vector is using cut paper. So you're taking a shape, you're putting it on top of another shape. Here, if I took this little guy, here is a shape. It's all masked in. Here's a shape, here's a shape, here's a shape, here's a shape. And I used gradients in here, but if I made these a solid color, for example, if I made this pink, that's a shape. Let's see. That's a shape. This is a shape. Back here, this and this, these are both shapes. See that? Really hard edge. So if you like doing graphic art and you want to do like a lineless style, I had a lot of fun when I was first learning Illustrator, but also it's not for everyone. So I don't blame you if you don't like it. It can also be a bit of a learning curve, but for stuff like this, like stickers and stuff that has like a really graphic art style, um meaning like you know, editorial art and graphic design, then I recommend trying a vector art program. I've heard good things about Inkscape as well. So yeah, so thank you so much for your submission. I should check it out since I'm trying to stick with the lineless style now, but usually when people start talking math, I just kind of yeah, no. It is Imagine you're taking construction paper and you're cutting out pieces and gluing them on top of each other. That is more or less what Illustrator feels like to me. It's not necessarily a drawing program, it's like a building program. Um, like, for example, if you wanted to make a heart, you would take a square, you'd round off two of the corners to make it look like an arch, and then you copy, paste, turn it, and then merge it together, and those two arches come together to look like a heart. Um, so you're like building a shape. I actually started this style because I got into construction paper art, doing that after making my husband a Skeletor surrounded by flowers. Hell yeah. Yeah, so I definitely recommend, and if you're looking for something that's a little bit more user-friendly, then children's book art especially, children's book illustrators tend to be the masters of lineless art style. My wife, is also an illustrator, and she has a lineless art style. She actually made our original background for them all. Well, actually, the second original background. Let me show you what she drew for us. Let me find the stuff from her. Oh, my baby, my lady. Trying to find where the heck it is. Yeah. Where the fuck did I put it? Yeah. Done. I have an overlay pieces thing, but I don't know. Hello? Maybe it's in my backup folder here. Can't. Hello? Me singing a song. I love my wife. I love my wife, Charlie. Okay, let's do art. Hi, Sonic Doodles. Welcome in. I'm looking for something. OBS. No, no, no. My stuff. Eh. Art. Done. I'm trying to find the art. Hi, Doodle Pie. Welcome in. I'm trying to find the art that my wife made for our backgrounds before the mall update. I've started doing this recently, not with her, but I make textured pages now and I clip them over the individual shapes. Makes it even more like paper. Yes. Oh, I love that. Hi, welcome in. Okay, hold on. I'm trying to find it. Her art's so cool. I might just have to go to her VGen. Hold on. I'm gonna go to her VGen. VGen. Okay. Oops. Uh bow 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 bow. I'm gonna go back to VGen. Can I find who I'm following? Saved. No, it would have to be people that I'm following. Who am I following? Following. There we go. I'm just trying to find some art for you. God damn. Okay. Bow, 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 bow. Okay, so this style, again, I don't know. Can I copy? I'm going to just do a screenshot because I am a lazy daisy. Okay, I got it. There we go. So this is the art that my wife made for our original mall background, and I animated it. Very simple animation, nothing crazy. Uh, where is the art? So you can see here, this is predominantly lineless, and she uses soft gradients and a textured brush to kind of get oh my god, this brush is huge. Get a definition. And yeah, so this is my wife's art style. She draws characters like this. Not to say that she doesn't use line art. You can see here that there's a lot of art. She uses like a textured charcoaly kind of brush for the lines. And yeah, so this is my wife's art style. She loves children's book illustration and she collects children's books. So I can't emphasize enough. If you like a cut paper style, some children's books actually quite literally use cut paper. One of the classics is Eric Carle. If you ever read A Very Hungry Caterpillar, I think it was like Chicka Chicka Boom or whatever that was. Yeah, so oh the bear gosh. Anyway, Eric Carle used tissue paper and he would paint the tissue paper with different textures and then he would cut it out and paste it. So, children's books are a plethora of advice for lineless art style and paper style. Yeah, yeah. So I highly recommend. I in college I had to paint tissue paper, which sucks because if you saturate it with water too much, it just falls apart. So on the floor of my dorm, on my hands and knees on a concrete floor, I painted washes of color over top of tissue paper, let it dry, and then cut it out to make a, a couple illustrations. I think I have an old drawing of him somewhere as a kaiju eating people, the very hungry caterpillar. Well, thank you so much for your submission. I'll be sending anybody that submitted, I'll be sending you like the before and after stuff afterwards. That's why I asked for your contact info. But thank you so much for your submission, and I'm happy that you popped in. We're gonna go to the next one, which is by Maz the God, who's hungry for people. So I'm just going in alphabetical order. So this is a character by Maz the God. Let me put this up here. Just trying to make sure you guys can see my colors too. And let me change the text here. There we go. The horse, how hungry. Okay. There we go. All right. So this is a character design by Maz. And let me get a sippy. Yes, very hell of a boss, very Vivzy Pop, but not as angular, which is nice. There's a little bit more of a like an organic feel, and I like how thick the lines are. Um, is this a this I it's very it seems very inspired by Hell of a Boss. A hell of a design. Alright, I'm gonna sip my drink without spilling it all over. Yeah, I love this, like, I think this character oh, that's right, I think Maz was the one who was talking about their character that has a black hole for a head. I love that. I'm just drinking my drinky, hold on. Mhm. Ah, okay, nice. So yeah, this black hole, I love the first off, the color palette is really pretty. I won't spill it, I promise. So we talked about the color wheel before, and we were talking about complementary colors. Peep this. Purple, this like really nice warm red violet, this magenta color, and the yellow. Purple and yellow, and also too, this blue here is very like violet purple. So we're using a complementary color scheme, and also we're keeping the color scheme simple. If you struggle with color, one of the best things you can do is try to limit the color that you're using first and foremost so that you are not overwhelming yourself with choice. Um, if you end up doing too much too quickly, without a strong foundation, it gets really, really overwhelming really quickly, and it's understandable. Like it's so easy to get yourself overwhelmed and confused by just having too many options. Um, and not only is it just because, there you need some more experience or maybe it's something that you're actively trying to learn, but there are studies that when people are left with too many choices, it actively deters people and keeps people from being able to make decisions. It's called decision paralysis. A study in particular that I remember was conducted in a grocery store where they had a control group go through an aisle for peanut butter, like jam and peanut butter. And so they had a group that went through the aisle where there were dozens of options for different brands, organic, low sugar, like dozens of different options. And then there was another group that walked down the aisle when there were only like two or three options. And the study showed that a higher percentage of individuals actually bought something when there were fewer options. So it's super understandable to be overwhelmed if you start simple first, try looking at online color palettes, for example. So if you're like, I'm really struggling for a vibe for a color palette, I'm gonna go online, I'm gonna find a color palette that just has a couple, and maybe you do some like lighter and darker variants of whatever those colors are. But keep it simple at first. Really stick to a color wheel, so the complementary colors. So, for example, Maz used predominantly purples, very space, very galaxy, which is on brand for a character whose head is a black hole. Here we have some really pretty. I wish the quality of the image was just a little bit better, but we work with what we got. So we have this really nice pale pastel blue here, but really we have this nice galaxy scheme, and Maz has punched us with this nice yellow in just a few places. We have like this gold here on the cane, a little bit of warmth from that staff here and that bow tie. And we have immediately now a much stronger color scheme because we kept it simple. And it's super effective. Maz has also used black and white, not only because this is a very dapper character, right? They're wearing a tailcoat, they have gloves, they have a big old top hat. The black and white is super classic, very dress formal, but also black and white act as an anchor for all the other colors. And this white here lets the center of this design, these colors, these really rich and vibrant colors, stand out because the coat's just white. And that's again talking about contrast, right? A contrast of really vibrant and saturated and detailed, and something that's really simple and is just plain white. The gloves are black, and then we have another pop of that color. These are the shirt cuffs that are actually popping out from underneath this jacket. And you can tell because you can see here this character has cufflinks. Those are the cuffs that are actually being held together by a piece of jewelry. That's what a cufflink is. So yeah, these cuffs are actually the shirt poking out from underneath. So I think it's a really strong design. Of course, you can see here, this is pretty much our color palette. That's it. And it's a complementary scheme. It's predominantly blue, violet forward, and then we have bam, that punch of yellow. For this character, I really like the shape. I think the proportions are really fun. And knowing from what Maz said that this is a like a VTuber or a Sona character design, the one thing is that I would love to know how this character expresses themselves. A lot of you have mentioned, and this is something that I noticed too, that because my model is now motion tracked to my face, I'm a lot more personable. The eyes quite really quite literally are the window to the soul. So if I stand here, I'm looking at you or, as much as I can. I'm smiling, I'm moving, I'm emoting, and that eye contact, that engagement feels more personal. But your character does not need eyes. They Hi, Maz. Your character doesn't need eyes. They don't even need a mouth. You can do a lot with very little. I recommend looking at character designs like GLaDOS from Portal. GLaDOS and Wheatley, they have one light in the center of an orb. They are a light in an orb. And just through movement, just through a pulsing of light, color, you can understand the emotion of that character. And like these little like shutter oscillating shutters that like close overneath like over top of the light, you can get a lot of personality from a very simple design. I also recommend The Good Robot, which is also or Wild Robot rather, Wild Robot, which is also a children's book series. But actually, they just had a movie come out, and I think I just got the we can feel the disappointment when we fart. Yes, you can. But yeah, I recommend looking at characters that are animated and don't have facial features at all. But the thing you have to do is you have to be able to give them emotion through other means, whether it's color, size, movement. So for this, I really love this like action that you have here, Maz. Let me get a contrasting color, kind of like green. So like this sweep here is really dynamic and really cool. And then you have like this outward burst of this dynamic like ray here. It's like it's pushing out and pulling in at the same time, which is very on brand for a character that is a black hole. One of the things that I think could be interesting is a pulsation. So maybe the spikes push outward more when you're speaking. So for example, maybe this is your neutral state here. You have the center of the black hole, you have a couple spikes here. And when you speak, maybe these pulse out just a bit further. There's maybe a couple different frames, right? Of maybe the spikes are like this, uh, and then maybe they go to like here. they change how far out they are, and you maybe have like 3 frames that like also pulsate between each other, so it looks like it's moving. Maybe you can also see if there's a way for you to control how big or how large or how bright the center is, based on the volume of your mic. So if you speak louder, it could go out further. Um, and that is something that that's a bit out of my scope, but I know that it's possible. Um, there are audio filters for like in OBS where it'll be a movement filter based on audio. So you would just have it's a plugin for OBS, but basically you'd have an item, and when an audio plays, it will like move or shudder or shake. Of course, send away Twitch bitch. I said what I said. What do you mean? Send anyway. What are you talking about, Celador? What happened? So yeah, so I think having it be controlled by like volume or just on and off speech, maybe there's like a pretty idle animation and then it has a bit more energy when you're speaking, could be a really good way to show some emotion. You could have toggles where maybe the colors change. So maybe your neutral is this really cool magenta. And then maybe if you're angry, it goes to this really bright red, which goes a little bit out of our color scheme. But your intention is to show a change of emotion. So maybe it's more of like something like this, where it's almost like fiery. And maybe by extension, the underside of the hat also kind of gets a little bit of that, changes a little bit of color to show us that you're like emanating some sort of light. Changing it to a different color scheme, maybe if you're sad, maybe you have a toggle where it's actually more blue instead, like a cool cyan color. So yeah, using color and other things to show your emotion when your face can't do that. Maz very much enjoys his design. I'm not the artist myself. If you want the artist to check out, uh, Angel Cyber Entity on Blue Sky. Oh heck yeah, heck yeah, yeah. Actually, okay. So if you aren't the artist, then there's not too much that I can say to you, uh, to like help. Um, I am planning on doing a design specific um critique. So, if you're looking for more advice on designs or maybe branding around this character, I will do a more specific critique for that, or more of like an advice. But if you didn't make the art yourself, then there's not really too much that I can offer you, other than suggestions on how you would draw and how you would rig your character. So, but this is a cool character design. I think the color palette's super strong. And I think there's a lot of charisma to be had around this character. So I think it's a really cool design. But yeah, in the future, for the art critiques, make sure that you are the artist that is submitting work, unless otherwise stated. So, like I said, a critique that is specifically for VTuber designs, whether you did it or not, I will have a separate form for that, and I will have um, a separate critique day for that. But cool design. I like the way that the artist captured the vibe, and I think it's really cool. Just the warnings on Twitch when you use a cuss word. Oh, I see, I see. But yeah, so for the future, guys, make sure that for art critique days, you're submitting your own art. And if you guys really want, I will have a design critique day, which will be a separate thing. But thank you so much for submitting your design. I really like the vibe. And we'll go to the next one. Let me open up the next one. We have Nobilu's. Nobilu has two, and I wanted to talk about both of them. But let me let me I'll talk about them both, but I'll only work on one, if that makes sense. Will you let me know when you got Yes, absolutely. I will have an announcement in the Discord. I'll also have an announcement on Blue Sky. I will make it its own specific time so you guys can have special attention put to your designs. Um for design for like a VTuber or a PNG tuber. I have a question about that if you're fine with answering. Of course. My VTuber page has the top half separate from the bottom half because I have different hairstyles. Would you prefer bodies to be put together for critique? Uh, mm, you can send multiple images and I can always cobble it together, but if you do wanna put, the effort into making it one sheet, that'd be super helpful. Doesn't really matter, how big or what proportions the sheet are in, so if you have to kinda, like, make the canvas an odd size to, like, fit it together, that's okay too, as long as it's not, like, 80 megabytes or whatever, like or, like, a gigantic file size, but it's can still have good quality. I did do the color choice myself. The staff has Pluto on it. I plan to have the different planets dictate the color of my bow tie. Oh, I love that a lot. Yeah, the color palette's really nice. I love the color palette. Cool, that's fine. I can make it one body pretty easily. Yeah, if you wanted to have so let's say that Nobilu wanted to show us this character in a different outfit or a different colorway. Or you have some different expressions. You can always just extend this out. Let me grab Oleander. Maybe have this body here. Maybe this is gonna look ugly, so I'm so sorry. Well, maybe Oleander has a green blue variant. You know? Maybe Oleander just said, "I'm gonna have green today. I'm gonna be green." And then, maybe you have a couple expressions or hairstyles, so we're gonna just take this. Maybe you have like a bust or something. Something like this. Doink, doink. But yeah, if there's other stuff that you like, or maybe you have some accessories, feel free to oh, whoopsies. Feel free to arrange it however you need to. So if you have it like this, you can totally send something like this. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, still pretty new at this, so I wasn't sure how, like, the care oh, yeah, no, no. You don't have to have for me, you don't need to arrange it. As long as you're showing everything that you would like to have, feedback on, that's all that I need. It doesn't have to be put in a specific way. People send all sorts of formats and all sorts of different things along, so, yeah. So no pressure. I don't have any rules as long as it's TOS safe and has not too much gore or body horror. We had a submission where for this critique somebody had submitted some really beautiful pieces, but some of them were a little bit too in the body horror slash body mutilation category, which can be really uncomfortable for some people. So I did choose the design of theirs that was the least uncomfy. But their pieces that they made are really nice. I just didn't want to. Yeah, no straight up nipple. That'd be awesome. No nip. No all sorts of stuff. But yeah, so Nobilu sent in two designs, and I wanted to talk about them, but then also like just like focus on one. Let me get my blankie because the AC is on my blanket, and let me also make sure that the title is correct or the little thing there. No titties out. Hey, we are all about that, but just not on twitch.tv/mall dumpy. Okay, let me check. Let me change this. Womp. Wonderful. So I wanted to talk about this design. I just wanted to like talk about it because I really enjoy it. I saw you had been working on this and you shared this. I believe it was in Moonbitch's Discord server. I love the texture um, and just the personality. Um, yeah, yeah. If you guys are ever curious about making a character look more grounded in reality, adding wear and tear to their clothing, even something like as simple as a splatter or a brush stroke, can really make a character's outfit look more lived in. Moonbitch mentioned. Yeah, every once in a while, I take a peek through Moonbitch's servers. Sometimes I like to share, but I really like to see what other people are working on. So yeah, adding and you can see here that a lot of this is really some simple line art and then some splatter, a nice texture brush, maybe like a charcoal brush or a watercolor brush, and pay attention to areas that are going to get a lot more wear and tear. So usually the seams of fabric will gather things like water and dirt. Um, this character feels very much like they have been out and about in the world. Maybe they work with their hands a lot. They are an adventurer of some sort. So this character, because of the texture of just their clothing, it really feels like they um, are well traveled. And it also gives us the impression that this character, even though they're very well dressed, they have a lot of embellishment on their outfit. They are not so pristine and clean, so maybe they're not in like a nobility kind of sense, but they are very worldly. I did line art instead of holes because the holes aren't too live 2D friendly. Absolutely, yeah, whatever works for you. If your design is meant to be a model, that's an awesome idea. Thinking about your technical limitations is really important when making character designs. That's why a lot of character designs for television are super simplified, because you're gonna have to reproduce that art and stay on model. So yeah, thinking of your technical limitations while making your design will make your design stronger because you're already imagining it as its final form and its final product. The hands have nails, they do not dig dirt. Yeah, this character's really cool. Well, you never know. We can't see the dirt behind the nails. I love this tail too. Ooh, I really like the texture of this fern brush too. Almost like the ferns and stuff have been like a seed that got embedded in the tail and they just sprouted and you're like, "I don't care to remove that." So yeah, we get a lot of personality and a lot of building just from the clothing that this character is wearing. And it really can just be that simple. I made that fern brush along with the pattern, button, and monstera leaf stuff. That's awesome. Hell yeah. Yeah, if you guys are curious, making brushes is way easier than you think. Here, you can see, I love the examples here. You can see how Nobilu made these embellishments. If you guys are curious about making like a stamp or a brush, there are a lot of really easy tutorials online. And being able to do stuff like this lets you get this really cool embellishment like this super easy, especially if you know how to use vector. These geometric patterns are much easier to produce in vector, but it's certainly not a requirement. But in a program like Adobe Illustrator, you can make this into a brush that you can copy along a path. So what I'm going to do real quick is I'm going to show you guys using Nobilu's art as an example. I'm going to open Adobe Illustrator and show you guys how I would make a brush to add embellishments to a character. Stole the pattern, and the pattern is with vector, since otherwise it'd be tough to keep within the lines. Absolutely. Of the stole. Okay, the stole pattern. I didn't steal the pattern. Got you. I read that wrong. I was like, yeah, sure. The bats on my drawings character is my first attempt at making a brush. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. So let me make a new file. It doesn't matter how big. This is Adobe Illustrator right here. I've made brushes in the past. Let me take Nobilu's art here. So this is the pattern that Nobilu provided, very graciously. I have an outline vector for the sidelines, and then I duplicate it and change the brush shape in my pattern. Let's go. So this is a very high contrast pattern. So I'm going to use image trace, which you can see has worked smashingly. If I click wireframe, oh, I can't see anything because I didn't expand. Let me expand. There we go. So now if I do wireframe, you can see here that I have created in just a few moments because Nobilu provided a extremely high contrast image. I am just going to get rid of the white and now I am just left with only black. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Let me select this group. I'm going to make this into a compound shape. And if you can see here, in just a few moments, I've translated this pattern. So if it's easier for you to draft the pattern traditionally, maybe you used pencil and paper and you scanned it in, whatever works for you, as long as you have a high contrast image, it'll work out well for you if you're translating to vector. Of course, vector isn't the only way to do something like this. Let me do my Pathfinder gunk. Okay, so I am right now, I'm just making sure that it's kind of repeatable. I am just chopping off the edges here. I'm going to take this bit of this dot here. might be a little bit off. Yeah, it's a little off. So let me just find, I'm gonna do something called making the module, which is the repeatable section. Oops. Hello? No, no, no. No, no, Illustrator. So I'm gonna take the center of one to the center of the other, like this. And I am going to take this and I'm gonna just cut, dunk. So now I'm gonna get rid of everything on this side, get rid of everything on this side. And this is a repeatable pattern. So if I took this module and I just copied it over here, oops, well, if I copied it better, there we go. And then I just copy, copy, copy. It's repeatable forever now. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna make, remember when I said the sky was screaming and that my light probably would die? So it did. And now I'm back. Oh, welcome back. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this repeat and give myself a good bit of, a good bit of width, some length actually. Here's my length. I'm going to select this, group it together, and I am going to make a brush out of this by going to Illustrator's brush settings, and I will just press the plus sign, and I'm just going to make this an art brush. I could also make it a pattern brush, so it would repeat, but I'm just interested in keeping this one line here, because I don't know if I'm going to be using this so much like in another context. So I'm really quickly just gonna make sure that the edges don't scale out too much. Can't see my window, but I'm all right. So now you might be saying, Mandy, what the fuck does this have to do with anything? Hold on. Now that I've made that into a brush, I'm gonna use the brush tool with the brush that we made selected, and now ah, and in Illustrator, I can now select it and move it around with my vertices. My Bezier handles, if you've ever heard of a Bezier. So this is one of the reasons that a vector program can be super helpful. Of course, I would probably have brought in the sketch or the art of my character and made this over top of the sketch and then just copy and pasted it into my drawing program. Especially since CSP's vector tools are that's true. Of course, again, making a brush in whatever program you're using, so you're just drawing, you're drawing like this anyway, is also super useful. Illustrator literally only just gives you the power to move it around. That's really the only, that's really the benefit of doing it this way. But again, there's many ways to do stuff like this, but if you're interested in stuff like this, we now have an infinitely scalable, infinitely editable pattern. So if you are going to be drawing your character a whole lot and something like this might be useful for you, or maybe it's not a character at all, just a design element, something like this might be super helpful. But again, you don't have to do this. But I like here, you can also do it with complicated art as well. Let me open and let me see if I can't find what I had done before. Let's see here. Hmm. I can't remember where I put it, but I had a bunch of art um that had, maybe is it in done? Raw. I had a bunch of just like random art. I can't remember. I made like a Hatsune Miku worm. I don't know where that would be. And it's not really worth futzing around too much with. Hmm. Maybe it's in merch. Oh, you know what? It might be in my merch area. Let's see here. I think it's in my Halloween stickers. There, I found it. Okay. So here are I made this art. Dirty Dan, Watsune, Wiku, and Bumpus. So I made these little guys. In wireframe, you can see here that they are raw, they're drawn art. And if I go down here, I made them into brushes, and if I go to wireframe, they are just their path. They are only a path. So if I wanted to come in here and Where are my layers at? Let me unlock this. So if I there we go. If I came in here, you can see now that my central path is open and I can now edit this worm. I can edit my little worm like this. I can make Wiku shake her little worm booty. So yeah, if you're interested in stuff like that, I'll definitely see if I can't do me when my cat's about to puke. Sorry. So if you guys are interested in stuff like that, I'll definitely do a an Illustrator brush tutorial. I've done stuff like that before. Look at Bumpus, he's so silly. All right, enough of that. Enough of that. Anyway, Nobilu has shown us a lot of really interesting ways that you can add personality and texture and complexity in a way that is repeatable, for them to draw this character. We have a really cool color palette where I've seen a lot of people do this on character sheets where they have an interesting shape. So we have some diamonds and some triangles that are very geometric and follow a lot of the design motifs that Nobilu has put elsewhere, and they're really just expanding on variations. And they've also given us a key here. The diamond is the base color, triangle are texture colors, and the square are multiply colors. So this is more of a reference for them than anyone else, but it's easy enough and very detailed, so you can follow what they're going for. We see a repeat of the fern motif and this monstera motif. You can see here that we have a lot of the same shape language is being shared amongst a lot of the design elements. And the more common, it's called a motif, but a repeating image, the more that you can repeat that imagery, the more cohesive it feels. And also too, it looks like they've also detailed exactly what these brushes are. And that's really handy. It's really exciting. There's a lot of love and care that went into this design. And I really wanted, I couldn't not talk about this one. With this character design, I wanted to make a character that was a little easier to draw since the original V2 point oh was so hard to draw. Yeah, that's making a character design can be for a lot of different reasons, and expanding and trying to make something that's a little bit easier for you to draw after working with the other design is a totally valid and awesome reason to explore changing your design or doing something different. So yeah, I really wanted to talk about this one. This one, it will be the one that I kind of like go with, I suppose, for the more thorough critique. But most of the time, I like to see what the submissions can teach people in terms of like the session. So like while we're in this stream, with the context of the other submissions, what can certain submissions add to that? So this is an excellent example of some of the things that we talked about with other character designs. The character's pose is very open, very full of personality, so we can get an idea of this character's vibe. They're pretty confident, right? They have their arms, all four of them, kind of like out. This smug expression. Just in their posture, they have this very comfortable S curve. They've got their weight pushed over onto this other leg, and the hip is jutted out, and we have this fun angularity, this very straight leg. This character seems very comfortable, very confident, and a little sassy, and we're getting that just from their posture. With this one, I was making a PNG tour model for a Cyberpunk TTRPG that didn't end up happening. He's going to be the player villain character. I love that. I love that. I'm going to separate this character from the background real quick. Boink. Makes it easier. And I'm gonna grab this mid-tone color. Doink. Wonderful. Background and character thoroughly separated. So one of the things that I want to show you guys is the silhouette. The very first thing that we went over today was a character design, and I'm gonna just show you the silhouette. So now we have a. Let me zoom out a little. Just by looking at this silhouette, everything about this character is super clear and easy to read, and that's the goal of an identifiable silhouette. We have already a hint of Nobilu's art style with this very angular. We have a lot of sharpness mixed with roundness. But yeah, we have a very angular style here. This character has a lot of edge, and knowing now that this is a villain character, this makes sense. Uh, yeah, we love triangles, yes. And so here we have all this fun angularity that's happening. But most importantly, every piece of this character is super recognizable. Sorry, I'm fixing myself in my chair. Super recognizable, and we don't know anything about them. For one, we're getting the implication that okay, these arms are the most important ones. Let me snooze the ads. These arms are the most important because they are sticking out the farthest. So, for all we know, this could be like an extension of the coat. Maybe it's like a big, strange coat or part of a sleeve or a sash. However, the first thing that strikes us are these arms. Knowing what we know, these are extra arms. These are additional arms. So these being more obvious than this character's actual arms is actually kind of fun because you're going to be seeing these first anyway. It almost doesn't matter what these other arms are doing. We see this pose, and even if we saw nothing else but a silhouette, we have this big grand, we have our torso, we have a collar, we have a head, and we can get this imagery. There's horns or ears. Doesn't matter the specifics. We have this big open posture, hip up, leg out, putting that weight on this foot, and this one's a little bit looser. We have this really dynamic pose, really fun energy. And so even if we didn't even know that there were other arms, I don't think it matters. We are drawn to these hands in a big open gesture. You can see fingers. Everything's super clear, and we already have an idea of what this character's wearing, just how the pants are cropped, how baggy the sleeves are. So there's a lot of personality with just a black silhouette. And that's what you should aim for. You don't have to show every single detail all the time, whatever, but we're getting a lot of really cool imagery, and personality just from this shape, from the silhouette. Cyberpunk mechanics wise, Oleander is absolutely packed with the maximum limit of cybernetics. His humanity's like 2 out of a previous 100. So I think we can all say this guy's a freak. I love freaks in this house. And also now, if you guys remember the color wheel situation that we were talking about, yeah, absolute freak behavior. So if you want to pay attention to the color palette thing that we did, we have uh a kind of augmented secondary color scheme, which I mentioned that um protagonist characters tend to have the primary colors, which are red, yellow, and blue, while villains tend to have the secondary colors, which are orange, green, and purple. So you can see here that Nobilu has used a very like tech. This is a common color scheme that I see in like tech and like cyberpunk stuff. There is, we're just a little bit away from. Look at this. Bonk. Look at that. That's the secondary color scheme. And red can be seen as a very aggressive color. So substituting an orange for a red is super similar. It adds a warm color. It fulfills a lot of the same duties that an orange would. And in the hair here, we're getting some of that where it mixes between red and green. We're getting a little bit of this like peachy orangey color. And I see that the purple looks like it's lighting, rather than a design element. However, the purple lighting is adding to this character's design. If we remove the purple, Nobilu has used now a complementary color scheme. So if we say that we got rid of the purple, Nobilu has now just used a complementary color scheme. And either way, they're adhering to strong color theory. You don't have to. One thing about color theory is that once you know the basics, you can use the basics to make informed, strong, creative decisions to create your own palettes. Welcome in. Thanks for the follow. So yeah, you can really just make informed decisions and go off of the knowledge that you have based off of learning color theory basics. And again, a series of contrasts. We have these really vibrant, punchy colors in the middle of a sea of a like gunmetal gray with some oh my gosh. That activated my digital
When's the
keyboard.
last time you saved?
Oh, thank you, thank you. Welcome in, huh? Oh my gosh, hit me in the head? You just got here, Leonard. Um, so yeah, Nobilu has used these really cool, let me use a contrasting color. These really awesome like gunmetal grays and silvers to offset and bring attention to these really vibrant and punchy neon colors. Um, and because there's a lot of solid here, they've introduced other design elements into the piece, into this outfit. Let me snooze those ads. Character is going to be an assassin for Biotechnica, one of the big corporation that runs the farms. I absolutely had to have green in there. Let's go. Yeah. Absolutely, I love that. I also love here that, one of the things that they've introduced as a design element is instead of just having a simple zipper, they have introduced this, almost this gear tooth pattern here. Makes me think of, like, the doors on spaceships and stuff like that. So it's almost like a Velcro or snap button, kind of overlap here, and it also cuts through this big panel of red and gives us, uh an image of how this character is opening or removing this coat. The tooth pattern is on the ends of the real arm sleeves, though not as visible in this pose. Oh yeah, you can see it here too. Look at that. Yeah, and that's another design motif. Uh, gives him access to the gear, but it was that's fucking cool. I love that. I love that. Yeah, it's kind of neat to see that maybe these sleeves just rip right in half. That's also really cool. Oh, and you can see it here too. So again, a return of Nobilu using design motifs and repeating patterns. Again, really makes this character's vibe feel more coherent. The horizontal stripes here in the silver also appear here on the end of the jacket. And then also they repeat, but now instead of being horizontal, they're vertical as this little panel in the side of the pants, and they appear here at the bottom of these boot covers. So again, Nobilu's repeating these motifs, just further solidifying this character's vibe and making these intentional, very intentional design choices. Um, I was drawing directly on the art. Nor. There we go. Uh, there we go. Yeah. So yeah, making just super intentional design choices. Nar. Another thing too, like I was mentioning, there's a lot of solid art here, a lot of solid gray. But one of the ways that they have cut into that is by making these really dynamic folds that are following how actual folds would be. The knee is bringing tension to this fabric, so you can see here that from the knee, the shadows and the pant leg are pulling down, and then also here from the crotch of the pants, they're emanating out. Same thing here. The leg is defining the hip is our if we're using a point of tension, you have the knee and you have the hip. From the hip, we have this point of tension. The shadows and the pant leg are falling from where the tension is coming from. Um, and they've also introduced this big ribbon here. Let me use a better color. This big ribbon here to just cut through some of that big empty space as well. Also just adds interest. If this character were moving, it would add movement to this character. And yeah, just a really fun repeat. Again, if you want to think of motifs, we have this like shortcut like torso, like a shelf. This jacket is leaving their torso pretty small. Their waist is accentuated by this big shelf of a shape here. And then that same shape repeats here and repeats here with a small ankle. It just adds interest and flavor to the silhouette. Again, look at this. If we just want to make it rectangular, and then a thin wrist. So yeah, if you guys are interested, again, it also repeats here. We have the collar and we have the neck. So if you guys are curious about character design, I definitely recommend looking at art like this and drawing over it. Like taking it and not to use. This isn't for the purpose of you using it as your own art. Um, it also really helps if you get permission. But if you're finding images online or if you're using like a character design from a TV show, it really helps to go through with the intention of learning and training your eye to see these intentional design decisions that people made so that you can also make those intentional decisions for your own art. Hearing you break down all the design elements makes me feel like I was being so smart in the past. This is also too, a lot of these things aren't conscious. I mean, a lot of people will make conscious decisions, right? I mean, speaking for myself, a lot of times I'm going for the vibe, okay? But a lot of these things are things that we've picked up subconsciously from characters that we've seen in the past. So maybe you've seen Evangelion and you're really influenced by 90s and 80s anime, especially in a space and tech futurism, sort of like this retro futurism kind of vibe. The characters have very like if you look at Shinji's profile, a very slender character, and this is also very very much a part of like 90s. Broad shoulders, boxy shirt, boxy sleeve, thin waist, thin arms. And this goes into not only the art style, but into Shinji as a character. Very meek character who's kind of being swallowed up by everything around him. So his clothing looking very big is not only just a stylistic choice, but can speak to his character. Um, so yeah, using this angular boxiness to accentuate how thin everything else is an intentional choice. But it's inspired by something else that you've seen, and things that you've just absorbed while consuming media. Heike love Shinji's silhouette. Yeah, Shinji crank that shoulder boy. So yeah, you can see there's similarities here, whether or not those were intentional. Every single one of you are gonna have different experiences that you draw from while you're drawing. Hi, Bruiser, how are you? I'm your little butterfly. Hi. Let's take a sip of my drink. Okay. So yeah, so there's a lot of really cool things you can learn. So I recommend if you have character designs that really speak to you, um, pull them into whatever drawing program you use that you prefer. Um, and start intentionally picking apart, and observing the things that they did. Again, they might not have intentionally done this, but it's something that they did. It's their interpretation of this media, and it's how they express the feeling they were going for. Uh, is this character emblematic of a futuristic cyberpunk society? Absolutely. But we're getting that information from, this clothing, which is inspired by other cyberpunk media. It could be from Harajuku street fashion, streetwear, sportswear. That's super influential and something that you can look at photos of right now. And we also have not only this element of additional limbs, but seeing that they are metallic limbs. And we have this really fast, I didn't even see this at first, this fascinating, like ribbed texture. Uh, these are things that play off of things that we're already familiar with. Nobilu, just like anyone else, is using their interpretation of media and boiling it down into what they want this character to be and where they're planning on using it and what they want you to see and feel when you're looking at this character. We can tell this character's a little a little shit. They've got fangs. What else do we need to say? They have fangs and red eyes. This character is an asshole. Pointy, little angry cat vibe. This guy's cat shaped. Angry. Gonna knock over your water bottle if you leave it uncapped. A ton of the rake textures. Yeah, rake textures absolutely slap. And using little textures like that, finding like a brush that has a funny little texture and using it again in very intentional places, right just in the joints and on the pads of the hand is a motif. Is a motif. So again, being very tasteful and selective with where you're putting those textures can just emphasize the vibe you're going for. And I mean, for all intents and purposes, Nobilu's like, yeah, that's a dope texture. Let me just. But what they've done with it is they've followed the shape of the hand while using the texture brush. So if you're somebody who likes to try different brushes out, try following the shape of a hand or the shape of the body that you're using the texture on, and it'll make it look a lot less like you're just using a texture or a brush. It feels more integrated and it feels more like it's supposed to be there rather than something that you just found and slapped on there. Like, his face has a bunch of rake textures on it just 'cause synthetic skin. Yeah, look at that. Here. And they are following the shape of the eye, like this. Same here on the eyelid. Also gives us the idea of folding skin. Yeah, just a lot of attention to detail, but also, you can see here, little bits of it right here. So yeah, I highly recommend seeing art that you enjoy, seeing art that you can learn from, and just paying attention, learning what to look at and where, and then also, I mean, you might come up with ideas based off of the work that the original artist might not have had, but that is your interpretation of their work, and everybody can learn something from it. I think the only thing I would do is add more glowing things. Have this guy absolutely lit up. So maybe I would just go and add like lighting somewhere. Oops, making my brush. Like, how dope would it be is if this was lit, literally lit. Maybe we grab this. This is literally me just playing around and having fun. Have it be lighting in here. And then take that really fun, like citrine green, and then just slap a little bit of this on there. Bam! Under the hair, too. Eh. And then we could slap it here on this right here. We can make the center if you want something to look like it's glowing, just make the center look lighter. Automatically made it look like it's glowing. Same thing here. It doesn't have to make sense because it's your own little world. This is your Blorbo. You do what you want. This is your little little Blorbo. Yeah. Just adds another element of fun. Fantasy wiring. Yeah. I mean, you can do so much with wiring and stuff now. It's like not even funny. Glow stick belt, why not? Light emitting fabric, sure. Or maybe it's just like weird reflective fabric, radioactive fabric. This is probably doing a little too much, but look how fun that is. And then we have the bottom here. Yeah. 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 And then I'm gonna go under and I'm gonna take this same green and I'm just gonna make it look like there's like glow on the pants, I think. Got them light up spats. This guy's got them those freaking Skechers. Got them Skechers that glow when you stomp on the ground. Two, maybe there's like a cybernetic glow to the eyes. Well, I don't want to go too crazy with it, but maybe we got a little bit of this going on. You know? Maybe we got a little bit of that. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, just goes to show that you can oh thank you so much for the subscription. Thank you. I hope you enjoy your emotes. Thanks so much. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. Thank you so much. Thanks for boosting my art confidence. Of course. Of course. Yeah, the critiques, I mean, I'm just playing around. I'm not doing anything crazy, but the critiques are as much to show what can be improved on as much as they are to show you what's working. You know what I mean? And of course, are there things that could be changed? Yeah, always. I'm not the best character designer, I'm not the best artist, but learning, how other people balance and use color and shape and texture is just literally how you learn. You have to look at other people's stuff and learn from them, and it's a real skill you have to develop to see what they're doing and see the choices people make. So yeah, this art has been so much fun to look at, and I really enjoy it. Um, I just I love a saucy rim light. I like a glowy inside part of a jacket. I love a little saucy glowy jacket. Actually, too, because the inside of the jacket would be on the waist here. What if I did a little bit of ha and a little bit of ha? Maybe the green is coming out from under here too. Like there's a glow underneath. Hold on, let me get my soft brush again. It's giving the cars with the undercarriage LEDs. No, you're right. Oh my gosh, maybe it's, like, super bright, like, right here. So maybe then I would just erase this, a little bit of this. Yeah, this is me just playing around. This is me just having fun. This is me just having fun. There we go. Yeah, that's kinda fun. I love the idea of light seeping out from underneath of something. I think that's so much fun. I love that vibe so much. Welcome back. Welcome back from the ads, y'all. So yeah, like I mentioned during the ads, the critiques are as much to show you what can be improved on as they are to show you what you're doing right with your work and things that are reading really well, and stuff that you might not even have realized about your own work because it's someone else's interpretation. And mine is just one of very many. So the more that you can share your art with people in a space that's respectful and conductive to learning, whether it's my space or someone else's, the more you can put your art out there and learn how to talk about it and have other people talk about it, the more comfortable you'll become with the artistic choices that you're making. And no matter what part of your journey you're on, there's always something cool to learn from someone else or to learn about your own art that you're already making. Um, and it's super exciting that you guys have chosen to share your art with me. So I really appreciate it. I hope you guys um, enjoy the art critiques. I really enjoy doing them. And I really like seeing people's art. I really like seeing people's art. I'm going to do one last thing just because I think it's fun. Because every saucy little character needs a saucy little. Is this gray green? It's actually kind of green. Welcome in. Thanks for the follow. I'm going to do one last thing. Every saucy little, twinky little angry guy needs these little manicure. I don't make the rules. I don't make the rules. I'm just governed by a scary overlord. Every saucy little saucy little villain character needs their nails done. Watch this. Oh my god. Get that little highlight in there. Forget about it. Forget about it. He has super future cancer anyways. He can do what he wants. Super future cancer. Yeah, he does what he wants. Look at that. And now that his nails are black, it's easier to see when he flips you off. Hi, Kiri. How are you? Oh my gosh, thank you so much for submitting your art, especially your model art. That's super super special that you've shared it with me. And I can't wait to do like we were talking about before a design critique. If we'd like that to be our next critique for June's critique, then I'll write that down and I'll put it in the schedule. Let me write it down in my Discord. Hello? Discord? Are you gonna open or and let's move on to the next one. I think we have one more entry. One more entry. We have two more entries. Okay. Boink. This next one is by Ratty Cheese 12. Electric Boogaloo. Of course, of course. And thank you again for the subby. It's so nice of you. I'm gonna save this. Boink. It's me. Another character design for a character named Mora. Let me change the label. Okay. And is my Discord gonna open up or what? I guess it's not. I guess it's not. So let me put a note on my phone. if Discord's not gonna open, then I'm gonna put a note on my phone. So if we want June's critique to be a model critique or like a design critique, I can do that. That way I can advertise it as such, and I can make a special form just for that. Um, Yeah, let me put that in my phone. Hold on. Wanna make sure that I don't forget. Even my notes app is being silly. Okay, let me write it down. June critique, model, or yeah, model design critique. Cool. All right. I'll make sure to put that in the Discord. I'll also have it on my schedule when the time comes, and I'll put it on Blue Sky when the time comes. If people prefer to have a little bit more time, then I can probably announce it once I have the date for it. But now, we're gonna go over Mora. Let me collapse this for a second. Actually, yeah, I'll keep this over here. Could you draw the Allied master computer for my favorite short story? I'm not taking drawing requests. So the critiques are people submitting their art to me. So I'm not taking requests or commissions currently. AM? I mean, okay. So, this is Ratty Cheese's design for their character Mora. This I am not taking commissions. um, so this is a decomposer eats dead things humans too. Small brain mushroom. That sounds like you're talking about me. So what we have here is what looks to be like a character exploration page. This is I love the hair goes into the mushroom. I saw from your other submissions that you really like to delve into uh body horror and exploring like human form. So that's really fun. I like seeing that kind of like pop up here as well. I did choose this one because it was a little bit more safe of a bet, but I liked all of the art. I just wanted to make sure that you knew that I liked all the submissions. I like this bruising color that you've used. So, Ratty has used this really pleasant purple and these shades of like a maroon. And it's giving, like a bruise almost, this interesting, almost like alien color as well. I also like the diagram of the teeth and the tongue. They're showing us the eyelashes as well, kind of like how these eyes work. I'm a sucker for big ears on characters. I love to give my characters these big pointed ears. I love that. I see here that you've also included this like tear texture. Let me get a better. This tear texture makes me think of the spotting and ribbing on mushrooms. So you're incorporating a lot of imagery that is reminiscent of fungus. I also get the idea of, based on this like bell shape, it almost makes me think of like a a jellyfish and something that's kind of like tenderly a little bit dangerous. But yeah, I think there's a lot of really interesting imagery that you've included here that really sells mushroom. One of the things that is there anything in particular that you're looking for feedback on? Um, there is an example here of the base shape. You can see here that the character has some claws, which these claws actually look a little reptilian to me because of how thin and long they are. Lizards tend to have like thin, long nails, which is really interesting. Um, and we can see here that we have some of their clothing items as well. But this is really just it seems to be a diagram of exploring this character. Was curious if the body shapes and clothing. Okay, absolutely. So let me give this a little bit more room on the canvas. Let me do that. Dun, 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 dun. Shoo. Just a little bit more room. Wonderful. And I will just expand that out and lock. So, oops. Whoopsie daisies. All right. I will save. Perfect. Hello? Where's my mouse? Come back. There we go. My arm's bending all out of shape. So this character is pretty proportionate. I think honestly the head is a little larger, but it feels like a stylistic choice, especially too because we have this big exaggerated mushroom cap. So it feels super intentional. If you would like body shape and anatomy advice, let me kind of do a little bit of a draw over. I think the proportions are pretty on par. They seem pretty good. If we wanted to, and again, some of these things are all down to like stylization. So how are you stylizing a character? How are you wanting them to look? Those are all choices that you make when stylizing characters. So and once you have a pretty firm grasp on anatomy, it makes it a lot easier to make informed decisions. I can see here that the hips kinda go off, of this symmetry, so I'm gonna make sure that I don't, mess it up. But yeah, the shoulders seem pretty good, they're, like, grounded. They seem like they're pretty well put together. Uh, let's see if we can't extend the upper arm and have instead of the shoulder coming in front here, let me see if I can't get a better color. What's the grid tool you just used? This is a symmetry tool. This blue line is my line of symmetry. And I'm using Photoshop, so if you drag it out to either side, you can align on your art the center. Welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Also, hello, hi. Let me get a better color. It's a little bit easier to see. Actually, let me just put an overlay on this so you can see it a little better. Let me set this to multiply. There we go. That makes it a little easier to see. No, I wanna lock this. Thanks for the follow, welcome in. No, I just wanna lock it. I'm pressing the wrong thing, of course I am. Okay, so I'm just using the symmetry tool for ease of use. So we can see here that this line here, boop, 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 boop. Oh my gosh, there we go. You have some lines here. Oh my god. Sorry, I'm using the same gray color. These lines are kind of folding in here. The chest is going to come in front of our arms. So in reality, we would actually have seams that come in this way instead and emulate out like that if we had like folds. But since this is the body without clothing, one of the biggest things is just making sure that your chest is coming out in front. This character is also very androgynous, so I'm not gonna do too much to change, like, their proportion, but I am gonna bring the chest out a little bit more. Whether or not this character has, like, breasts or not, unsure. It doesn't really matter too much to us here. I'm just making sure that our chest is in front, and I'm giving it a little bit more presence just to kinda make sure that it's easy to tell. But yeah, the neck looks proportionate to the shoulders. The shape of the shoulders looks pretty good. And also too, you have like the hip here. I'm following this right hand or this left hand side here. So if it strays on the right hand side, don't worry about that. One of the things too, the fingertips should come to about the center of the thigh. So we want our fingertips to be here. Looks like the arm could be maybe just a little bit longer, more so in the forearm department. So here, and if I don't know if this is a sleeve or if this is the arm itself, but we're gonna actually reverse this shape because the forearm is gonna have a muscle, a couple muscles up here around the elbow. So we're gonna reverse that shape. I'm gonna kind of keep some of the same shape language that you use.
Have you
Yes,
taken a sip of your water lately?
I will. Thanks, Gidget. Chest is in front. Where else would it be? Hi, Madman. Bulbous arms? Okay, okay. So you want the arms to be bulbous. Okay. So what I'll do first is I'll focus on getting proportion that is similar to what we are already familiar with, which would be like the human form. This is a humanoid character. And then we will give her an exaggeration of that form based on what you're requesting, which is bulbous extremities. Mhm. Let's go. Okay. So I took a sip of my drink. Thank you so much. So now we kind of have this vibe here. I'm just gonna keep the hands very general, fingertips like so. Claw, 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 claw. So this is about where our hands would fall, which means that the center of the thigh would be about here. So we'll make sure that our legs are proportionate as well, which they're very close. And also too, some people have longer torsos, some people have longer arms and longer legs. This is really just trying to develop um, off of a standard, but it's definitely not the only way that people can be and can exist. And we can see here that this character has been drawn in an A pose. Let me put their little leotard kind of vibe here. There we go. We have their knee and we have the thigh. Really important to remember with a thigh is that the outer thigh will curve out and the bottom will be a little bit straighter. And then the shin and calf will be the opposite, curve, straight. Of course, you've mentioned that you're intentionally changing the bulbousness of the ends of their limbs, so that will be a little different for us. But you can see here that we have almost. Let me choose a different color. We have almost this kind of effect happening straight, straight, and like a curve. I definitely recommend taking a look at like muscle charts and anatomical models because those can give you a lot. And if you're doing something where you have like a creature or a stylized character, start with something that looks closer to something that we have a lot of reference for. So like humans or humanoids, or if you're using an animal as a reference, and then do some stylization from there. I'm gonna bring their foot out here. Just this is almost like the Vitruvian Man. If you guys don't know what the Vitruvian Man, that is Da Vinci's um, guide to human proportion, which is that depiction of the fellow on like in the circle, with the arms up and the legs out. That's the Vitruvian Man. Okay, so we've extended the legs just a little bit, and I've just pointed the toes down just to make it a little easier. Get some circles, yeah. And here for the head, we have a slightly larger head, but since we know that we're going to do like a very intentional exaggeration of this character's form, I'm not too bothered by making this head, keeping this head a bit larger than what would be necessary. So here you can see I really did not make many changes. I extended the fingertips just a little bit further past where you had them. The forearms have been lengthened, and the shins have been lengthened just a bit. And I pointed the toes down just for ease of demonstration. Uh, so yeah, really not that different from what you had. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to stylize. And I can see here that you've bulked out the forearms. You've almost reversed the shape. You can see here too that these have made more bulbous, and that is giving me the vibe of the stem of a mushroom, which is really cool. Um, I like the idea. A lot of mushrooms, instead of just going like having a mushroom that, I think a lot of people will draw like mushrooms like, "Oh, that's a mushroom. Look at that little guy." There are also mushrooms that have like this rounded bottom as well. So I think that's where some of that energy is coming from. And I like that idea a lot. Um, I feel like at one point though, it might look a little like odd on the end of arms, if the wrist, is the same thickness, but then we bulge out. So it could be that A, you do alter the anatomy to have some different proportion and different stylization, or you can use the clothing to make those shapes instead of the body. Yeah, 8 more arms, yeah. Vitruvian Man's like, "I got arms to spare." Perhaps having larger legs might work? Yeah, if we wanna make this character feel like they're, like, bottom heavy and grounded, that's something we can also do, and use your clothing to make these bell shapes. So, I'm going to go over with maybe, like, a darker blue to show where I'll be editing the anatomy. I struggle with clothing because I rarely draw clothes. That's fair. Yeah using the clothing to give the same idea that you're going for of the base of a mushroom is a super fun way to play with shape language. The clothing and design or the clothing is an extension of the character because you're designing a very intentional character. So I think having thick ankles or thick legs would be a really cool way to get this character to have a bit more heft on the bottom. So I would recommend giving them a bit more, keeping the knee and giving them maybe like sturdy, thick, like ankle area. Hold on. It's so hard to see that. I didn't choose a good color. Let me choose something different. Shoop. Pink. Yeah, there we go. Nice. And let me make this a little bit less. There we go. I'm gonna make this a little bit more so it's just a bit easier to see what I'm doing. Oh my god, this song again. Ah, it was like 6 minutes of weird trumpet. Not my normal style, but I like it a lot. Oh yeah, it's fun to experiment with styles. So maybe we have almost like a big Mega Man style foot, almost like like a boot. Um and the feet are very large, very planted. And again, this is something you can do with clothing. However, if you're really interested in pushing physical form and changing the actual body, that is something that you can totally do. So I've thickened up the thighs just a bit. I've added some bulk, and if you want to add more bulk, you can do that. I've added a little bit of bulk. I'm still following the anatomy, and creature design is something that I am still, not as experienced with. So if you're inspired by certain creature designers and like characters that push physical form and like really alienate themselves from like a typical human form, I recommend finding artists that do what you're looking for and studying what kinds of decisions they're making. Feet too big for a goddamn shroom. So if you really want this bottom heavy effect, you definitely could have the legs be thicker like this. Or again, that's something you could do with boots or clothing. But let's assume that this is something that you're doing intentionally with this character. I'm just going to insinuate that these are their feet. These are part of them. And let me grab this and turn that off. So now we have a little bit of a different silhouette. This character's feet are a bit more planted. It could be interesting if we saw the legs together, if the silhouette read a lot more like a mushroom or like, the base of a mushroom. Are you giving foot content for free? I'm doing an art critique. It's not for free. It's not for free. So yeah, so having a thicker foot here, and we could also translate this to maybe the hands are also large as well. So what I would do then is keep the upper arm very proportionate like this, like we have for our thigh. I mean, technically it is free critique. Yeah, you're right. And treat the forearm the same way. So have the wrist be very thick, have the forearm come out here, and treat the hands as less dainty. We're really exaggerating our proportion here. Hi, welcome in. I knew a mushroom once. I thought they were a prude. So maybe our hand is a lot thicker here, a lot more, maybe the fingers are a lot thicker as well, really hammering home that this character is inhuman. They're not meant to look human, they're not meant to be human. They are, in fact, something else. Uh, Hi, cute fate, how are you? Maybe even also altering how many fingers they have to even further push that they are not human. I'm so excited to draw a new character sheet. Oh, that's also so exciting. And again, when I do these critiques, these are not the end all be all. This is just one opinion in a sea of many. So if you don't like some parts of this critique, you do not have to take them. You don't have to do anything with these. This is not me telling you what to do. This is just suggestions based off of what kinds of things I've seen, and so yeah. So now if I move, Mandy, sit down, dude. She's in the way. Sit. So now you can see here that we've given a lot of weight to the ends of your limbs that counterbalance the big shape on the head. So there's a very top heavy shape. And now by making these shapes thicker, we've actually given some weight to the bottom and given a bit more balance. Forced to keep these designs. You're not, yeah, joke. Yeah, yeah, you're not forced. Um, and actually, because we have so much weight here, if you wanted to exaggerate the top, you could do that. Um, reads more like a mushroom to me, more stem like. Yeah, we've got these very thick extremities there, and also too, mushrooms are very slow growing. I mean, fungus can grow very fast, but mushrooms are patient creatures. Um, they will latch on to decay, they'll spread their spores slowly, they take their time. So you're not going to be the most dexterous person. If you're a mushroom, I don't think you're screaming dexterity. So having really tiny fingers might not be it. What are you clipping? What do you need? What are you doing? So what I might do instead is do a bit more shape up here to the mushroom cap. More. Maybe you can add more because we've now weighed down the body with these thicker limbs. My mushroom wisdom. I don't know a lot about mushrooms. I just know how they spread. So you could do a bigger cap here. Let me take the old one. And you could also explore the gills. So what the gills would look like. Underneath, you have this design of the hair going up and curving into this bell shape. But maybe it's something like there's a bun and this big mushroom shape is latched around it as if it is something that has infected this character or, something that's changed them over time. I like how it's going in more of a cartoony vibe. I had made this when I was trying to learn anatomy more, but now I'm expanding more into style. I like this a lot. Oh, of course, of course. And again, this is just one of many. I have the other anatomy underneath. So I can provide this to you as well. This is just more of like a balanced human form, and then this is what we're doing to change it. Um, so yeah, really, really fun. And now we've added some weight. We have a very bulbous like head hat situation, and now we have given this character some weight to anchor them down. Welcome in. How are you? Welcome in. So if you wanted to, we could do something like a have the underside be um the like show the gills. So maybe the hair of your character actually grows up and forms this gill shape, something like that. That could be really fun. Looks like your character also has some hair that comes through um to the sides like this and has looks like you have some more hair here. So that's really fun, kind of playing around with these different shapes, having this kind of drip down. Maybe the ends look a little bit more like drips instead, if we're stylizing it, kind of going off of like an inky cap, or playing more with the same shape of the base of a mushroom. Did you know that your user Maul is named after a video game character named Maul Bear? I've never heard of Maul Bear before. Kind of close to Maul. It's kinda close to mall to mall. I'm mall dummy because I am a mall mannequin, so I am a dummy used in a mall. Happy Pride, hi, welcome in. So yeah, using a lot of rounded language to kind of play off of the, mushroom shapes. They're very round in some areas. They're not very most of them tend to be very round. It's not. Search the image up? I can. I'm in the middle of an art critique, so I appreciate it. But I'm in the middle of talking to somebody about their art. But welcome in. So yeah, so we've now kind of balanced off this larger cap with some larger feet. And as for clothing, you can even further accentuate this. Let me grab a different color, something a little bit different. Welcome in. Thanks for the follow. So I like this like torn dress situation that you have. Like they kind of found this dress somewhere in the woods. Um, so I don't want to stray too far from that really interesting design. Very 2000, yeah, yeah, I love 2000 score too. So we have this little collar, which kind of plays into the like childlike nature. You said that this character is very young and very curious. So having like this little collar dress does feel very much like this character is youthful. So if we wanted to play more to these like big bell sleeves, we definitely could. Maybe we have a little bit of, let me get some of this off. Maybe it's got like a very flowy uh feel here that makes it look kind of like a mushroom. Maybe there's the base here, maybe there's some frill at the bottom. Again, we're kind of playing off of the shape of a mushroom like that. And then of course I'm just going for the basic, and then we can start like ripping it up and stuff. Another thing that children's dresses do, a lot of young dresses for girls tend to have a bust line that's a little bit high up. So the line is in the middle of the chest. And what you could do is if you like the idea of a skirt, you could bring it out here instead. And I'm gonna just kind of bring it down in the back and up in the front, something like this. So we have a little bit more of that puffiness. Kind of gives almost like a doll vibe. Let me kind of something like that. It's a little hard to tell, so let me do a very quick color pass so it doesn't look so confusing. I have a lot of different colors happening here, so let me fix that. So now we've lifted this up to be kind of almost a little bit more like a doll. We've rounded out these like big bell sleeves, and we're even further exaggerating the mushroom shape. Something like that. Mush person in a baby doll dress, cute, yeah. And of course, too, if that's not quite the vibe you're after, you can either rip it up, right? You can rip it, make it a little less pristine. But again, we're exaggerating this very like triangular heavy base, and also playing off of um these big like frills. They look like gills or a ruffly mushroom. Um, with this look, I feel like the head could get a lot bigger. Let's make this head huge. Yeah, of course. It could just be that this is a blouse instead. So maybe you want to bring it up here instead, like here. And let me chop off the bottom here. So something like that instead. And something like that. So now we have like this frill that it turns into a chibi, I suppose. Yeah, yeah, yeah. This is us just exploring the clothing of this character, just going off of this dress, which feels very much like a dress that a young person would have. This is a character design by Ratty Cheese. It is a mushroom. They are a mushroom character named Mora, and I'm doing an art critique. So welcome in. For those of you that are new, I'm Mandy Quinn, Mall Mannequin, and I am a professional illustrator. I have experience in product and packaging art. I have experience on an animated television show, and I work in games. So if you're curious at all and you have questions, the artist can definitely answer them if they feel comfy doing so. I call her she, but she's technically has they have no gender. Yeah, let's go. NB person could be a baby doll tunic in tights with roguish boots. Yeah. Reminds me of the cottagecore. Yeah, 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 I love cottagecore. Also, it's giving forest gremlin. Yes, Celador. So yeah, if you wanted to have like a little bit of like an adventurous kind of vibe, let's see. We could also have like a little short, like have like shorts underneath, like this. And then we can add like texture and tattering and stuff to them. But it depends on, where did this character get these clothes? Where did they find them? Is this character really rough and tumble, which it really looks like they have definitely worn these clothes down. So we can start introducing things like the holes. I'm gonna take off the symmetry. So this is where we can take the holes that you have ripped into the clothing. Oh, okay, I guess the audio is not gonna play. Oh, okay. Hi. Ba ba da 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 ba 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 da ba 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 ba. And of course, yellow is just the color I'm using to make it easier to see, but it isn't insinuating that this would be yellow. Bum, bum, bum. Ba-dum. Thanks for the 7 p.m. uppies. Um, so yeah, if you are doing a big fluffy top piece, you'll want to have a slimmer like bottom. So something like tights or something like that or shorts because you're trying to balance out the weight of there being a lot of frill on the top. And of course you have these really cute socks, so I'm going to do something with those. Hi there. Let's use symmetry. So I'm gonna do the same, the Mary Janes and the socks that you did with frills. I'm just gonna do the same little socks. And I'm gonna recreate those little Mary Jane shoes. Obviously, they're very thick because of our thicker foot situation here. Only did these shoes and socks because I didn't want to draw feet. That's also fair. Might drop the shoes. All right, I'll put them in as an option, but if you don't like them, you can ignore them. You can ignore them. Okay, so here is an example of what that might look like. The little guys will drop off of the screen in a second. I will say that if this character is meant to be a character in the forest or something. Oh, hi there, Raiders. Welcome in, Raiders. How are you? Oh, God. I love the 7TV emote that just says boobs. Welcome, Raiders. How are you? Welcome in, everybody. We're doing an art critique stream today. Welcome, Raiders. Hold on. Hi, everybody. Welcome in. I'm Mandy Quinn, Mall Mannequin. I'm an illustrator, animator, professional goober, and your cyber liaison to the digital mall. How are you? What were you doing today? Hi, everybody. We're currently doing an art critique stream for members of our community, and we're going over a character design, a bit of a character exploration with Ratty Cheese and their character Mora. But I hope you guys had a fabulous stream. Welcome in. If you guys don't know me, I have all sorts of art. Check me out on my socials. There we go. And let me show you guys what I like to draw. Kind of stuff that I draw. Boink, boink. Let me show you what I do. let me show you guys a little bit of my own art, huh? Well, welcome in, Raiders. Also, if you need to raid and run and take care of yourself, I understand. It's Pride Month. You're getting converted to CMYK. Thanks so much for converting me. I am now in a printable format. I really appreciate that. Me and my wife will love being printed out. Let me see. Welcome, Raiders. Gotta go get food. Enjoy your food. And thanks so much for the raid. Welcome, everybody. Let's see. If you guys are new here, I draw stuff like this. Let me doink. I draw stuff like this. This is Hatsune Miku, mixed with the band Ghost. My little Blorbos. My little Blorbos. Um, this took me way too much time. I kind of went too much. Um, I also realized that I've been drawing with a lot of purple recently, which I don't know. I think that's just to balance all of the bright colors that I use, but I've been going crazy with purple. Magenta. It's a good contrast to all the other junk. And this fortune teller, yeah, I've been using a lot of purple. This edible ain't shit. Had to look up what CMYK meant. Oh yeah, cyan, magenta, yellow, and black are the primary inks for printing. Those are primary colors for inking. Ink, ink. But welcome, Raiders. I hope you guys had a fun time over there with Sawyer. I hope you guys had a good stream. And welcome in, everybody. We're currently working on art critiques, so let me go back to that. Doink. So yeah, if you wanted to add some balance, it really also depends on the colors that you're using. So the shoes and socks might be something that help balance the colors that you're using with your character. Let me go in here and add some of the rips and stuff. I'm gonna actually turn off that symmetry. Some of the ripping that you have here, here, and then also here we can rip a couple holes in the shirt. Show that it's kind of tattered, that it's not in very new condition. What made you choose to be a mall mannequin? That's a good question. I thought about things from my childhood that were super nostalgic for me. Things that I would want to do as a kid, like something that would be um, super inspiring to me. So, when I was younger, I loved Claire's. I loved going to the movies at the mall, the arcade. I also was a huge fan of toys like Betty Spaghetti and Polly Pocket and things like Lisa Frank. So I kind of merged all that together. Like these hair clips, you could buy hair clips like these. Like these are based off of actual hair clips. These are the little butterfly clips. And also like fruit accessories and things like that were really popular um in Claire's. Welcome, thanks for the follow. Um, Very awesome. I have tons of mall nostalgia. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Um, Things like this little pencil you can see is actually a tablet pen that I designed to look like a pencil, but those big chunky erasers on pencils, also my bracelets. The purple one is a slap bracelet, and then the little beads you can see here I have some these ones are like the bracelets that are full of like liquid and glitter. Yeah, Miss Frizzle vibes. I also had I'm huge. I also had overalls with an embroidery on the pocket like these. Yeah, so that's kind of the vibe. Um yeah, so I also have little sneakers that you'll never see. Bow, 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 ba bow, ba dow, dow, dow. So yeah, it was more so me playing off of all the things that I loved as a kid. Um but yeah, welcome in everybody. We're also 10 away from 2600. That's crazy. Welcome in everybody. Oh, my phone. Oops. I wanted this button. So yeah, if you're not interested in the shoes, then it would really come down to balancing your character out with color. So maybe instead of shoes, let me group the. So maybe instead of shoes, you have a gradient at the ends of your character. So let's say they have a lighter, they kind of have this purple color. So maybe the ends of the body have darker gradation. I really adore your model. Thank you so much. If you guys are curious as to who made what in my overlay on my streams, check out my credits page. You can see my model artist and rigger. You can see that I made the overlays. I made almost all of my emotes. Um, so yeah, if you're curious, take a look there. It'll just take you to my credit page. So yeah, if you wanted to make sure that your character had some balance, let's say you're like, I don't want shoes. This is the color that you provided for your we'll do last use symmetry. This is the skin color that your character has. This really pretty purple color. And I'm gonna just fill in that purple color. Make sure that I get everything here. And if you wanted to add a little bit more weight again with the character instead of capping the limbs with clothing, you could darken the limbs like this on the tips of the ears, and add a little bit of visual weight there. You can also, the ripping, you can also turn that into spots. So let's say you wanted to incorporate that same striping that's kind of like the base of a mushroom. You could do that like this. Maybe their toes are really, really dark. Just the extremities are super dark. We love a gradient. We love a gradient on a character. So yeah, it can this is a way if you're not putting this detail in with clothing, you can put this detail in with the character's coloration, what colors they're using, that you're using. Uh yeah. Also here, if you wanted to do something like maybe the belly is like lighter, kind of getting into like this mushroom alien kind of vibe. Maybe, you have the inside of the mouth and the tongue, but maybe the inside is a way different color than the outside. Maybe you introduce some more color that way. And again, you can play with some of that spotting, you know. So there's a ton of different ways that you can interpret this. The dark color on the limbs will help add emphasis to the extremities, the limbs, but will also give you the effect of this character like wearing some sort of clothing. Reminds me of Avatar. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Also, too, the purple. I mean, you don't have to use yellow. Yellow was just the color I was using to make it visible. But yeah, if you're like, okay, I'm not really into the shoes, well, I'm going to do something here to make sure that my character still feels grounded without shoes on because my intention is that they're not wearing shoes. So if you have this dark patterning here, it kind of gives us the same like placeholder of shoes without needing shoes. Hi, how are you? Welcome in. So yeah, so maybe this character and then also too by extension, maybe your character, if they're out in the dirt, maybe just like we saw with Nobilu, you're including the dirt in your character design. So let's say, let me grab my rough texture brush here. You've got dirt here on the feet. The toes are particularly covered. Maybe you have a little bit of splatter, like they stepped in a puddle or something like that. Maybe there's mud here. Maybe there's dirt on their clothes. Let me do a clipping mask like this. So maybe the ends of the sleeve are a little nasty. Hi, thanks for logging in. Let me change this to be like, let's try, yeah, linear light. So maybe the clothing is also kind of dirty. The hem looks kind of nasty. Like incorporating filth into your character's design is a really good way to make them more grounded in the world. Also, maybe your character is very clumsy, so maybe we have something like bruising here. So something that looks like a bruise on their leg, bite marks, stuff like that. There's no way I've only done that once. Who am I? Hello. Thanks for the follow. Welcome in. I like the concept of the dirt on the character a lot. It feels like this character is a lived character. Yes, absolutely. We had another example earlier where there was a lot of wear and tear on the clothing. Welcome in. Thanks for the follow. So yeah, if you don't want shoes, make that a part of the character. Maybe their fingers are also kind of dirty and grimy. Also, too, now you're getting into color theory where your character is very purple. So if you have like an orangey yellow kind of dirt, it'll contrast against the purple of your character. Um, Obviously, too, if you don't like this, so let's say you want like a really deep purple for the clothing. Let me do something like that. Something like that too. You know what I mean? This is just for ease of viewing, you know. How do you think of the stuff so well? Oh, it's just lots of experience. Also, again, take a look at character designs and stuff that you really like. You want it to be beige? Okay. Then let me change that to be a more of a beigey color. Let me subtract. There we go. Something like that. I might actually just get rid of what I had there. I might just do a um let's do a hue saturation and I'm just going to desaturate it. Something like that. Try not to get it so almost like a khaki color. There we go. That's fine. So yeah, I definitely recommend playing around, taking a look at stuff that speaks to you, things that you enjoy, and just getting an idea. One of the things, like I said, is contrast. So making sure that you are balancing things out. So we mentioned with Maz, if you don't have a face, for example, then how are we going to express ourselves without one? If our character doesn't have shoes, how are we going to visually add some weight to the ends of the feet, ends of the hand? And also, because they don't have shoes, what's happening? Oh, they're covered in dirt and they're out in the wilderness. So, thinking of what this character is doing, why they're doing it, and the interaction they have with the world around them because of what they're doing. It just ends up making a character feel a little bit more grounded and lived in. Um, without without them being an actual like person. And really quickly, I'm gonna do something like, oops. Oh, I need this. Something like this. Darken the edge. So this is us taking into account what we've done to the limbs down here by giving them a darker uh edge, and maybe we incorporate those same dots and things. Garfield Kart 2 was announced. Let's go. I haven't even played the Garfield Kart 1. So yeah, let me see if I can't grab this line art here. Let me merge this together. Let me darken the lines. There we go. Maybe too, we can make this a little bit lighter. There we go. Cell shaded. That's cool. The Garfield cartoon, that's fun. So yeah, so this character is really fun. I love the idea of like tearing up the clothing. The clothing here is pretty symmetrical, so you can mess around with it. But again, it's all about balancing. When you take something away, how are you going to compensate for that thing being removed? If something's really light, what are you going to do to darken it? Or add some balance to the fact that there is a lot of light happening. Let me darken their hair. So yeah, I also too this hair being super dark would kind of give me the vibe of like an inky cap mushroom, which is very fun. Maybe their hair does more of that, where they've got like a drip almost. Thanks for the follow. Welcome in. So yeah, there's plenty of stuff that you can do. The world is your oyster, truly, truly. Let me clean some of this up too so it's a little easier to see. The world is your oyster. You can do anything you'd like with this character. And again, I highly recommend playing around with things and just exploring and taking note of what other people are making and things that you like and things that you would change. Um, and it really can just make the difference. It really can. And it gets you excited about um what you're making because you're actively participating in studying other people's work. Let me do a little bit of a like a shine, maybe. Yeah. Maybe it's too light. Hold on. Not that shiny. Yeah. So yeah. Also could be really fun to play again with contrast. So maybe we have a lot of dark. So what are we gonna do to bring out the face? We're gonna lighten up. Oops. We're gonna lighten up the underside, which makes the character's face and hair stand out. It gives us a little bit of interest there too. Maybe the palms of their hand, also like the gills underneath, maybe the palms of your hand are also light colored. Maybe the soles of the feet are light colored as well. Just as a way to kind of copy, like we were talking with Mobilu, copying a motif. The underside of these things are lighter, so having the undersides, your hands and your feet, have a little bit of a lighter look too. Um,
Looks
yes,
like it's time to save your work.
it is time to save. Thank you so much. Um, so yeah, also yeah, bruises, cuts, scars, mud, dirt, grime, leaves, trees, plants, all those things I think for a character that's like out in the wilderness, would be really fun to incorporate. Um, so yeah, thank you so much, Ratty, for your submission. I really appreciate it. I really like it. Thank you so much. And I hope this is helpful. Um, let me get this all grouped and save. It's all saved. Now you know it's saved. Of course, of course. I love the idea of a mushroom person. I also like the idea of this character maybe like losing a limb or something and it growing back. That's also super fun. So maybe like if in the future this character undergoes something like that, maybe the limb is like a slightly different color. Hi, Golden. How are you? Hi, I'm your little butterfly. I'm drinking my drink. Oh, okay. All right. How you doing? I got your mom on the phone. Look, that's your mom blowing up my phone, Golden. Haha. You and Minty, both of your moms are blowing up my phone. Minty, I got your mom on the horn. Mm-hmm. Hi, Celador. Celador, I can call your mom too. Hi, yeah. Everybody's mother or motherly figure. I have your number on speed dial, or your dad. Whatever would be most traumatic for you. I'm causing psychic damage. Call my mom and tell her about Pride Month. Oh, all right. Okay. Uh-oh. Hi, Salador's mom. Happy Pride. She's like, who the fuck is this? No one, no one. All right. We'll go on to our final entry. Oops, I changed my hair. There we go. Our final entry. Our last entry is drum roll, please. Go 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 go. Is from Seductive Crayon. Oh, thank you. Okay, let me get this open. Bonk. Okay. And I think this was just another handle that Crayon has. Uh, let's go to the label. Change. Alrighty. So this is some art by Crayon. Very liminal space. It's giving liminal, it's giving kind of like a poppy playtime. Really playing off of this like dark side of kidcore. Uh Spaces that are for like learning or like daycares, stuff like that. Kind of Five Nights at Freddy's, just this uptick of media that's been around kid-oriented spaces and liminal spaces because they tend to be there tends to be a big overlap in those things. Looks like our ads are coming up. So in the meantime, let me run the ads and then we'll finish our last entry. So let me get those running because I've snoozed them a little bit too much. And I'll take a break and drink my drink. I'll drink my drinky. How you guys doing? Hmm? Oh, I have a pastry. I totally forgot that I have a little pastry. We're taking a little ad break. But welcome in everybody. Okay, all right. I'll finish up my chai. I have a little oh, I was going to eat my pastry but then I spilled my shit all over myself. I spilled my drink all over myself. Mhm. Not really a note on the design but more of composition. So hard to see the hair against the background. Yeah, absolutely. I'll get into that. We're taking a little ad break. We're taking an ad break. I thought I was gonna be finished a little bit earlier than this, but I think this is about the time that I was like, "Yeah." I wanted to make sure we had 9 entries, so I wanted to give about a half hour to 45 minutes for each of those, which means it would have been about 4.5 to 6 hours. I tend to go a little long. I tend to be a little long-winded, but I think we've done better than I have in the past, and also too sorry if you hear my bag crinkling. A little. Okay, I'm gonna eat my croissant is no longer warm. Mhm. Only about 50% overshot. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's a chocolate croissant. It's better warm, but I'm not gonna complain. A rip cold food. Mhm. Hi, Crayon. Oh my gosh. I am gnawing through this. It's good though. I love that I'm chewing with my mouth closed, but the model can't understand that. So it just makes me look like I'm gumming my food. The coffee shop at my office has these flattened croissant sandwiches. They're so good. Oh, you've been live for a good while. Yesterday, I was live for like 8.5 hours. You know what? I do what I can. Drawing and looking down. Oh, not a problem. This is our final entry, so you don't have to worry about it. Watching myself chew. Taking a little snack break. We've had an adventure. I spilled stuff all over myself. My cat was in here. Mm, it could max out at 3 hours. Gotta do. Sorry, I'm about to choke. Um, you gotta do what works for you. Everybody's tolerance is different. Um, I am so used to sitting at my desk all day and drawing for work. And I also am very astounded that I can work a full workday and come home and then draw for about like 4 hours. But for me, stream is the time that I get to draw for myself. And I get to do it while being a chatty Cathy. I get to talk to people and listen to my music and laugh and fuck around and have a designated time and place for my art for me. And it really helps that my work art is very different than what I do here. There's a lot of things that I've learned over the years from my different jobs that impact the way that I work here. And the types of things that the advice that I give, because that's just my experiences. But my work art is game art, props, and UI. Very semi-realistic rendering, lots of metal. Nothing like the stuff that I do bring some of it home because, I mean, it's me drawing, so I was trying to make things look like 2000 game that features kidcore aesthetic. Oh, yeah, that reads, that tracks. God, being part of the stream community is so good for helping reinvigorate me after work. Yeah, you guys are such a huge, motivation for me, and I get excited to share with you, I get excited to talk to you. And also yesterday, I only went as long as I did because A, I wanted to get some art finished, but B, because Lorelai came on, my friend came on, and we had a good time. And it's so much easier to stay on when you're talking to good folks. Maybe one day I could go for a longer, but at the moment, priority is the degree. Absolutely. Yeah. I can only imagine streaming and going to school because school ate up so much of my life. When I leave work, I'm done. That's gone. I don't have to think about work. If they send me a Microsoft Teams message, I'm like, not my problem now. That's not my problem. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, the trademark for this game title has changed all of the labels for this inside of this game. That's not a Mandy problem right now. Ask me how I know. God damn it, trademarking names. It wasn't the name of a game, but it was the name of something in a game, and we had to change a bunch of shit in the interface. I'm like, ah, it wasn't that bad. I didn't have to do anything though, so that's okay. 3 more years that I could decide my own schedule. You've got a calendar. You got the date circled in like red pen. You got the Pepe Sylvia like red string board. Pepe Sylvia. They're all asking for Pepe Sylvia. I'm gonna take another bite and then we'll finish up with the last entry. I'll put the rest in the bag. My fingers are greasy. I mark the days in Sharpie on my walls. You got little tally marks. You're like, ignore the walls. Don't worry about those. Unrelated. The landlord hates me. Yeah, text me later when I clock in. I have a pain au chocolat or fucking chocolate croissant. A croissant as it were. Okay. Who's this man singing? Sorry, I was looking at my looking at my Spotify. All right, time for a drinking my water. Okay, before the ads, um, is this Sophie B. Hawkins? Damn, I wish I was her. This is Dream Sequence by Nmesh, so I'm sure it's sampled from Sophie B. Hawkins. Okay, so we have this character, and like you mentioned, it's giving very poppy playtime. It's investigating our relationship to these liminal spaces, especially spaces that we remember from our childhood, whether it's daycares or schools. Let me lower that. I really like that you took this pattern and had it go back into this blackness here. That's a really really fun way to frame a character. One thing is that I want a little bit more room, so to less so with like the art because this is a very specific style. It's very reminiscent of something oh my gosh, of something existing. So I'm really not going to do too much with this character's design. I think you did a successful job of designing this character for what they're meant to be, what they're meant to feel like. So I'm going to make notes on composition since that's where I think that we can expand on this piece more. One of the things is unless you are cropped in really close and you're very specifically framing a specific part of your character, when your character comes to the edges or even just has one part of themselves cut off, it feels not as much intentional as it is a potential mistake, which is definitely not always the case. Um, but in composition, having things like fingertips and the top of the head nearly touch the edges of your composition makes the viewer feel tension, whether it's perceived or not. So something that we want is a little bit more breathing room, especially if this is art that's meant to show us the character's design, maybe something to show us a bit of their environment or the mood. So one thing that I would like is to add a little bit more height, a little bit more width, and give us those feet. I'm gonna drop that song in Discord. Oh, okay. And we want to adhere to some of the rules of thirds. So we're also making sure that your character is kind of centered in here, but giving this person a little bit more height kind of keeps them in the lower two thirds. Let me grab this black background. And so now this character has a little bit more room to breathe. Um, we have this really effective background. I'm gonna just really quickly recreate that. Um, Foam puzzle mat. Copy, copy image. There we go. I guess I was going for the playroom with the lights off behind and on off. Yeah, absolutely. And that reads. Hello? Dang it. It didn't copy. Hold on. Reopen close tab. I'm trying to get there we go. Copy image. There we go. Yeah, it definitely reads like that. That makes a lot of sense. I'm gonna just take this puzzle piece mat here. This is an image from Amazon. Hi, how are you? Boink. Hi, 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 I'm your little butterfly. We're just gonna have it go back into the abyss like you have here. I really like the effect that you had for this character. So I'm just gonna isolate the character. Nope, 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 nope. There we go. I'm gonna just take your character, make sure that I can put a new floor behind them, just for the purpose of extending your background. Yeah, so I'm mostly focused on composition. Uh, I'm not I'm not gonna change too much of the art itself. There might be some little things. And then here, I'm gonna go over clipping mask. I'm gonna take this, gonna go with a soft brush, and I'm just gonna recreate what you had here. This very moody, having this spotlight is a really fun compositional design, like a very intentional design choice. So it's really cool. I like that a lot. Let me make sure that I'm not messing up the legs too much. I wanna make sure I keep the shape that you have here. I like this character has a very simple, like, doll kind of vibe, so yeah, it's giving playroom, all of the things that you've mentioned, it feels like that, it feels like it's giving that. And then we also have the shadow of this character, which I'm also I saw that you had, a hard edge to their shadow, but the shadow could be much more effective if it had a soft edge. I think that would definitely there we go. So far we have our before, we have our after. Really just wanted to extend your canvas. Just remembered something I did when I was like 7 years old at a party, and I relived that embarrassment. Oh, that's anxiety. I'm glad you like the character because I'm self-taught. So what you are teaching to the chat is definitely what I've been doing. And as you can tell, I hate background. Yeah. Well, so stuff like this is definitely a good step to incorporating a background. Not every background needs to be a fully drawn, thorough interior. You are providing us with the enough information to show us what this character's about. And that is all this piece needs. Not everything needs to be, um, not everything has to be this crazy overdrawn situation. Situation. So one thing I'm missing this character's feet a lot. They were chopped off by our composition, so I am going to make sure that we incorporate them. And since the character has these black tights and is also kind of stylized, I am really just going to keep these feet pretty simple. I'm missing a little bit of a foot, even if it's just a small foot, something like this, or even maybe it has like a little bit of something. But I'm really missing the fact that this character doesn't have uh their feet here. And our composition came just a little too close to the edges for comfort. Another thing that we could do for this, let me copy the original. Another thing that we could do, I'm going to add a black background here. We could also take this character's hands, and if this character is meant to be like a dolly, very dainty, oops, I would taper in those hands just like these little feet. Again, this is a stylistic choice. This character is very stylized, so at the end of the day, it is what you want. Do you like the outfit or could it be better? I think the outfit is definitely right on point. This character has a very simple rendering style. It's very reminiscent of like 40s and 50s cartoons, so I don't think you need to overcomplicate the red dress. Um I think the rendering, like the shadow over here, uh is eating a little bit of the design, but I think having a simple outfit like this is perfectly fine. One thing that you could do if you are looking for a little bit more detail, I would add the detail in little places. So here at the edge, maybe this character has a little bit of a like a doily lace around the outside. It harkens to the look of a dolly. It is also very reminiscent of 40s and 50s media. You could do the same thing here. Again, we want to make sure that we have the motifs, so you're using the same lace here that you're using up here. Um, if that's what you're going for. But since the character's skin is so pale too, we want to make sure that we can differentiate uh where the uh where the character's skin begins and where their sleeve starts. Or where their sleeve ends and where their skin starts, if that makes sense. So yeah, something sort of lacy, adds a little bit of detail, adds a little bit of daintiness to this little dolly character, and you can also go in here and add like a little bit of like this, showing some of the red dress through that. Also simplifies that shape a little bit. I'll go back in here with this darker color here. And I'll take some of this. I like that you use like a cream color for the cuffs and for the collar. But yeah, very reminiscent of dolls and toys. Something you could do here is, again, to differentiate the arm from the sleeves, you could just add a little bit of shadow, add a little bit of that gradient in this flat sleeve. There you go. Look, immediately sets that apart from the rest of the arm. Another thing that you could do is put a little bit of shadow under the hem of the dress. One thing with this character that I would worry about is how you want to handle what is under their dress. So, are they wearing little shorts under their dress? Are they wearing bloomers? I think the bloomers could be a really fun. Oops. I think the bloomers could be a really fun way to tie in. Oops. Oh my gosh. Let me add. I forgot that I hadn't separated it from the background. So let me erase out the here. There we go. So is this character wearing bloomers? How are we wanting to handle whatever this character is wearing underneath. Because the skirt is so short, so you just want to make sure that if the character moves around, if this is for like a comic or for animation, that you know what they're wearing underneath. And it could be that you go in and you take again this like doily kind of thing, and maybe you show the bloomers, which are like little puffy little pants. We have that same lace, kind of whatever trim you want to do, something like this. Also kind of goes with this doll vibe that we have on this character and follows the design motif that you have already done. But again, that's just an extra, yeah, big fluffy bloomers. Yeah, maybe that's just an extra little piece there. I like the incorporation of blue, and it gives a little bit of asymmetry. And I see that you put blue in the nails as well. And also a little bit in the shadows here. So I like the incorporation. You're sticking to a very simplified color palette, and it works. One thing that we could try to investigate is the hair in this dark background. Um, if you don't want to compromise having like a dark hair color, then we need to do something else to get this character looking uh, like they are standing out from this background just enough, unless we are very intentionally painting them uh, to blend into a background, to be in an unsettling, uncomfortable uh, similarity to this background. But this character seems pretty friendly. I'm adding bows to the other pieces of the hair. That will also help us. And I'm going to just now, with our character like this, I'm going to play with the lighting. And I'm going to use some of that same blue as a lighting device to help our character stand off of the background a little bit more. So, what I'm going to do is I am going to just select very basically. I'm going kind of messy. Going kind of messy. And we're going to just do some basic lighting on this character to make it stand out of the crowd. Even if I gotta shout out loud. Sorry, it's kind of messy. Ooh, ooh. We're gonna go like this. I like the shape language again. It's simple, but it feels like it is what you're going for. So things don't have to be super complicated to be what they need to be. I think one of the things that people get really caught up with is trying to make something really complex for the sake of complexity. Sometimes people feel like having a lot going on and having a bunch of details means that something is a better quality. I think things like fashion games, something like um and gotcha games have a lot of really, really complex designs, which are done very skillfully. So, there's definitely merit to those designs. But I think especially when we see like VTuber character designs, some of them are just so complex to a point where it's like needlessly so. We can't tell what part we're supposed to focus on, and making complicated designs, so things like Genshin Impact, Honkai Star Rail, um, even Final Fantasy, if you aren't super skilled and super knowledgeable, adding so much detail can actually make something a worse design or not as strong of a design than it would be if you just kept it simple. Very friendly, always looks so eye-catching. Yeah, a stark red against a dark background's uh, a really a really easy way to catch your eye. Hope my design isn't overdoing it. Absolutely. And also too, oops. It's okay to make mistakes or to make a design that you like. You you should make art for yourself before anyone else, okay? So if the design is something that you enjoy and something that you are proud of, then that's all that matters. That is all that matters. Okay, so I'm gonna take I'm gonna take the same blue that you have, and I'm gonna start lighting her from behind. All I'm doing is I have the character uh, masked out. I have a soft brush, and I am creating a secondary light source, and I'm going to stick to it. I really like simplicity, which is why I draw the way I do. Absolutely. Yeah. I am going to stick with my light coming from a certain direction. I'm going to make sure that this character feels like they're being lit from some other ghostly source behind her. And again, I'm staying consistent. Let me make sure that there we go. I'm staying consistent with where my light is coming from. Making sure that I'm catching this light. And it doesn't have to be crazy, but we are just making sure that we are providing a secondary light source so that our character is pushed off of the background. Again, I'm trying to keep consistent with where my light is coming from. Hmm, let me see. So this is linear dodge. Let me make it a little bit lighter. So I've used the same blue that you used. But now we can see that the top of this character's head. Mandy, quick question. What other character would you see her with for my show? Of course, I haven't figured out a name for her. What other character could I see her with? Um, Probably some sort of kid character, I would imagine. It's very reminiscent of Poppy Playtime, so I could imagine this character being some sort of guide to a this playscape. Something like that. Okay, so now I have a light source coming from here up in the top. We have a secondary light source that's kind of almost like there is like stage lighting. And then of course we have the primary light source, which is this almost spotlight here. The artist's wisdom lies not in what is drawn, but in the quiet of the strokes they choose to leave behind. I don't remember who said it, but it's a nice quote. Yeah, it's a nice quote. I like that. Hi, Nancy. How are you? Are the socks white and cold or blue and black? Yeah. So now that we have this like backstage lighting, I am going to now fix this missing bottom of the hair um by let me group this. Hold on, put that in the group. I'm going to take this red, and when light is shown upon, it will bounce up. So I'm going to take a little bit of this red and bounce it up on the underside just so that we don't lose the underside of this character's hair. And I'm going to cut, make sure that I have that right. So basically light bouncing off of the dress because we have a really bright spotlight. If you've ever done that trick as a kid where you have a little dandelion or something, or like a buttercup, and you hold it up under your chin in the sunlight and it bounces yellow up on your face, that's bounce light. It's 5 p.m. I just woke up. Oh, it's almost 8 for me. My goodness. You're on that island time or Pacific time. It's a spare sock. She couldn't find the other blue one. So yeah, so now we have the underside of the hair more defined because of the red. We can also do that here with this arm. Made her look so 3D. I love it. Yeah, and it's also too with I see that you're using like a gritty, like kind of textured brush. Just keeping it simple like this. I'm not trying to over render. I don't want to make this look like it's pushing too far out of your art style. I want to make sure that we're just able to see your character because there's so much that you've put into them We don't want to lose your character in this background. So now let me show you our before and our after group. Here is our before and our after. I'll zoom out a little bit because it'll be a little easier to see. Before, after. There's enough room. And also, now that our composition has this big black space, the space feels bigger and more liminal because our character is smaller in it. If we wanted to put even more impact with this character, we could make her smaller, even smaller. In fact, let's see what it looks like if she's made even smaller in our composition. And let me fix this real quick. And that the only background we can see is this spotlight of the floor. And now our character looks even more lonely here. She's more isolated here. Obviously, too, this is a lot of background, but I am trying to adhere. You can see here the rules of 3, so she's now in the bottom third of our composition, and what we need to look at is centered here. So now, if you're going for something liminal, we have now made a simple background, which was you just, trying to put a background, trying to get this character here. You have now made this character feel like they are small in this environment, and you've made them feel much more isolated in this liminal space. Um it's kind of forced perspective, kind of makes the feel yeah, this what you did to the floor here to have this mat going out into space does make the room feel expansive. And if we wanted to make sure that this black is not too suffocating, I'm going to take the blue that we were using before and I'm going to add a slight gradient to this background just to imply. Oops. Hold on. Oh, I see. Here. Let me do tolerance 30. Hold on. Let me see if that helps. Hold on. So I'm going to take a little bit of this from where that light is coming from up there. I'm a liminal space VTuber, so this is super helpful. Yeah. I definitely recommend checking out books on composition or looking at art resources about composition. If you want a character to feel small and swallowed by their environment, literally make them smaller in your art. Um,
Mandy, you gotta send me both now, Lamau.
I will send them when I am done. So yeah, having this light back here makes the blue feel or makes the black feel a little bit less awful. Um gives a little bit of variety and also explains where this light is coming
Hydrate or
from.
die straight, loser.
Thank you. So you can see here that we have a light source. We now have a sort of explanation. In fact, if you wanted to, you could incorporate like the light itself. Hold on. Like there's some sort of like stage light back there. I'm gonna put an outer glow. And we're gonna so if you wanted to have almost like um this omniscient phantom stage light from behind, you could do that. There is there are a lot of like stage lights used in things like Poppy Playtime where it's like warehouse lighting. So that could be a way to make your space feel like there's a little bit more going on. You can also aid your composition by making a reason for this spotlight to be here. I saw your video on Honk. What program are you using now, if you don't mind me asking? This is a live 2D model. made by a real pup. I have my credits here. And I'm using VTube Studio to track the program. It's a program that I'm tracking with. So I have an iPad that I'm using. So this is tracking me. But yeah, I love Honk, and I'm happy to see you. Welcome in. Welcome in. Okay. Yeah. So let me grab. Hello? There we go. So let me kind of grab this big, you know, diagonal situation here. And I'm gonna take a warmer light, maybe something kind of yellow. And kind of add a little bit more drama with this here. We're kind of creating a little bit more of a composition here. We're adding triangles and diagonals into our composition. Um, we're also adding context for where this light is coming from. I can't wait for your character design forms to open up. I'm really love to see what you have to say. Of course, of course. Explain stuff better than my teachers in uni. Oh, thank you. Oh, thanks. Oh, shucks. So yeah, we're adding some context. We're this black space can feel suffocating. And if you want it to, we can just leave it at that. We don't need any more than that. This is super impactful, and as long as our character stands out from the background, which this background lighting has done for us, then that's half the battle. We brought out their silhouette from behind, and this is a really impactful. In fact, if you wanted this to be a poster, having typography across the top, or if you had another character, maybe an ominous element, maybe there's a silhouette of a character back here. But if you wanted to, you could also just have this light here. So we're adding a bit of a diagonal direction. Triangles are really strong in your composition. Um, I recommend looking up resources and books on composition in your illustrations. So here is a pretty strong triangle. Here we have almost exactly diagonal, and now here is this big old triangle. So let me show you where all of our triangles are. We have a triangle here, and then we have another triangle here. So now we have two, actually one, two, three triangles. And we're also keeping your character in the lower two-thirds. They are two-thirds heavy at the bottom, one-third up at the top. I eat this. Oh, thanks, Molly. So good. I can definitely see the problem with everything. Yeah, yeah, and honestly too, these are just options. These are for you to play around with. These are ideas. This helps us expand on the location that this character is in. This helps us play around with composition. It gives this character more of a purpose to why the lighting is what it is. So we have a spotlight here, and we have a random, some sort of like disembodied light back here, but that feeds into the inspiration and the energy of what you're doing here. So now, if I go to the here's the before and the after. Before, after. So now we've given this a lot more impact, and we've given this character um not just like character design stuff, which was very minimal in, but we've also now given this character a place. And as you know, for somebody, if you're struggling with backgrounds, your background does not need to be complex. It doesn't need to be this ornate, hyper detailed. We only need what we need. If we just wanted this floor, that's all we need. And because again, it has that perspective, we can tell that it's a playmat from like a daycare or a school. We are being given all the information we could need. Wonderful option, it makes it pop. Hell yeah. Also, too, the bold colors and this strong open pose are already fine. Like they serve the purpose. this character is really friendly, they're really cheery, they're really open, and they're in this big, broad, sturdy pose, this very strong triangular pose. So there's not much more that we need to do with that. We're now just making sure that your character is put in an environment that suits them and lets them stand out. Um, there are no rules, only guidelines. Yoda probably. It's your time in the spotlight. We only need what we need. Truth. Exactly. I mean, like I said, here, if I remove this again, because our character stands out from the background, we don't need anything else. However, we are now in a position where if we want to play off of the loneliness and the emptiness, if we wanted to do something here, I'll let's say you have a character. I'm gonna use like Huggy as an example. I'm just gonna do Huggy from memory. I don't know anything about hold on. I don't want this. I don't remember Huggy's silhouette so much. I remember it enough. But let's just say he's got this oh, he's got that he's got this thing going on. Yeah, he looks kind of like this. He's got this big old upside down heart shape happening. Just imagine Huggy. I love Huggy from memory with Mandy. Yeah. So, if you wanted to now take that same blue, your light source, and do this. So, that's also something you could do. Maybe it's not, your character. Maybe your character is not who's reflected over there. Maybe you have, so here is your character secretly very ominous. Why don't we play off of that? Maybe instead of her shadow on the wall, it has horns instead. Something like this. Again, we're just playing off of this big, monstrous whatever. Something like this. And I'm just going to do exactly what I did before. I am going to invert this selection. And I'm going to blur. Done. Look at how much more ominous this character has become. Her sweetness has been morphed into something else, which is a very common trope in compositions like this with characters like this. But we are using this character's hair to emulate the shape of horns. So, really simple. This background has become something else, and we're adding context that is very much desired. This character could just be like any other character, but now that we're adding things into the scenery, we are now taking this character from being derivative of other things, and you are now making it something unique that's to your story. I have another character, the same playmat. So now I can fix the shading by your help. Oh, heck yeah. So, yeah, doing something here in your composition, you want this to have a purpose. Not only does this character feel isolated, but you are now adding other context and story. And you saw what I did. I took a lasso tool, I made a fucked up looking shape, I did a very big airbrush, and then I blurred it. It really is so easy to add extra punch. Um, and all you have to do is just ask yourself questions. Why is this character here? What is their motivation? What can I put into my picture to make this somebody who has no context for this character? What can I put in the picture to give them context? I'm learning so much. Hell yeah. That's what these critiques are all about, baby. So now you're like, is that her shadow? Or am I being led to believe that it's, maybe it's not her, maybe it's a red herring, maybe it's another character. That's up for us to try to you're adding mystery and mystique into this art. Um when before we just had a little bit more of a face value of this friendly character. Immediately internalizing this and overthinking it. So yeah, there's tons of ways for you to do something like this. Let me do a before and after. I'm actually going to triple this canvas size because I'm gonna do the one that we did initially. I'm gonna do my secondary one where it's got this lighting, and I'm gonna have the original. So there's this one, and there's this one. Okay, come here. So yeah, so you can see here we have a couple options. Makes me excited to learn how to draw. Yes, that's banging on the table. That's what I want. Again, these are just suggestions. If you have had something critiqued now or in the future, uh, my playing around with your art and drawing on it is not to show you and to shame you like, oh, this is wrong and blah blah blah. It's literally my interpretation of the strong groundwork that you've already put. You are giving me information and I'm giving it back to you. And if you feel encouraged and excited and inspired, that means the world to me. That's what I want. I want you to feel that way, not because I'm pointing out like mistakes or I'm showing, oh, here's all the stuff that's wrong. I want you to say, oh, that's a cool idea. I want to draw this again, or I want to do something new. And thanks for the follow. Welcome in. Mandy is your friend. I totally get that vibe. Makes me feel so inspired. Yes, I'm so happy you feel that. I'm so happy that that comes through. I want you guys hey, I want you guys to succeed. I want you guys to feel fulfilled. I want you to feel like what you're doing is a step to you being where you want to be, not you being insufficient. You know what I mean? Because art anything worth doing takes time, whether it's art or not, you know? And I think with the rise of AI and the conversation around AI, a lot of people are using it as a crutch rather than using it as a tool that can aid us in our expression in day-to-day life. There's a lot of good that can come from AI, especially in the medical field. It it is an inevitable part of our progression in science, in technology, but for art, being an artist and making art is for you before it's for anyone else. Making art is for you. So no matter what I say, no matter what I do, let's say we do the character design submission, like VTuber designs, um, that is only my interpretation in a sea of other interpretations. But the thing is, like, no one's design's perfect. It's all subjective, by the way. So, like, one person could see your design and absolutely hate it, and another person could love it. But as long as you love it, that's all that matters. I can give you tips, I can give you tricks on ways to like emphasize the cool parts of your design, but uh you are the one that you need to make happy, nobody else. And of course, there's a part of us that wants to make people happy. You know what I mean? We want to be liked, we want to have friends and we want to do our best. But at the end of the day, like you could have the most horrendous color scheme, but you're like, I love these colors. I know they're gaudy. I know that they're like loud. Uh some people like for example, there are VTubers that have entirely black and white designs. They have grayscale or very, very, very muted, deep color palettes, and you see me next to them, and it's not a, "Oh," it's not, "Oh, this person that has rainbow colors is better than this person that has a monochrome color palette." That grayscale or monochrome color palette is serving them, right? Maybe this person is somebody that loves doing like introspective writing, and maybe they're a game designer. Maybe they're really interested in like moody and alt fashion and music and culture, and that's them. That is a good design for them, and it makes them happy. And people that enjoy that are going to stay with them because people it's people coming together over things that they enjoy. Just like you guys are like, "Oh, I get a lot of nostalgia from the mall. I feel it's very Y2K. That's something that I enjoy." Somebody else might come in here and be like, "Ew." And that's okay. You can't please everybody as long as you work on pleasing yourself. That's it. That's all that matters. That's why you're my new Oshi. That's very sweet of you to say. Like my lavender, lime green, and canary yellow, fat and wet poster. Uh-huh. Rainbow and Pride Month more often than you'd think. So let me put the little, it's serving my brain immediately yelled cunt. Best use of AI that I've seen here in the US is it being added to school buses to help aid people who fail to yield to school bus laws at the stop signs, also helping to keep kids safe and dissuade people whose actions are dangerous and catch hit and run and so and so. Absolutely, yeah. There are so many things that can be improved by that technology, and art isn't one of them. And there are things like it can't replace art. Also, AI, if AI is something that you're genuinely worried about, which I am too, right? This is my livelihood. Like I draw for a living and I draw for corporate overlord, okay? So, I am often worried that one day they're going to ask me to use AI and if I refuse, I'm just fired. Like, but I have enough confidence in my skill as an artist and knowing that the job that I do needs a human hand, at least for some part of it. But that's a very valid fear to have. But AI cannot and will never replace the journey that you take to make your art. That's it. AI will never replace everything that you've seen and that you've learned and all of the time and energy that you put into making art that makes you happy. That shit can't be made, can't be bought, can't be sold, and that's just the end of it, like, so it's so worth investing your time and your love into making something that makes you happy, and people get so burnt out because they feel like they have to sell their art. The only art that's valuable is art that I can make money off of. No, no, no. If you have stories, if you have an imagination, if you have heart and feelings and you put that into a visible space like making art, or maybe it's audible, so maybe you make music, maybe you write. That is your way of expressing yourself. And if it's something that you want to commoditize I always try to make a commodity. If you try to sell it, that should be your decision, not something you're forced to do. Characters in the embodiment of childhood ages 5 to 12. That definitely is very clear. It's filling a gap, not practical to have a cop follow each school bus to catch violators. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that makes sense. AI will never replace art. Mall access network and digital interface. I might claim to be an interface, but I am not. I am a human first and foremost. For first and foremost, even if you're not an art professional, those creative and observation skills can be applied to your daily life and non-art career. Absolutely. Yeah. My boss just told me on Friday to learn how to use AI because they want to start using it. Sucks because it's just so they can cut corners. Yeah, it's all because people are greedy and want money. I'm getting a doctorate in clinical psych. Ooh. And detailed observation is an immensely important part of the job. Yes. Things like communication are also improved. Hold on. So, for example, if you struggle with some written communication, but you have a better time with things like drawing and communicating, it might help if you visualize what you're trying to say. So maybe you are, if you remember making those flow charts, um, in school, you make like a web. So you have a bubble in the middle with your topic, and then you have little bubbles that radiate outward with the accessory topics, and you build your paragraphs in like a very like segmented you're building a sandwich with your paragraphs. I don't know if you guys learned the same way that I did. But for learning how to write paragraphs, you'd have your like thesis statement, you'd have the body of your paragraph, and then you'd have your conclusion and your transition, and that made a sandwich. And having something to visualize immediately makes it easier for you to learn and then reinterpret it and spread that information. So, if you're, learning observation from art and picking up on subtle signs and clues and shapes and images, that could help you with learning how to communicate better to other people. I've been using the Outlook AI stuff to truncate long email chains I get looped into. But like some of my coworkers are just using it to draft their emails, and I'm like, where's the personality? Yeah, a lot of people are like having emails getting written. But yeah, if it's something where like, for example, Google Summary or whatever, right? You'll get like a couple text messages, and if you have Google read them, it'll be like, here's a summary of your conversation. This person wanted to have plans for dinner tomorrow night, and this other person said they could make it. And then it'll usually ask you if you'd like to hear the messages read out individually. So something like that, it can be helpful, especially for people that are hearing impaired or have visual impairments as well. Being able to have a quick summary rather than Google automatically reading 15 messages to you, that's helpful. Um, so yeah, it's one of those things where like art should and can never be replaced by AI. Even if it gets to a point where it's imperceptible, like art is for you. Art is for you, and the people that just make it with AI are just trying to skip all the hard work that it takes to make it look like what you want it to look like. Um, and yeah, that shouldn't invalidate you as an artist who's putting your heart and love into it. Those people aren't doing what you're doing. They're not there for the reasons you're there. Uh and and it's special for you. It's for you more than anyone else. I use ChatGPT to troll and as a tool because Google doesn't give me accurate wording for some reason. It can definitely be helpful for people where maybe you're trying to communicate in a language that's not your first language, and you're still working through grammar and trying to learn. Again, these tools are meant to help us, not to replace. So when you're using them as a replacement and as a way to get around having to do the hard work, that's when it becomes a crutch. That's when it becomes uh, I don't know, that's just when it becomes, garbage to me, when it becomes slop. Um, so yeah, that's 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 the long and short of it. But if you take anything from these art critiques, just know that no matter how long you've been drawing, or if you just started yesterday, or if you've been drawing for 25 years, the art that you're making is uh worth your time. It's worth your love. It's worth your energy. It's special to you. And no matter what I say, these suggestions are by no way the only way that you can do things with your art. Um, welcome in. Thanks for the follow. I dislike the overuse of AI, and because the overuse it wastes so much water. Yeah, the environmental toll is also a whole other can of worms. Should be specialized, not used for large collections of data to make shit. Absolutely, yeah. Welcome in. I don't know what you're insinuating with your username. I don't know I don't like your insinuation. There's a reason stuff like Old Grammarly was considered all right because assisted in grammar and didn't write it for you. Absolutely, yeah. Wait a minute. Is it wrong? Yes. Yeah, you're wrong. I don't like what you're insinuating about me. Thank you. Thank you so much. Welcome in. We actually just finished up our last art critique today. I don't like your tone. So yeah, this was our last submission for the day. As you can see, here is what Crayon sent into us today, and here are the two different options. I'm leaning towards this other option here. I like this silhouette. It fills up that space without taking away from what we're actually supposed to look at. Um, but yeah, I think I like this one. This also makes me think of old painted title cards from like Tom and Jerry, and other like 40s and 50s cartoons, Looney Tunes, stuff like this. It looks like the episode title should be right here. Like the the dolly, and then you're like, wow, and then you kind of scoop scoop like this, and then you do something like I have a font for this, I think. I've got a font for this. Hold on, hold on. Oh, that's a sick. That wasn't the one I wanted, but this one's kind of cool. And then you take a sick drop shadow on this bad boy. Hold on. We're gonna do like the bright red, and we're gonna do like here, like this. Ah, ah. I was gonna drop my 20,000-pound comic lore. Sorry about that, gamer. So yeah, so definitely uh now this feels a bit more grounded, feels a little bit more solid, and I you can see I really didn't change your art too much. One of the things that I really like is that some of the examples that we get here, I try to pick out different things so we're not just doing the same stuff. I mean, we're here you've sat here, a lot of you sat here for now for 7.5 hours. So have I. And so by getting I like to play to your strengths. So what have you done really strong? What can I pull as a new thing to talk about in this? Welcome in. Thanks for the follow. So yeah. Uh Overall, you guys, I love your art. Thank you guys so much for submitting your art to me, and thank you for trusting me with your art. It means a lot to me that you do that. Let me snooze those ads. So yeah, this was our last submission for the day. And I am not really an artist, but your critique streams make me want to try. Oh, oh, thanks so much. The vibe here is very fun. Thank you. Welcome in. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Oh my gosh, you guys bring me so much joy. Did you know that? And for those of you that are new here, and you don't know me, I'm Mandy Quinn, Mall Mannequin, and I'm just a little guy. Are you sure it's the last? Yes. Oh, my hair. Put that back. I have been going for 7.5 hours. I thought I was going to be done around 5 hours, so that's okay. But I will send these out to the people that submitted them. Molly. I will send these out to the folks that have submitted them either tonight or tomorrow night. So casually clips ponytail back. Yeah, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Listen, yeah, you see, uh, achoo. Oh, I also have another hairstyle. Yeah. It just kinda does what it wants. Achoo. You guys like that? A little bit of theatrics for your 7.5 hour stream. Oh my gosh. Alright, y'all. Alright, let's see. Who do we oops. Ah, my body. I made myself too small. Let's see. Ooh, my friend Fable's drawing. We were drawing Fable last night. That's exciting. So it looks like we'll be doing our next art critique as a design critique. So if you guys have VTuber designs or model designs, that's kind of gonna be our next specifically for that. So I'll have a different form from our usual art critique form, and that'll be our critique next month. Rubber bands just spawn in. Yeah, my little scrunchie. So I'll probably make that form either tomorrow or tonight if I have time, because I want to have dinner with my wife and maybe go for a walk before it gets too dark. It's already a little too dark, but I'm gonna stretch. And then I might play games with my friends. The world is our oyster. But if for those of you that don't know me, let me show you guys some of my art before we go. Today has been fun. Every month we do an art critique for our community, and I absolutely adore getting to see people's art. Dinner with the wife during Pride Month? Yeah. Imagine having friends. I'm sure you have friends. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Here, I wanna turn off my ads. Can I turn these off? Can I turn these off for now? Alright, I'll turn them off for now. There we go. Just so they're not coming on in the middle of my garbage. Alright, for those of you that are new here, which there's probably quite a few of you, welcome in. Oh, thank you so much. I am planning on I put a lot of information in my Discord. We have an art share. I am trying to get back into doing monthly movie watch alongs and game nights. We usually play Jackbox games. I'm thinking actually of doing a Jackbox games next week. So if you're interested in that and you've been wanting to chill out and hang out, friends are like sleep useless. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Are you all right? Is everything okay at home? I just realized I saw your honk video on YouTube a couple months ago. That's me. That's me. Yippee. Hello. Welcome in. Oh my gosh. Okay, let me show you guys some of the stuff I draw. Doink. I'm gonna show some different stuff. How about that? So, speaking of Ghost, I did this a little while ago, like a week or two ago. Got 2 hours last night grinding my comic. Take care of yourself, make sure you're drinking water, resting your bones at least a little bit. At least maybe just a little bit. Also, for those of you that are, new around here, we also have a pre-order for our keychain, which we have 5 days, to get 19 more keychains. I think I'm gonna do a giveaway, of our keychains now, actually. Water's for losers, only Mountain Dew. Okay. Hey, listen, if you want your fluids to be vibrant, radioactive green, you're doing great. You're on your way. Let me do a little giveaway, for some of our keychains. Shit looks radioactive. Yeah, it tastes radioactive. Alright, alright, alright. I am going oh, my pinned comment is gone. Or is it? Or is it? I didn't unpin it. No, it's there. I'm just had to refresh my shit. So it is like 98 to 99% hydrating as water. Oh yeah, don't let the influencers tell you no. Just recommend not always having sugar. All right, so I'm gonna do a giveaway of 3 keychains, and that'll give us to 16 left. Hold on, let me get my window over here. There we go. Are you guys ready? So to enter the giveaway, it'll pop up in the chat when it is ready. And let me continue. Okay, there we go. All right, giveaway is going to come through. I didn't say soda wasn't bad for you, just still hydrating. Look at the disgusting play, chick. All right, I'm going to do hi pow. Yeah, yeah. Hold on. I wish there was an easier way for me to do the giveaways, but that's okay. All right. So there will be a message in the chat shortly. There will be a notification pop up. And after that notification pops up, you can then use the entry command to enter the giveaway. I believe there will be a minute where you can enter. All right, everybody. Wait until it pops into the chat. There are 3 keychains available. Do exclamation point enter if you have not gotten one already. Hell yeah, there are 3 available, everybody. And we'll need, I believe, 16 after this to make it to our 50 minimum. Yeah, yeah. It's not cap sensitive either, so you can do what you gotta do. Yeah, good luck. May the odds be ever in your favor. I would like to do more giveaways of stickers and prints as well, but since we have a goal and a deadline to reach our keychains, I really want to make sure that you guys get your keychain. It took me like 2 months of communication for them to answer me. And let me go here into my dashboard and make sure that our goal is updated. Hello? Refresh. The music just suddenly stopped. There we go. Congratulations. Let's see, let's see, let's see. Angelic Chorus, Stressed Modern Artist, and Noodle Cake. Congratulations, guys. Let's go. For those of you that got keychains, make sure you click on the link that is for you. And it'll take you to your own personal checkout page. There we go. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, oh my goodness. Nobula, thank you so much for gifting another Chatter Guy keychain. All right, everybody, exclamation point, enter. There's another giveaway. There's another one. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. Oh my goodness. That takes us to 35. Holy moly. 35 out of 50. That's so sick. Thank you. All right. Oh boy, oh boy. Also, for you guys that got the last one, make sure that you get your links. I will forward those in the chat if you miss them, if you have to scroll up. Make sure that you get your link. I am going to do this one at Angelica. This one is for stressed. Yeah. And then this one is for noodle. Oops. There you go. Trying to make sure that you guys don't lose your messages. Congratulations, Pansy! Aw, congratulations! Let's go! Hell yeah! There you go. Welcome in, Noodle. You got a keychain. Make sure you click on the link that's for you guys, and it'll take you to your own checkout page. And then you have to finish the transaction to accept the giveaway. Thank you guys so much. What the heck? Thank you. So now we only need 15 more. We're 70% of the way there. That's so excited. Kind of sucks that it has a time limit instead of just hit 50 and we'll print it. Yeah, actually, it doesn't initially say that it has a time limit. Only after I had done all of that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Only after I did all of the communication for like 2 months back and forth, and I spent $50 on a sample. The $50 is the price for all of the all 3 of those keychains and their shipping. So, you know? Yeah. So I had to pay $50 for a sample, which is abnormal. Like if I were getting these things sent to me and fulfilling the orders myself and like shipping them out myself, a sample for a normal like production would be probably like $10 max. Because it doesn't take that long or that much effort to produce one, especially for acrylic keychains. If you guys don't know, acrylic keychains are usually printed on a large sheet, many different designs, and then it just cuts like a laser cutter or whatever. So you can put pretty much any design you want without a real limit of how many you make. That's why they're pretty cheap to produce aside from like the material and the shipping. But since I'm using fourth wall and I'm currently limited in what I can do right now, I had to go through hoops with fourth wall. But everything else like prints and stickers through fourth wall are super easy. Just making sure Pansy and let's see. Oh yeah. There you go. Noodle. All right. Pansy, just make sure you got your link. It doesn't get away. I always worry that the link is gonna run away. Is this kneecap? My kneecaps. I have some of those. Heck yeah. Thank you guys so much. And Nobilu, thank you so much for gifting one to the chat. That's so sweet. Talk about us. Oh. This is distanced by donor lens. Also, here's my kneecaps. Thank you. Oh my gosh, so nice to me. Thank you. Thank you. We have 15 left. Super exciting. You guys are the bee's knees. Thigh. I don't have very much of that. I don't have a lot of that. But for those of you that are new here, I draw. Well, actually, I don't draw like this very often. I just kind of got lost in the sauce. Another Ghost fan art. Listen, I've only ever drawn fan art for Ghost twice. I just claimed it was super easy to claim. Thanks again. Yes, let's go. Are those knees I see? Harlot. My ankles are covered, but not for long. Also, yeah, listen, if you think anyone's a harlot, it's this girl. It's this lady. It is Hatsune Miku mixed with the band Ghost, yeah. Some of my special interests, just holding hands. They love each other. I also claimed it was super easy. Thank you. Of course, of course. I always worry that because the chat is moving so quickly that the links are gonna just get swept away, and I'm like, "No!" So I like to make sure that I, like, reply to them and be like, "Here you go, here you go." Thank you guys so much. That's so exciting. Yeah, we're really close. We have 15 more, so we are 70% of the way there. That's so fucking exciting. Uh, I also, this was actually what I drew. I drew myself. Here's this hairstyle. I drew myself for I think this is my 800 followers. So I have more art than this. I just like to show the stuff that I really enjoy. Wish I could afford to support. Well, you just being here and being in the chat, even if you're lurking, I really appreciate it. So yeah, yeah. Thine navel. Gasp. Thine belly. I don't know. I went hard with like rendering the belly here. I don't know why I did that. I jumped the lake of hungry hyena. I don't know why I went too hard like this. Cause it's hot. Well, listen. I am an asexual individual, and I just like this is giving totally spies. I'm thinking totally spies. It's giving legally blonde. It's giving. I nearly killed my phone watching stream. I'm so sorry. All right, you're right. You're right. You're right. Here, you like clowns? I have a PNG model of me as a clown. I actually just redid it uh for a Marvel Rivals clown collab that I did with some friends. Giving Kim Possible? Yeah, you're right. You're right. In the 90s and 2000s, characters love to have like tank tops and crop tops. I also have this one I really love, and you guys see me show these all the time. I this one is my most recent big illustration. I'm currently working on one actually. Hold on. Hold on. I'm currently working on a piece that's in progress, so take it with a grain of salt. But this is the one that I'm working on. I actually haven't touched it in like a month, so I'll get back into it. Oh, let me put my ponytail back on. So this is going to have it's rendered in black and white because I'm going to be using gradient maps for it. So you can see here, this is with the gradient map applied. This is without removed. Um, so yeah, I got like all the line art done, and started rendering it. So it just needs to be finished, but I have some commission and gift things that I need to prioritize and get finished. And um, but yeah, so that's this is a work in progress. I did the hard part. Really, truly. Yeah. I did the hard part. Some stuff that I don't show super often. Let me see. Let me go to my finished stuff. Love the biblically accurate Garfield. Thank you. Thank you. Water looks like it's gonna be hell. Ah, nah, nah. I'm gonna stylize the shit out of it. Let's see here. Oh, my Danny Phantom that I drew. I love Danny Phantom. Oops, get out of here. Get now. My boy Daniel. Sharp-eyed viewers will see the Sonic pose. Whoa. I think somebody during chat recommended that he be in the Sonic pose. Yeah. Running around at the speed of ghosts. Here he is. I gave him the smuggest little expression. He's everywhere. Yeah, we love Daniel Phantom. Also, your background can be simple. Your background can be simple. It ain't gotta be much. You know what I mean? I just use some rake brushes. Shout out rake brushes and halftone screen tone brushes, splatter brush, and you got the ghost zone. The portal to the ghost zone. I also this is available on my shop. This one is available on my shop as a little card, like a little postcard. How goes the critiques? They go well. We finished our critiques and I'm just showing chat my art. Cuz there's a lot of new faces and I wanted to brag. If you guys are interested actually in seeing things other than the keychain, I have stickers and prints of a lot of the art that I've shown today. So if you're curious about that, you can take a look. But yeah, any support, even if you just share and like I hang out on Blue Sky, so if you repost my stuff on Blue Sky, that's more than enough. You don't have to support financially. So yeah, I wanted to make a couple of these. I wanted to make a Zelda one, but I had the idea of doing a like a postcard kind of thing. This little stamp, the Mushroom Kingdom Postal Service, I thought was really cute. I made this in Illustrator. And then the Yoshi in the background, you see those? Ooh, ooh. See those little Yoshis? Stop! Why is it doing this to me? I'm trying to. No, I don't want to convert to a smart layer. Oh, because my keyboard died. Of course it did. My keyboard died. Let me take my my keyboard. I was like, why is my keyboard command not working? It's because this bitch died. Okay, plugged her in. Oops. I was like, what's happening? There. So yeah, I wanted to do a Zelda one too. But this is actually a little card, like you can open, uh you can do all sorts of stuff with it. So I just wanted to draw Cowgirl Princess Peach, not the keyboard. My poor little keyboard. Let me see what else. I draw a lot of Furby art, so if you like Furbies, you're gonna love me. Here, let me show you some of the Furbies that I've drawn. So this is my first Furby that I ever drew. This is Jennifer. Her name's Jennifer, and she's calling you to ask about your car's extended warranty. And yeah, yeah, we love her. She's on the phone with me. Oh, oh, there she is. We love Jennifer. Yeah, yeah. Jennifer's she's slay, and she's a businesswoman. You know, she's a woman in STEM. And by STEM, it is sitting, texting, eating, and making sleep. Oh, okay. You gotta look respectfully, guys. You gotta look respectfully. Are you being respectful? Are you being respectful to Jennifer? Marketing. Are you being respectful? I don't think so. I think you guys are heathens. I think you guys are heathens. Hi, Alexia, how are you? How are Bar she's more of like a rabbit thing rather than a dog, but call me Ed Sheeran the way I'm in love with Jennifer's body. I'm in love with the shape of you. But she does activate in the middle of the night and make creepy sounds from the closet. So if you're not interested in that, she's probably not the girl for you. Furby Gajinka, yeah, I have more. Here's another one. This one is based off of goldfish crackers. Hi there, welcome in. Been all right, very quiet day. Yeah, yeah, it has been. Hi. Hi, I'm a little butterfly. Yeah, yeah. Welcome in. So yeah, this one was based off of goldfish crackers. I was very heavy-handed with my line art for this one. This one's a little bit more simple. Yeah, Little Mermaid Furby. I really like the bangs. They're very swoopy. And then I have a Cosmic Brownie Furby, which I really enjoy. I like this. I like her a lot. This is actually inspired by a custom Furby that I saw on Etsy somebody had made. Um, and yeah, I love the idea of a cosmic brownie Furby. I was kind of going for like 90s snack foods, and I loved I loved putting the beads in her hair. I just thought it was so stinking sweet. Also to some accessories and just having fun with this little outfit. I don't know. I just rave gear. Yeah, yeah. So I just really wanted to draw a cute little Furby. And I really liked the way it turned out. Also, I gave her a little dewlap like a rabbit. We love a good dewlap. What are you looking at there, Heavenly? What are you looking at? Her eyes are up here. Let me see. I love doing show and tell. Let me do a couple more. Let me see. Ooh. What else? I mean, what else is there? I mean, I have a lot. Last night we talked about some Monster High redesigns that I did. Love that in character designs, me too. Can't wait for the next installment of Fur Queens. Yeah, let's go. I won't go too in depth, but here are the Monster High redesigns that I did. Thanks, Rita Super Shopper. You're freaking huge. So I started with Ghoulia. And I just had a really good time. If you guys don't know anything about Monster High, they're just like monster kids that go to high school. Monster High. Yeah, it's on the tin. It's what it says on the tin. they're monsters that go to high school. I don't know how else we could be more clear about it. Frankie, who's super fun. Ooh, Frankie was really fun to draw. They're non-binary, so I loved playing around with giving them a little bit of like a punk gender neutral, but also like a little bit of a skirt and some shorts, bicycle shorts. Draculaura was really fun, very full house. She's giving uh whatever happened to the blah 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 blah, you know what I mean? The full house intro. I couldn't remember the words. We got our mean girl Cleo. Or nor Cleor. The condensation nor. And then we have Claudine. Claudine. So one of these days I'll do more of these, but for now, five. This took me like I don't know. This took me like 2 months to do all five of these because I chose to do a front and a back of all these designs, full color, five of them, front back, fully lined. I did it to myself. Uh, and let's see. Whatever happened to the predictability? Oh, the milkman, the paperboy, and even TV. Anyway, I was afraid that I was gonna go into the Family Guy opening instead. Instead, but oh, and here's Laios. Any of my dungeon meshy ghouls out there? I gave him bugs to eat. Also, I gave him jacked forearms. Clear nor the condensation clear. So yeah, I really like drawing forearms. Gave this guy fucking bowling pin arms. Coin bugs. Yeah, he's eating bugs. This boy's eating bugs. This boy ain't right. Treasure bug cereal. Yeah, he's got all them little treasure bugs in there. Yeah, yum 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 yum. Yeah, he's a little freak and we love him. I don't know. I just really wanted to draw Laios, okay? I've been wanting to draw him. I love this man. He's my little Blorbo. He's my little meow meow. He's my little meow meow. We love Laios in this house. Meow meow meow. But yeah, so I draw stuff like this. Look, I love Laios, but since she googlies my moogly, it's just because they give him all the panty shots. Oh my gosh, Carly Rae Jepsen this new version of the song for the remake show. Oh my gosh, she did she or was it like the Fuller House? Is that what it was called? My mom watched that. She's like, I really liked it, Mandy, and I was like, I have zero desire to watch it. Oh yeah, okay. Hey, I just met you, and this is crazy. This is Fuller House. I'm Danny Tanner. Sorry, I couldn't come up with anything that rhymes. I couldn't come up with a damn thing. Oops, I don't want a new thing. And also, we were working on yesterday, our final illustration. I love the well-fed Laios. Yeah, you like the little bit of a little tum, a little bit of a tum. Did the cover of the Fuller House. Yeah. Ugh. I don't know. I think Call Me Maybe would have been a good Fuller House intro. I watched the first 5 minutes of Fuller House, and when every character walked into the kitchen at the beginning of the episode, there was just, like, a whole minute of clapping from the studio audience, and then I was like, "I think I'm good," because there's, like, 50 characters in this house. He ate bugs. What's the pizza to ever pizza? Mm, Pepperoni bacon. I'm a meat lover. Hi. Hi, dear. Are you ready? Are you ready? Ooh, oh, way off. I was too high. Oh, wrong one. Hold on. This is our friend Fable, and we were drawing Fable last night. This is if you guys were around yesterday. Ah, you hit me with a Borgor. Oh my god. Oh, Mexican style pizza? Yum yum. What the heck? Now that's an interesting answer. A taco pizza would be awesome. Um, she should have tried to do the gravelly voice. It would have been funnier. I don't know if funny was what they wanted from the Fuller House intro. So last night I was working on drawing my pal Fable. We got the line art done, which I'm super happy with. And so what better to do than to send you guys to Fable, who's also making art today. How long has Fable been streaming? Oh, only for an hour. Let's go. Dun Meshi is literally my second favorite anime. I've rewatched it 5 times in a row and only stopped rewatching because my husband is watching it with me now and I have to wait very patiently. How big of a canvas do you usually work with? That's a good question. This canvas is 1500 pixels by 1500 pixels, um, at 300 DPI, which is, drum roll please, 5 inches by 5 inches. This is only intended to be a digital piece, but this is just the size that I've been using for all of these. But depending on what I'm making, if I'm making it for a print or a sticker, I will draw it at least to scale with the largest size. I usually try to go for an 8 by 10, and if you draw 8 by 10 at 300 DPI or a little bit higher, depending on what your machinery can handle, it can usually scale up to a 11 by 14 pretty easily, and an 8 by 11 or an 8 by 10 can scale down to a 6 or a 4 by 6, which is like postcard size, pretty easily. You always want to make sure that if you're working with prints, that it's either the exact size or larger. That way you can scale it down without losing any quality. Or if you're working in vector, you don't have to care about that. You make it whatever size you want. But this is my beautiful friend Fable. I love Fable. And I'm gonna send you guys to Fable today. I hope you guys learned something today. Welcome in. Thanks for the follow. I hope you guys had a good time. I think I'm gonna be back on Thursday, instead of Tuesday. So I'll definitely let you guys know. I'll have a schedule. I will have a let's see. Yeah, I have the schedule out for those of you that participated in the critique. I will have your stuff sent to you. Welcome in. Thanks for the follow. What the hecky? What the heck? Sorry. I'm trying not to choke. um, yes, let's get that raid message going. Here's our raid message for those of you that are new. We pass our pretzels. They're mall pretzels. And I'm going to be sending you guys to my beloved friend, Fable Storyteller. We love Fable. Looks like Fable's doing some commission stuff. Hi. Oh my gosh, welcome in. Thank you guys so much for the follow. What the heck? Oh my gosh. You guys are so sweet. Oh my gosh, welcome in. We're one away from 2,600. What the heck? Right when Mara comes you raid out. I'm so sorry. We've been going for 8 hours. We've done 2 8-hour streams in a row. Maybe 3? No, I think Friday was a 5-hour stream. Your model's so cute. Thank you so much. Thank you. If you guys are curious about where you can find me, you can find me here on my socials. Right there. Time zones suck. I know. I'll be back on Thursday. I'll be back on Thursday, and Friday, and Sunday. So there's a lot to look forward to. Our next art critique will be at the end of this upcoming month, at the end of June. And this will be a character, like a VTuber slash PNG tuber critique. So I will have a separate form for that from our usual critique form. I will have it in the Discord. I will have it on my Blue Sky. One of them was wearing an Offspring shirt. Oh, there was a young sapphic couple in front of me yesterday. Too bad. I had a migraine. Oh, it was good to hang out. Thanks for the stream. Of course. Thank you so much. I had a really wonderful time with all of you guys. I might be back on Tuesday, but I'll have my schedule out either tonight or tomorrow. I think I should have it out tonight. And then I'll get in contact with the folks that had their critiques today. I'll make sure I send you the stuff that I did with your work. Um, I'll miss the streams, huh? And I hope you guys had a wonderful time. I can't wait to see you guys again. You'll know where to find me. You'll know where to find me. Here we go. Here is the raid message. Oops, I said Riyadh. Here is our raid message. I'll pass you off to my friend Fable. We love Fable in this house. Give Fable all of your love. There we go. Yes, yes. Yes. Everybody, thank you so much. We have 15 more keychains till our 50. No, Heavenly. Heavenly, no. Not like this. No, we can't bring the gas to Fable. Oh, not like this. How could this happen to me? I made my mistakes. I'll see you guys later. Bye-bye.